Welcome to another vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to vixavon romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Ava. I stand in the corridor of what used to be my office, scanning the empty shelves as my stomach twists. An hour ago, these walls bustled with women sorting through job applications and parole checklists, my staff ensuring no one fell through the cracks. Now all the desks have vanished, replaced by echoes of footsteps trailing out the door. I still catch a faint hint of the peppermint oil I like to diffuse, but there's a hollow chill in the air that no essential oil can mask. I flip open my phone, scanning the news feed for any update on the state budget cuts. My reflection glints off the dark screen. Deep umber skin that used to glow with hope and pride, now pulled tight with anger. My reflection's eyes bore into me, and I notice how resolute they look, even when everything else feels uncertain. My best friend and PR wizard, Zora Bellamy, appears in the doorway, a swirl of bright color against the drab emptiness. She's wearing a vibrant orange blazer with gold accents, her dark curls framing a face that's clearly braced for impact. "They're out there," she says, voice hushed yet brimming with concern. "They?" I ask, though I already know. "Reporters. They want your reaction." Zora's words slice through the silence. My phone dings. I glance down to see a flurry of alerts, social media mentions, messages from donors, texts from friends. The headline on one local station's tweet: "Rise Up crumbles after Governor Wright's budget slashes funding." I exhale slowly and straighten my posture, fighting the urge to hurl my phone at the nearest wall. "Are they live?" "Some are streaming, yes. They're waiting for a statement from you, especially after the way you called him out." Zora's eyes flick to the newsfeed on my phone. The broadcast transitions to footage from earlier today, capturing me outside the state capitol, voice steady but laced with anger. Governor Mason Wright is a polished monster in a suit. He cut programs that save lives, women's lives, and I will not be silent. I should be afraid of going toe-to-toe with a man who wields this much power, but all I feel is a scorching sense of purpose. Rise Up isn't just a job. It's my second chance, my life's work. I built it to help formerly incarcerated women find stable ground, housing, jobs, therapy. And with one stroke of his pen, Mason Wright left us in the dust. I brush past Zora, heading toward the exit, every footstep echoing like a drumbeat of my fury. A flash of cameras greets me, and I'm momentarily blinded by bright white lights. The crisp autumn air grazes my cheeks as I square my shoulders in front of the hungry press. A reporter with a microphone leaps forward. "Ms. Duran, can you confirm that Rise Up has completely lost its funding?" My heart hammers against my ribs, but I keep my voice level. "We lost every penny of our state grant last night due to Governor Wright's budget decisions. Our doors are closing." A second reporter thrusts a recorder closer. "You accuse the governor of being, quote, a polished monster in a suit. Any further comment?" I hear the cameras shudder around me, capturing my every twitch. I can practically feel Zora's presence at my side, quietly urging me to stay measured. But my veins run hot, and I picture the women who depended on us, women who are now left without resources. I let the words form carefully in my mind before I speak. Any man who claims to champion justice while pulling the rug out from under the most vulnerable is no champion at all, I say, my voice low and cutting. He cares more about political theater than real lives. A heavy silence falls, broken only by the scribble of pens. I see a flicker of camera lights capturing my face. I wonder if the fury in my eyes reads as defiance or heartbreak. Either way, I won't soften my stance for the sake of optics. I pivot on my heel and walk back inside, ignoring the further shouted questions. Once I'm in the safety of my near-empty office, Zora places her hand on my shoulder. "You sure you want to go nuclear with him?" she whispers. "He already dropped the bomb," I say, scanning the blank walls, the worn floor where countless women took their first steady steps post-incarceration. "I'm just naming the fallout." Zora's hand squeezes gently. "It's bad," she murmurs. "His poll numbers took a dip after that midnight budget pass. He's not exactly a saint in the public eye right now. You're still the voice people are listening to. Even the national outlets are picking this up." My throat tightens. I can't help but ask myself whether I should measure my tone more. But then I remember the woman who told me last week she was one paycheck away from sleeping on a park bench. She had tears in her eyes and a newly minted job certificate in her hand. Without the Rise Up transitional living funds, she has nowhere to go. The frustration burns in my gut. "Let them talk," I say, swallowing hard. Our people need a champion, not a well-mannered pawn, and I refuse to be polite in the face of cruelty. Zora's phone dings, and she glances at the screen. Word on the street is the governor's team is scrambling to do damage control. They're calling you emotional, but also, she lifts a brow, dangerous in her passion. I bark out a short laugh. Dangerous. Me? Right? My reflection catches in the vacant glass door. Tall, 5 feet 8 inches in scuffed ankle boots, wearing a fitted blazer that's seen better days. My natural hair, parted into neat cornrows, leading into a twisted bun, reveals the delicate gold ring on my thumb, my mother's. She taught me to fight for people who don't have a voice. Today, I feel her spirit like a lit match against my spine, urging me forward. A beep signals a text. It's from Lola, one of our program graduates. "Ava, where do I go for my check-in?" They lock the doors. My anger flares again as I read. This is exactly what I feared. Women left in limbo, no resources, no guidance. "I'm going to my car," I tell Zora. "I need to talk to Lola, and then I'm heading to the councilman's office to see if we can salvage anything at the local level." "Good plan," she says, tapping furiously on her phone's screen, probably coordinating our next move. I hurry downstairs, the building's fluorescent lights flickering in a final farewell to my dream. Outside, my rusted SUV sits crookedly between the lines, the only vehicle left in the lot. I hop in and dial Lola. She picks up, breath hitching with worry. "Ava," she breathes. "They said the landlord changed the locks. My meeting for job training." Hey, calm down," I murmur, pressing my palm to my forehead. "I'll get this fixed. Until then, I'll personally meet you tomorrow. Text me your schedule, okay?" "Okay," she whispers. "And Eva?" "Don't let that man get away with this." She hangs up before I can respond. I grip the steering wheel, silent vows churning in my mind. That evening, I collapse onto my worn couch in my cramped row house, half listening to the local evening news. The anchor's voice drifts over me. The governor has not yet released an official statement regarding the nonprofit closures. We do know the budget reallocation is part of his plan to boost infrastructure, but critics argue. I hold the remote, ready to mute the broadcast, but then an image of Mason Wright flashes on the screen, and I freeze. I recognize him from political rallies. Tall, broad-shouldered, with eyes a piercing shade of blue that looks almost metallic on camera. His ash blonde hair is perfectly styled, and there's a firm set to his jaw that suggests he doesn't cower in the face of confrontation. The reporter's voice continues. Governor Wright's sudden cuts to social programs are stirring controversy, particularly among activists who claim this will severely harm low-income communities. I watch him speak at a podium. His voice is smooth, almost hypnotic, as if he were born to lead. "My administration is committed to doing what's best for Maryland," he says. "We are shifting resources to address the critical sectors of our economy." The screen jumps to footage of me, shoulders braced and voice unwavering. He cut programs that save lives, women's lives, and I will not be silent. I stare at my own expression on television, simultaneously proud and furious. My words hang in the air like a war drum. A swirl of texts lights my phone again. Former donors, staff, some old classmates from Howard University, all wanting to know what I plan to do next, as if I have an arsenal of solutions. An interview clip of the governor returns to the screen. "I am open to dialogue with all community leaders," he asserts, wearing that maddening half smile. "We must find common ground." Common ground? The only thing we share is the planet, and even that feels debatable right now. I power off the TV and rest my head against the couch cushion. Exhaustion tugs at me, but my mind whirls with strategy. Mason Wright talks about common ground while I watch the women I've pledged my life to help lose their last safety net. Yet, the media falls over itself to paint him as a misunderstood reformer. I catch my reflection in the dark television screen. My eyes narrow, lips thinned. He may be a political force, but he's underestimated me. He has no idea how far I'm willing to go to fix this. Early the next morning, I find myself crammed behind a borrowed folding table in a cramped corner of a community center, laptops and file boxes stacked around me. This is the temporary space Zora managed to wrangle on short notice. It's not much, but at least it's a roof. My phone rings for the third time before 8 a.m. I see a private number. Normally, I'd ignore it, but desperation leads me to swipe and answer. "Ms. Duran?" A crisp male voice intones. The tone makes my spine straighten automatically. "This is Silas Kane, Chief of Staff for Governor Wright." I clench my jaw, heart racing. "You've got some nerve calling me." "I'm reaching out on behalf of the governor," he says, words carefully measured. "We're aware you were forced out of your office space due to the budget shift." "The governor?" I almost laugh. "Budget shift?" That's a polite way of saying I was robbed blind. Silas doesn't rise to the bait. He would like to meet with you. Discuss potential options. My pulse thrums. For a moment, I can't speak. Is this a trap? A chance to negotiate? Maybe I can at least get partial funding reinstated. I picture the battered folder of eviction notices on my makeshift desk, the stack of urgent messages from the women in my program. "I'll consider it," I say at last, forcing my voice not to quiver. "Send details." I hang up, swallowing hard. My heart pounds against my ribcage, fueled by indignation and a tiny flicker of possibility. A meeting with the man responsible for the abrupt loss of everything we built. A chance to confront him face to face. Zora stands across from me, arms folded. She must have overheard my side of the call. "Tell me you're not actually going to talk to that man." My eyes wander toward the battered file boxes, labeled with the names of women we still need to place in stable housing. "I'll do what I have to," I say. "If it gets them even one step closer to real security, I'll stand in the same room as Mason Wright." Her eyes glimmer with warning. "He's a snake. You know that, right?" "Yes," I say, voice tight. "But sometimes to take down a snake, you need to step into the grass where it coils." Zora snorts softly. "Just don't let him charm you into stepping onto his turf for free." "Not a chance," I say, but my pulse thrums with apprehension. Later that day, I scroll through headlines on my phone, searching for any sign of the governor's next move. I see something that makes my blood simmer. a photo of Mason Wright in a tailored suit, stepping out of a black SUV. The caption reads, "Governor Wright addresses criticisms, remains confident in his approach." He certainly looks confident, jaw clenched like a statue, and eyes scanning the crowd as if he owns this city. I notice a faint scar across his knuckles when he grips the car door, an unexpected imperfection in an otherwise polished presentation. Something about that single scar tugs at my curiosity, but I push the thought away. Number, I can't afford to wonder about his scars. That's how they distract you. Show a tiny hint of vulnerability, make you forget the damage they've done. I shut off the screen and set my phone aside, heading into the bustling main hall of the community center. A group of ex-offenders gather around a volunteer who's giving a talk on resume building. Normally, Rise Up would handle such training at our official office, but now everything is in limbo. My heart constricts as I watch them scribble notes, eyes filled with fragile hope. I approach, and a young woman named Imani turns toward me. She fidgets, clutching a printed job listing. "Miss Duran, is it true? We can't go back to the old building anymore?" My chest feels heavier at her question, but I nod gently. "We'll operate from here for now. I'm meeting with some folks who might help." She gazes at me with something akin to desperation. "I worked so hard to stay on track. Please don't let them shut this down completely." I rest a hand on her shoulder, fighting the lump in my throat. "I promise you, I will do everything I can." As she turns away, I sense Zora behind me. Her gaze lands on my trembling fingers. "You really want to meet with him, don't you?" she says softly. "We can't wait for scraps anymore," I whisper, folding my arms across my chest. He set this crisis in motion. Maybe he can be pressured to reverse some of the damage. Zora lifts her chin. "Then let's do it. But remember, you hold the moral high ground. Don't let him spin it." I think of that old proverb about wrestling with pigs, how everyone ends up dirty. Still, I see the faces of the women counting on me, sense the weight of my mother's gold ring on my thumb. I can't walk away from a chance, even if it's risky. With a tight exhale, I open my email. There's a message from Silas. A meeting request for tomorrow evening at the governor's mansion. I feel my heartbeat pulse in my temples. The mansion is a fortress of power, a place where men like Mason Wright control the narrative. But I won't let him dictate how this story ends. By nightfall, I've tidied my temporary desk and stepped into the corridor of the community center, phone in hand. The hallway's fluorescent light flickers overhead, casting dancing shadows against the walls. I catch sight of my reflection in the glass double doors at the end. I look determined, maybe even fierce. I bring up a news site, half expecting to see more photos of Mason. Instead, I find a snippet about me. Activist Eva Duran doubles down, calls governor's policies heartless. My lips twist into a grim smile. Heartless. It's a word that fits so well with the man who slashed my organization's lifeline. Tomorrow I'll walk into his domain, unafraid to speak my mind, even if I have to stand in front of cameras again. Even if I have to lock eyes with a man whose entire existence represents the power structures I've been fighting since I was in juvie. I think of the moment the two of us will face each other, his icy blue gaze meeting my glare. Will I see even a shred of remorse? Or will I find only a cunning strategist, hungry to reclaim his public image? I brace myself, inhaling through my nose, calming the quiver in my gut. Then I grab my tote, head toward my car, and whisper a vow only the night can hear. "Governor Wright, you won't break me." The wind rustles the edges of my blazer, and in my mind, I picture tomorrow's confrontation. He might be a master of composure, but so am I. And I'm not leaving that mansion without a fight. I unlock my car and slide inside. The engine rumbles to life. My phone vibrates as Zora's message lights my screen. "Stay sharp. We've got your back." I type a quick response. I've got me. He doesn't know who he's messing with. And as I pull out of the parking lot, a single thought crystallizes in my mind. If he wants a spectacle, I'll give him one. Because I've been underestimated my whole life, and I won't let him trample my community without consequences. Tomorrow, I face the polished monster in his lair. Let him see how it feels when the women he tried to sideline find their voices, and use them to bring down his shiny tower of power.
Chapter 2. Mason. I stand at the glass wall of my private office, gazing out over Annapolis. The mid-morning light catches on the shimmering bay in the distance, but all I sense is an unsettling heaviness pressing against my collarbone. I can't escape the image plastered across every news outlet. Ava Duran, fierce eyes locked on the camera, describing me as a polished monster in a suit. My reflection on the glass reveals a man who's seen better days. People tell me I look composed, statuesque even. But right now, my jaw feels like granite. I'm tall, well over 6 feet, with a swimmer's build from years of punishing laps in the governor's residence pool. My ash-blonde hair appears immaculately styled, but I see a single rebellious strand curling against my forehead. That lone imperfection stands in stark contrast to the perfection demanded by my father's legacy. An urgent knock at the door draws my attention. Silas Kane, my chief of staff, steps inside, posture straight, gaze composed. He's a quiet man in his late 40s, ex-military, precise in movement and words. He's possibly the only person in this building who challenges me in private. "Tell me," I say, keeping my voice calm. He glances at his tablet. "Your approval numbers dipped another 4 points overnight. The budget cuts are trending negatively on social media, especially after Miss Duran's statements." I lift an eyebrow. "She's harnessing the spotlight effectively, I see." Silas nods. "And you're losing ground with key demographics. Women, communities of color. Exactly the groups Miss Duran speaks for." I shift my attention back to the skyline. Part of me bristles at the idea that one viral moment can do this much damage. Another part grudgingly respects the woman who orchestrated it. She's clearly no lightweight. "Schedule a meeting with my campaign team for this afternoon," I say. "I want every angle on how to shift this narrative." Silas hesitates, glancing at the digital device in his hand. "There's already a meeting on the books. They're coming here in 20 minutes. A wry half-smile tugs at my lips. Of course they are. He starts to retreat, but pauses at the threshold. "Governor, Miss Duran's words are hitting a nerve because she's specific and relentless. You might want to watch the entire clip if you haven't already." I lift my chin in acknowledgement. After he leaves, I stride to my desk, open my laptop, and search for the video. The screen flickers to life, revealing Eva Duran outside her now-closed office space. She's wearing a fitted blazer that emphasizes her tall, lithe frame, and her waist-length 4C hair is styled in a regal, twisted bun. There's a quiet fury in her voice that you can't teach. It comes from lived experience. My gaze lingers on her strong cheekbones, the gold ring on her thumb, the unwavering conviction in her expression as she speaks to the cameras. He cut programs that save lives, women's lives, and I will not be silent. I tap pause. A pang of regret twists in my stomach, though I refuse to let it bloom into remorse. The budget reallocation was a strategic necessity. At least that's what the experts insisted. Infrastructure and job creation had to come first, or so the argument went. I never intended to rip out the support system for formerly incarcerated women. But that's exactly what happened, and now I'm the villain in her story. With a slow exhale, I play the rest of the clip. Eva calls me a polished monster again, and a wave of indignation washes through me. It's been a long time since anyone had the audacity to brand me so directly, publicly no less. Before I can dwell on my reaction, my assistant, Elisa, pokes her head in. "Governor, they're waiting for you in the conference room." "Thank you," I say, powering down the screen. Walking into the conference room, I spot my campaign manager, Becca Caldwell, perched at the head of the gleaming table. She's impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray suit, sleek bob parted in the center, nails tapping briskly on a folder. A group of advisors surround her, each clutching files or digital tablets. Silas stands in the corner, arms crossed in a familiar posture of readiness. Becca gestures for me to take a seat at the head, but I remain standing. The tension in the room is palpable. I recognize the weight of their collective expectations. She speaks first, tone crisp. "Sir, the poll numbers are dropping faster than any of us anticipated. We planned on a slight dip, not a free fall." "I understand," I reply, resting a hand on the back of a high-backed chair. "What are our options?" Her gaze flicks to Silas, then back to me. "We need a bold move that repositions you with key voter blocks. Something more than a press conference or an apology tour." I incline my head. "Go on." She leans forward, voice lowering as though she's about to unveil a well-guarded secret. "A strategic marriage." A hush falls over the room. My stomach tightens. "A marriage," I repeat quietly. Becca places a glossy binder on the table. "You're a bachelor who's never had any real personal scandals. Most voters see you as a controlled figure. Too controlled, perhaps. If we can connect you with a partner who appeals to the communities we're losing, you could reboot your image overnight." I glance around. A few staffers nod reluctantly. Others avoid my eyes, clearly unsure of the idea. Silas maintains a neutral expression, but I catch the slight tension in his jawline. "Let me guess," I say, injecting a note of irony into my voice. "You've already drawn up a short list of potential candidates." She slides the binder across the table toward me. "Our top pick is Miss Duran." My pulse flickers. I can't stop my eyebrows from rising. Ava Duran, the woman who just called me a polished monster on national television? Becca shrugs, looking uncharacteristically passionate, which is exactly why this works. She's credible in the very arenas where you're suffering. Imagine the publicity. You could spin it as a bridge-building romance. You're showing you care about these communities, not just pandering for votes. And she could help shape policy changes from the inside. Everyone wins. A scoff escapes me. "So we're proposing I marry my loudest critic to fix my poll numbers?" Silas clears his throat. "If this is even remotely feasible, we need to consider the details carefully. Miss Duran would demand something in return, likely reinstating the funding for her nonprofit." Becca nods. "And more, she'll want concessions. Access. A platform." I fold my arms across my chest. I see no universe in which Eva Duran agrees to marry me, even if it's fake, without exacting her pound of flesh. Becca's eyes gleam. "Which might be good for your campaign. Genuine tension between you could read as passion to the public. If you two settle your differences, you come out looking like the man who brought unity to this state." I rub my chin, trying not to repeat the same gesture I always do when I'm unsettled. I'm not excited about the spectacle. Becca slides another page into view, a mock-up of campaign headlines. "Governor Wright marries activist. A true political love story." The idea of seeing such a headline next to my name is both absurd and strangely compelling. Silas speaks up again, voice measured. "Your father always said power is about perception. Right now the perception is that you care more about cutting budgets than about people's lives. Miss Duran is the key to shifting that narrative. The question is whether you're willing to endure her fury long enough to make this work." A jolt of curiosity strikes me as I recall the video from earlier. Eva's strong posture, her unwavering stare. Something about her anger felt deeply personal, a passion rooted in real convictions. I can't dismiss that. I flip through the binder, scanning bullet points about her. Founder of Rise Up, age 34, Afro-Dominican heritage, Howard University graduate, former juvenile record. My eyes pause on that last line. A wave of guilt nudges me. My budget decisions have impacted someone who overcame so much to build a lifeline for others. Becca continues, "We're not telling you to fall in love for real, Governor. It's strategic. A year or so, that's all. Enough time to restore credibility." I look up. Everyone is watching me intently, waiting for a reaction. "Give me a moment," I say. I stride to the windows, staring down at the courtyard below. Reporters cluster near the entrance, cameras poised, microphones flashing. My mind churns with the potential blowback if this plan backfires. But I also envision the alternative, continuing to lose critical ground, ceding the moral high ground to my opponents, and stalling every initiative I've worked for. I exhale slowly, choosing my words carefully. "Set up a discreet meeting with Miss Duran. I'll hear her out if she's willing to talk, but no promises beyond that." Becca inclines her head, relief palpable in her eyes. The advisors begin murmuring excitedly among themselves. Silas gives me a single nod of approval before tapping a quick note on his tablet. As the meeting disperses, I remain by the window, scanning the horizon. Is a sham marriage truly the best move? The notion is wild, but I'm a man who's built his career on risk assessments. If I can't salvage my standing, everything I've worked for, my broader political aspirations, the policies I believe in, could collapse. Thoughts swirl about the next steps. Approaching Ava Duran won't be straightforward. She's fierce, outspoken, and currently fuming at me for eviscerating her nonprofit. If she's even willing to speak with me, I'll be facing a fortress of hostility. But that's a battle I might have to fight if I want to remain relevant. Several hours later, I find myself in the black SUV, making my way to the governor's estate. The late afternoon sun slants across the seat, highlighting the tension I feel in every muscle. Silas sits beside me, scanning messages on his phone. He glances up. "The staff reached out to Miss Duran's team. We're expecting a response soon." I give a curt nod, thinking about the last woman I dated. She was a polished society fixture, well-versed in the formalities of political life. We parted ways amicably, both realizing neither of us wanted anything real. It was convenient, comfortable. Now I'm about to propose something deeply unconventional to a woman who called me a monster. My gaze flickers to the passing scenery. Historic buildings, throngs of tourists. My father used to criticize me for failing to keep my personal life simple. In politics, simplicity means fewer liabilities. I guess I'm about to do exactly the opposite. The SUV pulls onto the mansion's circular drive, passing the iron gates with the state seal. A cluster of media vans sit parked at a respectful distance. Lately, they've camped outside, hoping to catch me in a vulnerable moment. I head straight to my private study. As soon as I cross the threshold, the hush of the vast wood-paneled walls envelops me. I unbutton my suit jacket and drop into a leather chair behind the large mahogany desk. An array of photographs lines the shelves. Me at my swearing-in as the youngest attorney general in the state's history. A formal portrait with my mother, poised, pearls glinting, and a family photo taken years ago, back when I had a brother who believed in me. I can't stop my mind from drifting back to Ava's words. He cares more about political theater than real lives. The condemnation in her eyes stung more than I expected. I wonder if she'd see me differently if she knew the sacrifices I've made. Silas steps in quietly, placing a set of documents on my desk. "Draft notes on the potential arrangement," he says. "If Miss Duran is open to meeting, you'll have a framework to guide the conversation." I glance over the crisp pages. They outline stipulations, length of marriage, key talking points, possible reallocation of funds to rise up. The entire concept feels surreal. "Governor," Silas murmurs, "do you think she'll agree?" A humorless chuckle slips out. "Why would she? Unless she's as pragmatic as we hope." "She might see it as a way to rebuild what she lost," he replies, "and maybe gain influence." The phrase "rebuild what she lost" resonates. I rub my knuckles absently, recalling how I used to believe in second chances. I once championed criminal justice reforms that helped reduce recidivism, ironically benefiting nonprofits like hers. That was before higher offices beckoned, and I started shuffling budgets around to appease bigger donors. Silas heads for the door. "I'll keep you posted," he says. "We'll do everything we can to make this appealing." When he's gone, I shuffle the documents aside. My laptop pings with an email. Probably a briefing or another scathing article. But my hand moves to my phone instead, and before I can overthink, I open a private browser and type in Rise Up nonprofit Eva Duran interview. A video from a few months ago appears. In it, she stands in front of a group of women, most with tired eyes but proud postures. Eva speaks passionately about securing stable housing, about not returning to old cycles of poverty. There's a softness in her voice, tempered by an unyielding conviction. As I watch, my chest grows tight. I can't remember the last time I genuinely believed in something more than the next political rung. For me, it's always been about managing the narrative, ascending the ladder. But Eva fights for people without blinking at the cost. The final scene of the video shows her hugging one of the women, offering a promise. No one is disposable. Her words make my pulse pound, because it reminds me that I've spent years forging alliances with powerful entities that see entire communities as numbers to be shifted around. I close the video, guilt simmering beneath my usual armor. This arrangement might benefit us both, or it might blow up in my face. But if it means saving what she built for those women, maybe that's one step toward redemption for the choices I've made. I set my phone aside and push back from the desk. My reflection in the polished surface of the desk meets me with a steady gaze. If this plan goes forward, everything changes. My public persona, my private life, my carefully laid path to higher office. Out in the hallway, I hear the faint sounds of staff moving about, footsteps echoing on polished floors. The smell of lemon cleaner wafts through the open door. Outside, the sun is starting to dip, casting warm hues along the walls. I realize I haven't eaten since morning, but my appetite's gone. My mind plays an imagined scenario. Eva Duran stepping into the governor's mansion, gaze sharp and unyielding. Me offering a handshake or a seat, trying to ignore the magnetism of her confidence. She might deliver one of her biting remarks before I even speak, and I'd have to maintain my composure, maybe counter with a measured line. The tension would likely be thick enough to cut with a letter opener. And beneath all of that anger, maybe there's a spark. Because no matter how scathing her words, I can't deny the pulse of intrigue I felt watching her. She's magnetic, in a way I rarely encounter. If we end up in a so-called marriage, pretending for cameras while struggling to coexist in private, what will that do to both of us? I stand, my thoughts swirling, stepping over to the tall window. The reflection of my face merges with the silhouette of the city outside. Tomorrow or the next day, I might come face to face with Eva Duran. We'll discuss a marriage contract like it's a business transaction, an unholy union of political necessity and righteous activism. A whisper of a smile flickers across my mouth, part apprehension, part anticipation. On paper, it's insane. Yet for the first time in months, I feel a surge of adrenaline that's not tied to fear or desperation. It's a jolt of curiosity, a sense of stepping into uncharted territory. Would I have chosen this path on my own? Likely not. My father's voice echoes in my head, reminding me that everything in politics demands a certain level of performance. But maybe, just maybe, this strategy can become something else. An opening to rectify the harm I've caused, or at least mitigate the damage. If Eva agrees to meet, I'll have to sell her on more than a press-ready storyline. She'll need proof that I'm willing to invest in her non-profit. She'll want assurance that I won't simply use her as a convenient symbol. And I'll need her to accept that my goals aren't purely self-serving, even though they are in large part. I close my eyes briefly, inhaling the cool evening air drifting through a slight crack in the window. Tomorrow, or the next day, everything could shift. For now, I gather my jacket and stride into the hallway. A night of prepping for this next move lies ahead, My staff expects me to finalize bullet points for the state legislature's upcoming session. My heart, however, is fixated on that bold headline. Governor Wright marries fierce activist in shocking political twist. I can almost hear the camera's clicks, the hushed hush that follows such a stunt. I remind myself it's a means to an end, a carefully orchestrated fix. Still, a tiny voice in my mind wonders, if we proceed, will Ava Duran remain just a chess piece? Or will she crack my defenses and reveal a side of me I've kept buried for years? I push that thought aside and quicken my pace, footsteps echoing down the corridor. As I reach the stairwell, I steady my breathing, adopting the controlled veneer I've cultivated in every public appearance. Tomorrow the phone might ring. Maybe Ava Duran will agree to step into the ring with me. When that happens, I'll be ready to negotiate for my future, our future, if we forge this tenuous alliance. Somewhere at the quiet recesses of my thoughts, her voice drifts in again. He cares more about political theater than real lives. It's an indictment I can't ignore. Perhaps by forging this arrangement, I can prove her wrong. Or at least prove that I'm more than the polished monster she sees. I step onto the main landing, where a staffer is waiting with a folder of urgent documents. She hands it over, but I barely glance at the pages. My thoughts are already moving ahead to how I'll handle the conversation with Eva if she agrees to meet. I'm aware that all eyes will be on me in the coming days, searching for cracks in my composure. Let them look. I've survived the treacherous waters of state politics before. This, however, is a different kind of negotiation. One that might challenge every assumption I've made about my path, my power, and the cost of holding on to both. As I retreat to my private study, I allow the door to swing shut behind me, sealing me in silence. The seat behind the mahogany desk waits, but I remain standing. My heart thumps with the pulse of possibility, the uncertain promise of colliding worlds, a commanding politician and a relentless activist. God help me if I'm actually looking forward to it.
Chapter 3. Ava. I step out of the sedan and stare up at the governor's mansion. The elegant stone facade reminds me of old money, an intimidating monument meant to keep people like me at a distance. Late afternoon sunlight washes over the massive pillars, highlighting every polished detail. The place seems designed to swallow visitors whole, and I'm not interested in being devoured. A uniformed security guard opens the wrought iron gate. He dips his head politely, but I sense the caution in his eyes. I'm the activist who's been on the news calling his boss a monster. No one expects me to stride in here as if I have every right in the world. But that's exactly what I do. My heels click against the polished stone driveway. I keep my posture tall. Shoulders back, chin raised, projecting the confidence I need to carry me through. My hair is braided into two neat cornrows that converge in a bun at the base of my neck. I decided on this style for a reason. It displays control, discipline, no loose strands to betray any nervous jitters. A staffer meets me at the grand doorway, his expression courteous yet unreadable. "Ms. Duran," he says, voice low and deferential. "The governor is waiting in his study. Right this way." I clutch my folder of documents against my side, refusing to let my gaze wander in awe at the vaulted ceilings or antique decor. Everything inside gleams with curated opulence, oil paintings, marble busts, a chandelier shimmering overhead. My reflection passes across a mirror in the entryway, and for a split second I see the tension in my brow. This building is the power structure I've fought against for years. We continue down a hallway lined with portraits of long-deceased politicians. Their stern visages watch me walk, like silent judges from another era. My stomach twists with memories of my early activism days, handing out flyers on underfunded street corners, knowing people in places like this hardly gave us a second glance. At last, the staffer stops at a mahogany door. He knocks once, then announces me before stepping aside. I inhale through my nose and walk in. Governor Mason Wright stands near a window, one hand braced against the sill. He's wearing a perfectly tailored suit in a deep charcoal shade, accentuating broad shoulders and a trim waist. That regal bearing is something I noticed even on TV. His ash blonde hair is meticulously combed, but there's a slight ruffle at the top, as if he ran a frustrated hand through it earlier. His profile, illuminated by a slant of light through the window, reveals a strong jawline and an expression caught between curiosity and control. I close the door behind me. He turns, and for a moment, we simply stare at each other. The air crackles with unsaid tension. I see the slightest flicker in those ice blue eyes, a mixture of caution and something I can't name. "Ms. Duran," he says, voice as smooth as I expected. "Thank you for coming." He motions toward a leather armchair in front of a large wooden desk. I stay where I am for 2 heartbeats, letting him know I'm not here to play gracious guest. Eventually, I move to the chair and set my folder on my lap. He settles behind the desk, fingers laced in front of him. He looks me over, and I swear there's the briefest hesitation in his gaze before he speaks. "I appreciate you meeting with me, given the circumstances." I tilt my head. "I'm here because my entire organization got gutted by your midnight budget stunt. Not because I have any desire to see you in person." His expression stays composed, but his jaw shifts. "I assume you know the damage to my public image has been significant. Your words, your anger, they're resonating with voters. And you assume I care about your poll numbers?" I snap. "You invited me here. Get to the point." He exhales, dropping his gaze to a stack of documents. "Ms. Duran, I have a proposition. It's not one I make lightly." I expect him to produce official papers or mention a partial reinstatement of funds. Instead, he folds his hands and fixes me with an intense stare. "I want us to consider an arrangement that benefits both of us." A sour taste floods my mouth, but I control my expression. "You want me to endorse you publicly? I'd rather eat broken glass." He leans forward, voice dropping an octave. "I'm proposing something more substantial. A marriage. 1 year, officially registered, performed in front of cameras. It would help repair my credibility and give you a seat at the table to rebuild Rise Up." My breath seizes, and for a long moment, I can't find words. My mind scrambles between fury and disbelief. "A marriage? Are you out of your mind?" His gaze doesn't waver. "I know how it sounds, but you'd have a chance to shape policy from the inside. And in return, I'd salvage my standing with the groups that trust you. Both of us could restore what's been lost." "Lost," I echo, voice hollow. "You torched my nonprofit. Your polls took a beating. Now you think slapping a ring on my finger is some magic fix?" His eyes narrow slightly. "For the record, I didn't propose budget cuts to target you. This is about the bigger picture. Those women you uprooted are part of that bigger picture," I counter. "And you can't fix that with a staged wedding. You can't buy my integrity with a photo op." He lets out a measured breath. "I'm not suggesting you become some puppet. You'd have your own platform, your say in the policies we roll out. I'd reinstate funding for Rise Up, plus additional grants you've been fighting for." A surge of resentment pulses in my chest. This is blackmail with a veneer of civility, but I also see the faint vulnerability lurking behind his stately facade. He wouldn't propose something so drastic unless he believed I could deliver the credibility he so desperately needs. I glare at him. If I even considered this sham, I'd want guarantees, everything in writing, ironclad promises for the women who rely on Rise Up. He opens a slim file on his desk. "That's exactly what I'm prepared to offer. A special grant, additional resources, public support for your advocacy. In exchange, you publicly become my wife for 1 calendar year. After that, we divorce quietly." I stare at the file, then at him. There's a faint muscle twitch near his temple, a sign this conversation strains even his well-trained composure. My heart thunders at the thought of attaching myself to this man. Yet I picture the faces of the women I had to turn away. The memory of Lola's frantic call resurfaces, reminding me of how precarious their futures are without stable housing or job training. I shift in the chair, struggling to keep my tone steady. If I say yes, people will think I sold out, that I took your hush money and became your mouthpiece. Are you prepared for the backlash? He settles back, smoothing his tie. I'm prepared for a short-term storm if it rebuilds my path to re-election. Once the public sees we're working together, they'll accept the narrative of a progressive alliance. And I suspect you're strong enough to endure the criticism. His words almost sound like a twisted compliment, acknowledging the grit he's seen in me. I refuse to let that flattery distract me. What about the real question? Why me? You have the resources to hire any crisis manager or craft a different spin. Why tie yourself to the person who despises you most? A flicker of a smile ghosts across his lips, though it doesn't reach his eyes. Your hatred, ironically, makes you credible. If I'd chosen a quiet socialite with no known stance, it'd reek of convenience. But you and I have been at each other's throats in the press. If we come together, it has an undeniable impact. I stand abruptly, clutching my folder. You realize how toxic this sounds? We pretend to love each other in front of cameras, then behind closed doors, we're at war. And you expect me to trust you enough to step inside your fortress? He rises as well, meeting me eye to eye. He's taller by several inches, but I don't shrink away. I'm not asking for trust. I'm proposing mutual gain. And let's be honest, you want to get back into those offices? Continue your programs without constant scraping for funds? My cheeks heat with indignation. You have no right to wave that in my face. His gaze hardens. It's the truth. I can offer resources you'd never see otherwise. You can help me rectify the damage to my campaign. Both of us emerge stronger. I spin on my heel, pacing a few steps away, my mind racing. The reality is grim. My nonprofit has no budget, no building, no immediate prospects. A public deal with him could resurrect everything. Yet the idea of linking my name to his, even for a year, coils nausea in my stomach. He speaks softly behind me. If your principles are as unwavering as I believe, you won't be swayed by anything less than a real stake in policy decisions. You'll have that. I'm giving you more than just a check. I hate the logic in his words. I can't stand that part of me, the pragmatic survivor, recognizes the strategic brilliance in this. 1 year of waking up in the same house as him, playing the dutiful partner in front of the cameras. In private, I'd have access to every corridor of power he occupies. I could keep him in check. I could ensure resources flow to the women who need them. And maybe I'd find the levers I need to hold him accountable for more than just my organization's survival. I turned slowly. If I do this, I set the terms for Rise Up's comeback, not you. No hidden clauses, no last-minute budget flips. His jaw tightens, but he nods once. Agreed. Also, I add, I want full transparency on your policy decisions. If I see anything that puts my community at risk again, I reserve the right to walk away. His brow furrows, but he seems to calculate quickly. Fine. Though I'd request you handle such disagreements privately. We can't have you sabotaging the arrangement on national television. So you want me to play obedient wife in public and pretend everything is rosy, even if you pull another rug from under me? A ghost of a sigh escapes him. I want a partner who will challenge me when necessary, but still maintain a united front in public. That's non-negotiable. I let out a shaky breath, my heart thudding like a drum. How do we explain this sudden romance to the world? People know we've been at each other's throats. He moves around the desk, stops a few feet away, hands tucked in his pockets. I can't ignore his height or the subtle strength in his posture. We craft a story. We met for a private discussion about your nonprofit years ago. Discovered a spark neither of us anticipated. Then we separated. Then, I just recently realized I can't live without you. Maybe we keep it vague, let the press speculate. They love a drama-turned-love affair. The thought makes my skin crawl, yet I see how easily the media might devour it. You think the public will swallow such a neat narrative? His lips pressed together in a thin line. They're hungry for stories of redemption. I'm the fallen politician who listened to his conscience. You're the tireless activist who saw a glimmer of good in me. It's messy enough to pique interest, but idealistic enough to sell headlines. A wave of revulsion mingles with reluctant acceptance. I press my palm against the top of the chair, needing something solid to ground me. And after a year, we publicly part ways. Then you continue your re-election campaign with a new sheen of progressive credibility, and I keep my nonprofit afloat. He nods. That's the plan, unless you decide to genuinely stay, but that's a bridge we can cross if we ever get there. I scoff. Don't hold your breath. I look around the opulent study, heavy drapes, old books that probably decorate the shelves more than they ever get read, the faint scent of polished wood. This environment feels like the opposite of everything I believe in. But my fight is for the women who can't fight for themselves. If I have to align with the man I despise to give them a fighting chance, maybe that's the price I pay. He steps closer, his voice softer. So do we have a deal? For a moment, I can't speak. My stomach clenches at the notion of letting him put a ring on my finger, sharing a name, living in this mansion. But I recall the calls from Lola, the texts from ex-offenders who now sleep on couches or in shelters. I think of how I once told them no one is disposable, that we'd find a way. I square my shoulders. Yes, on one condition. Name it. You reinstate funding to Rise Up immediately. No bureaucratic delays. I want those women secured before I so much as pose for a photo with you. He nods. Consider it done. The abrupt agreement staggers me. He's truly willing to put real money on the line. My heart thuds with conflicting emotions. Is this man simply that desperate? Or is there more to him than the cunning face he shows the world? I place my folder on the desk, flipping it open to reveal a short list of demands. I came prepared. I want these items in writing. Larger facility space, salaries for staff, an expansion of therapy and job programs. My tone is steely. No corners cut. He skims the page, eyes scanning each line, then lifts his gaze. I'll have my chief of staff draft the agreement. We'll finalize the legal aspect of our union soon after. The word union sends a tremor of unease through me. This is a contract, not a union in any real sense. Still, I force myself to remain steady. I expect you'll produce a ring, a date, all the usual steps, to convince the public we've fallen madly in love. A hint of irony lights his eyes. We'll have to do exactly that. Our public appearances start as soon as we sign on the dotted line. I snatch my list back and tuck it in my folder. My throat feels tight. I won't act smitten if you repeat the same kind of budget slash that got us here. His gaze darkens with what might be regret. I promise you, Ms. Duran, that was never personal. Maybe not, I say, voice quiet. But the damage was personal for a lot of people. Fix it, and maybe I won't look at you like you're the devil incarnate. A faint, humorless smile touches his mouth. I'll do what I can. The distant ring of a phone interrupts us, and he glances at the old-fashioned device on a side table. For a split second, our eyes meet in a silent acknowledgement of what we've just agreed to. Two bitter adversaries about to put on the performance of a lifetime. He clears his throat. Shall we discuss next steps? Or would you prefer to have your lawyer coordinate with my staff? I shift my weight. I'll have a lawyer. But I want direct communication with you as well. If I'm stepping into this role, I intend to see exactly how decisions are made in your office. Something in his posture relaxes fractionally. I'll make myself available for any questions or concerns. But remember, once the press gets wind of this, there's no going back. I turn, heading toward the door. My hand closes around the ornate knob, but I pause before opening it. Trust me, I'm painfully aware of the stakes. He remains behind his desk, watching me with a guarded expression. Then we move forward together. I pull open the door and walk out, head high. The ornate hallway feels even more suffocating now that I carry the weight of this arrangement on my shoulders. But at least I have a chance, however twisted, to rebuild what was taken. By the time I reach the mansion's foyer, my knees threaten to wobble. I steady myself and step outside, inhaling deeply. The early evening air hits my cheeks, carrying a hint of salt from the bay. I notice the press van still stationed outside the gates, cameras tilted my way. They shout my name, presumably curious why I'm here. I lift a hand in silent dismissal. Let them speculate for now. Soon enough, they'll have their story. An unlikely union between the formidable activist and the ambitious governor. I descend the steps and spot Zora waiting by the parked sedan. Arms crossed, concern etched in her features. She holds the door open for me, but her gaze demands answers. My insides twist as I sink onto the back seat. The weight of my decision presses onto my chest, but I won't crumble. I did this for my people, for the women who deserve a second shot at life. Once I shut the car door, Zora slides into the driver's seat. She glances at me through the rearview mirror. What happened in there? My palms are clammy against the folder. He offered me a devil's bargain. I took it. Her eyes widen. You said no, right? I swallow hard. I said yes, under conditions. She presses her lips together, clearly wanting more details, but I'm not ready to relive every word. I see the looming figure of the mansion behind us as she starts the car. My reflection in the side mirror reveals tension in my jaw, a look of defiance I can't quite hide. I can't believe I've agreed to tie myself to that man for a year. But if this is the cost of saving Rise Up, I'll pay it. As we roll down the long driveway, a few reporters surge forward. Zora accelerates smoothly, leaving them behind with unanswered questions. She glances at me again, voice gentle. You sure you know what you're doing? I rest the folder on my lap, crossing my arms over it protectively. Absolutely not, I admit, heart pounding. But I'll figure it out. She nods, and we speed toward the gate. My thoughts spiral with the enormity of what lies ahead. Fake smiles for the press, living under the same building as the man who nearly destroyed my work, harnessing every opportunity to shape policy from the inside. And through it all, I'll have to swallow my anger, at least in public. Because once this arrangement is announced, the world will be watching. I gaze out the window at the broad avenue leading away from the mansion. In the last sliver of sunset, the city's lights begin to glow. My pulse still thrums with disbelief. I can't decide if I've made a brilliant strategic move or bargained away my soul. One thing is certain. I won't let Mason Wright keep the upper hand forever. If I'm going to be his wife for a year, I'll ensure he regrets ever underestimating me.
Chapter 4. Mason. Camera flashes explode around me as I emerge from the sleek Blacktown car. It's a mild Saturday afternoon, and the sun glints off the ornate facade of the cathedral we've rented for this very public, very elaborate ceremony. Paparazzi shout my name, snapping endless photos as I straighten my suit jacket. I can feel the weight of the gaze from every onlooker lining the street, and I wonder how anyone believes any part of this is spontaneous. 3 weeks. That's the short span of time we've used to craft our improbable backstory, enough to convince the press and the public that Eva Duran and I have shared a long-buried connection. According to the official narrative, I met her during a community outreach event years ago, stayed in touch off the record, and recently realized I couldn't live without her after I cut her budget. It's a love story conjured by PR teams and hammered into shape by repeated late-night calls, staged coffee dates, and a few carefully timed public encounters. Photographers were told these sightings were purely coincidental, but we both knew exactly how orchestrated everything was. My chief of staff, Silas, stands near the cathedral's entrance, earbud in place. He mouths an update I can't quite make out, but I nod anyway, trusting him to handle details. For a moment I remain on the curb, scanning the crowd of curious citizens, campaign supporters, and random passers-by who've come to watch the biggest spectacle of the month, the governor marrying his passionate activist sweetheart. "Governor Wright, how does it feel to be in love?" a reporter calls. The microphones jab forward like eager flowers craning for sunlight. I manage a polished smile. "It feels like everything I've worked for just found a new purpose," I say, though the line tastes rehearsed on my tongue. Behind me, I catch sight of the glimmering footage displayed on a local news camera. They're streaming live, capturing the moment I walk into this place to seal a partnership that started as pure political strategy. We have the bullet points memorized. A chance meeting years ago. Mutual respect that turned into something deeper. Months of hush-hush phone calls, culminating in a moment of clarity 3 weeks back when I apparently chased Eva until she finally agreed to be with me forever after I cut her budget and I decided to personally fund her projects from my own money and help her with her non-profit. The real story is less glamorous, but we must keep up the act. Inside the cathedral, golden light filters through stained glass windows. Vaulted ceilings rise overhead, grand and echoing. Rows of seating hold our specially curated guest list. Family, donors, staff, plus a sprinkling of Ava's non-profit allies. All eyes shift to me as I walk down the aisle to wait at the altar. My mother sits in the front row, posture regal, pearls gleaming. She offers a slight nod, but her expression remains prim, as if all this pageantry is expected of our distinguished lineage. I station myself in the designated spot, trying not to fidget. Warmth spreads beneath my collar, and my pulse thrums with an odd mixture of nerves and something else I can't quite label. The last time I wore a tux like this, I was sworn in as governor at my inaugural ball. That day felt celebratory. This day is a high-stakes performance with the entire country watching. Footfalls echo at the entrance. A hush settles over the crowd. I turn, and there she is. Eva Duran stands at the end of the aisle, hand resting lightly on the arm of her best friend, Zora Bellamy, who escorts her. Eva's dress is a luminous white creation that hugs her toned frame before flaring gently at the hips. Her deep umber skin contrasts beautifully with the gown's sparkle, and her long 4C hair is gathered into an elegant updo pinned with small blossoms. She doesn't wear a veil. Apparently that was one of her conditions, an intentional choice to avoid looking demure. She wants to face me with eyes unhidden. Those amber brown eyes meet mine across the cathedral. A fierce kind of poise emanates from her, though her chin tenses slightly, betraying the tension neither of us can quite disguise. She walks forward, each step measured, carrying the burden of this day as well as her own formidable pride. Cameras flash, capturing every moment. Whispered excitement ripples among the attendees. My mouth turns dry. Despite the months of planning, I didn't expect her to look this breathtaking. She halts a few feet away, releasing Zora's arm. The entire gathering holds its collective breath. The officiant clears his throat and welcomes everyone, launching into the prepared remarks about love finding its way, even in the most unexpected circumstances. Eva's gaze flicks toward me, and I see something resembling defiance in her expression. We're standing so close, and yet everything about our posture feels guarded, as though we're each waiting for the other to break first. He invites us to recite vows that we wrote. There's a script we hammered out with our PR teams, but I sense Eva might choose her own words in the moment. She glances at me, and I give a small nod of encouragement, hoping we don't deviate too far from the official storyline. She inhales, turning to address the gathered crowd. Mason and I reconnected after what felt like years of near misses, she begins, her voice carrying over the pews. We discovered how much we share. Commitment to this state, a willingness to stand up for what we believe in. She hesitates, a fleeting moment of raw truth passing over her face. I never thought I'd find someone who meets me challenge for challenge, yet here he is. I catch the slightest tremor in her tone and realize she's as uneasy as I am. For all her boldness, she's not immune to the magnitude of the spectacle. Yet she transitions smoothly back into the script, praising my integrity and leadership, painting a picture of a romance that overcame differences through mutual respect. Her words land with practiced certainty, but her eyes remain distant. When it's my turn, I keep my voice steady. Ava is the force I didn't know I needed. She showed me that caring for people isn't just a policy. It's a promise you make every day. Our shared passion for justice, our late-night conversations, our reawakened bond from years ago, all of it reminded me how precious real connection can be. I let that final phrase hover in the charged stillness. Cameras flash, capturing the image of me gazing at her with what I hope passes for adoration. In truth, we've rehearsed these lines in the privacy of our separate corners, ensuring neither of us stumbles or reveals the underlying arrangement. The officiant prompts us to exchange rings. A wave of applause surges when I slip the diamond band onto her finger. My hand trembles slightly as I feel her skin against mine. So warm. She swallows, pupils dilating just enough that I notice. The illusions we spin must appear genuine from every angle, especially in these close-up photos that tabloids will devour tomorrow. You may kiss the bride, the officiant proclaims, stepping aside with a benevolent smile. Here it is, the culminating moment. My heart drums in my chest as I shift closer. Ava's lips part in what might be apprehension or resignation. We haven't actually kissed since forging this agreement. Any physical contact so far has been polite touches on camera, fleeting embraces for publicity. Now, the world expects a display of passion and devotion. I lean in, lightly resting my hand at her waist. She inclines her head, eyes still open, as if searching for a glimmer of sincerity. Our mouths meet, and for a fleeting instant, the kiss is surprisingly soft. The crowd erupts in cheers, camera shutters whirring incessantly. I press a little closer, letting the moment linger, trying to convey something that might pass for genuine emotion. Eva's breath shivers against mine, but she recovers instantly, turning her face slightly to maintain the illusion from multiple camera angles. When we pull apart, the applause redoubles. The cathedral fills with triumphant organ music. We stand there, arm in arm, wearing radiant smiles for the onlookers. A swirl of staff and well-wishers descends upon us as we move up the aisle, now husband and wife in the eyes of both the state and the nation. My mother greets us at the cathedral doors with a stiff embrace. She places a chaste kiss on Eva's cheek and murmurs, "Congratulations," though her eyes are cool. Eva returns a subdued nod, then shifts to speak with a swirl of acquaintances from her non-profit circles. The next hour blurs in a flurry of photographs and practiced lines. We pose for group shots with Eva's best friend, Zora, who adjusts the train of the wedding gown and tosses in witty remarks that somehow soften the tension. We glide through a receiving line of local politicians and philanthropic partners. They smile, handshake after handshake, offering polished compliments on how inspiring it is to see two formerly opposing forces become one. Meanwhile, I feel each congratulation like a needle, reminding me how perfectly we must keep up the charade. Eventually, we slip into a pristine vintage car waiting outside. More cameras flash, capturing our triumphant exit as newlyweds. Once the driver closes the door, the noise of the crowd recedes to a dull roar. Eva and I sit in silence for several seconds. She presses her eyes shut briefly, then turns her attention out the window. I clear my throat, mind still buzzing with the swirl of the ceremony. We're supposed to make an appearance at a grand reception in half an hour, featuring a carefully prepared speech about unity and hope. She finally speaks, voice so low the driver likely can't hear. That was exhausting. I nod, the tension in my shoulders refusing to loosen. We made it convincing, or so it appeared. Her face remains turned toward the window, but I glimpse a slight tremor in her jaw. She shifts her wedding band, the diamond catching a shard of light. I hate how easily they swallowed our story, she murmurs. We basically recited a script about reconnected lovers, and everyone applauded like it was a perfect fairy tale. A sliver of guilt pokes at me. It's what they wanted to see, I say. Our team shaped the narrative well. She exhales, leaning her head back against the seat. Her silhouette looks regal even in exhaustion. That sculpted line of her neck, the proud set of her shoulders. I'm grateful for the funding you released to my nonprofit, she says quietly, each word carefully measured. But every time someone told me they were so happy we finally reconciled after all these years, it felt like my integrity was up for sale. My chest tightens. I know. This arrangement tests both of us. A terse hum is her only reply. We lapse into another stretch of silence. A few miles later, the driver pulls into the courtyard of the governor's mansion for the second part of our day, an extravagant reception on the manicured lawn. Silas meets us at the car, offering a discreet congratulations and directing us toward the grand entrance. Eva's hand rests on my arm as we walk up the steps. Her grip is light, the bare minimum needed to appear affectionate in front of cameras. We pass through a row of staff in uniform, all waiting to pay their respects. A wave of cheers greets us when we emerge on the back lawn, where tables draped in white cloth circle a small stage. The sweet scent of roses, carefully arranged by a high-end florist, wafts through the air. One by one, donors and political allies approach to congratulate us. I deliver the practiced lines about how we reconnected at a city council event, how we realized we were kindred spirits. Eva chimes in with a gracious smile, repeating her segment of the script about me championing social causes she holds dear. Occasionally, I notice a flicker of frustration in her eyes, as if she's biting her tongue each time she praises my leadership. Once the initial wave of well-wishers subsides, I guide Eva to a table laden with refreshments. We both accept glasses of champagne from a server. A subtle nod from Silas indicates it's time for us to make a short speech to thank our guests. I gently tap my glass with a spoon, the chime drawing everyone's focus. Thank you all for coming to share in this day, I begin, ensuring my tone carries warmth. It's been a whirlwind, as many of you know, but one that brought us closer to the community and to each other. Eva steps beside me. She looks out at the crowd, expression poised. We might seem like an unlikely pair, she says, a hint of self-deprecating humor lacing her words. But our history proves that what starts as admiration can blossom into something extraordinary. The applause that follows borders on rapturous. She gives me a slight incline of her head, a silent prompt to continue. I take the microphone again. Eva and I plan to work side by side for the betterment of our state. This marriage isn't just about us. It's about everyone who believes in unity and bridging divides. Another round of applause echoes through the garden. I lift my glass, and Eva does the same. To new beginnings, I say, letting the line ring out like a campaign slogan. She presses her lips into a faint grin before taking a small sip. The rest of the reception proceeds with choreographed dances, polite toasts, and careful positioning for photographers. Eva and I share a first dance under fairy lights, swaying to a soulful tune. Her hands rest lightly on my shoulders, and I catch the faint scent of jasmine drifting from her hair. She meets my gaze, the tension between us more potent than any romantic undercurrent. We maintain a polished exterior, but beneath that veneer, we're two people grappling with a plan that can't erase our differences. When the festivities wind down, we eventually retreat inside, leaving the last of the guests mingling on the lawn. The mansion's foyer stands quiet now, save for the distant hum of staff clearing dishes. Ava and I walk side by side along the hallway that leads to the grand staircase. Up there, a luxurious bedroom suite has been prepared for the happy couple. The notion of sharing a bed is too surreal to contemplate, yet that's what the world expects of newlyweds. She stops, pivoting to face me once we're beyond earshot of others. "I can't do this portion of the performance tonight," she says flatly. "I need space." The tension in my jaw intensifies. We agreed we'd stay in the same quarters, to keep this consistent in case staff or the press notice anything off. A flash of anger ignites in her eyes. "I'm not asking to relocate to a different planet. I just need a separate bedroom for now. Tell them I need my own dressing room, whatever it takes." I blow out a slow breath. "Fine, I'll arrange an excuse." She inclines her head as if accepting an unspoken truce. We head up the staircase, footsteps echoing on marble. At the landing, she veers left without a word, disappearing into a side corridor that leads to the guest suites. I watch her go, an unsettling knot in my chest. Walking to the primary bedroom, I discard my jacket, drape it over a chair, then switch on a lamp. The opulent space feels oddly sterile tonight, not a single sign that a new spouse might join me. I study the reflection in the tall mirror near the closet. My tie is askew, my hair slightly mussed from all the commotion. The man staring back at me looks weary, not triumphant. This is what I wanted, or at least what I agreed to. We needed to prove to the public that we're unstoppable, a fresh power couple bridging activism and government. But behind the cameras, we're two strangers playing roles. I recall the soft brush of her lips during the ceremony, the fleeting warmth that flickered between us. Was there something genuine beneath the performance, or did I imagine that spark? A quiet knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Silas steps in, brow furrowed. "Governor, the press are clearing out, but a few of them might linger outside. Be cautious about where you're seen tonight." I nod and sink onto the corner of the mattress. "Understood," I say, voice subdued. "Thanks for everything." Silas watches me for a beat, as if gauging my mental state. Then he discreetly withdraws. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me alone in the stillness of the suite. My gaze drifts to a small table, where a silver-framed photo from today's ceremony has already been placed. It shows Ava and me walking back up the cathedral aisle, arms linked, smiles radiant. We look so convincing, so full of hope. A pang tugs at me, acknowledging how expertly we both lied to all those onlookers. Over the last 3 weeks, I recounted in talk show interviews how I reconnected with my long-lost confidant from a youth forum. Eva played along with interviews of her own, describing me as a reformer with a hidden compassionate streak. The synergy soared in the polls. Now we've sealed it in front of the entire state, with vows and a kiss the cameras won't soon forget. I flick off the lamp, leaning back on the bedspread. Darkness envelops me, yet my mind refuses to rest. The challenge lying ahead is enormous, living under one roof, forging a united front, all while fulfilling our separate agendas. She's determined to salvage her nonprofit and champion reform. I'm determined to keep this office and demonstrate I care about the very communities I inadvertently harmed. We both believe we can make this arrangement serve our separate causes, but we're ignoring the emotional toll. Tonight I closed my eyes and kissed a woman who despises my methods, a woman who demands real accountability. She stands for everything I once claimed to champion, but I've compromised those ideals somewhere along the way. Now, we're locked in a performance where the applause has barely faded, and already we're retreating to separate rooms. As I sit there in the hush, I let out a hollow laugh. This wedding is a perfect metaphor for my life, meticulously orchestrated, outwardly triumphant, inwardly strained. If the cameras peeked in here now, they'd see a man exhausted by the charade, but I can't falter. We have a year of this agreement, and if either of us cracks, the entire premise collapses. Exhaling slowly, I tug off my tie, letting it drop to the floor. Tomorrow we'll pose for a carefully curated brunch photo shoot. We'll appear in a crisp spread for a popular magazine, detailing our whirlwind courtship. The public will marvel at the surprising romance between the governor and the outspoken activist. For now, all I feel is a bone-deep weariness. She's somewhere down the hall, probably taking off that wedding gown with a sense of relief. Tomorrow we'll face each other again, forging our next steps in this shared script, layering the illusions until we can't recall which parts are real and which are an act. If I have any hope left, it's that we might find a way to save both our ambitions and our souls in the process. I roll over, eyes closing. The hush of the mansion blankets me, and I wonder if Eva is also lying awake behind some ornate door, grappling with the weight of this new life. One day down, a year to go. I shut out the swirling thoughts and focus on steadying my breathing, knowing that when morning comes, we'll both have to slip back into character. The world will be watching, waiting for a sign that this new power couple might actually be something more.
Chapter 5. Ava. I arrive at the governor's mansion around 9 in the morning, luggage in hand, and a heavy feeling in my gut. Tall, wrought iron gates swing open to admit the black SUV that brings me here. A guard offers a polite nod as we roll forward, the wheels crunching on the gravel driveway. It feels like I'm entering a fortress, one that wants to swallow me whole under the guise of welcoming a newlywed bride. My phone buzzes in my purse. I glimpse Zora's name on the screen, but I can't bear to answer right now. She'd want to remind me that I can still exit this deal, that I don't have to subject myself to occupying the same four walls as the man who once destroyed my nonprofit with a single signature. But we both know I made an agreement. I'll see this through if it means securing long-term funding for Rise Up. A valet opens my door, and I step out into the crisp morning air. My stomach twists when I spot a small gathering of press photographers lurking beyond the gate, craning their lenses for a shot of the governor's wife officially moving in. I pretend not to notice them and adjust my fitted blazer, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle. Public composure is crucial. Any sign of hesitation might fuel speculation. A staff member greets me with a warm smile. "Mrs. Wright," he says, voice carefully respectful. "Welcome to your new home." The title Mrs. Wright still feels foreign. I swallow a surge of discomfort and nod, forcing a polite expression. He gestures for two attendants to collect my suitcases. I hold on to one small carry-on, wanting some piece of myself to remain in my own hands. As we enter the mansion's grand foyer, my first impression is of polished marble floors and silent opulence. Large windows let in streams of daylight, illuminating artworks and antique decor that must cost more than my entire nonprofit budget. Everything gleams with an intensity that suggests no one here ever struggles to pay rent or find stable work. My heels click on the marble, echoing in the cavernous space. I spot a cluster of staff, each wearing crisp uniforms. They avert their gazes politely, though I sense their curiosity. They've likely heard plenty of rumors about how Governor Wright and I reconnected after years of lost contact. Maybe they bought into the romance narrative. Maybe they suspect the truth is more complicated. Suddenly, I see Mason standing at the base of the sweeping staircase. He's in a tailored gray suit, posture erect, gaze calm. Ash blonde hair styled immaculately as always. He looks every inch the polished politician the public adores. Once upon a time, that veneer would have disgusted me. Lately, I find myself noticing the fatigue behind his confident stance. "Welcome," he says, voice low enough that only I can hear. He extends a hand, and I let my palm settle against his for half a moment. Cameras might be hidden somewhere, capturing this, so I remind myself to project a hint of warmth. The contact is fleeting, but charged with the tension of our strange union. "Thank you," I reply, summoning a composure I didn't realize I could wield so smoothly. "I appreciate the staff's help with my bags." He slips his hand into his pocket. "They've prepared a suite for you upstairs, across from mine." His eyes flicker with a hint of caution, as if he expects me to protest. Instead, I merely nod. "That's fine," I say. "I'll need to settle in soon so I can review the policy documents you promised. My new office space is in the West Wing, right?" "Correct," he says. "I can show you after breakfast. We arranged a small media-friendly moment in the courtyard to showcase your arrival. A quick welcome speech. Just a few minutes." My chest tightens. I hate that even stepping inside my so-called new home can't happen without a public display. But I knew what I was signing up for: forced proximity and a constant balancing act between appearances and reality. "All right," I say. "Let's get it over with." He steps closer, voice dropping. "Try to look comfortable with me. This is the first time the press will see us together since the wedding photos. They'll want to believe we're happily settling into married life." I gather my composure, tilting my head in a way I hope seems affectionate. "Don't worry, I'll smile when required." He escorts me through the foyer, staff trailing discreetly behind. We exit onto a sun-drenched courtyard, lined with manicured shrubs and a trickling fountain. A few reporters stand in a roped-off area, cameras and microphones ready. Mason signals for me to follow his lead. We take our positions in front of the fountain, and he slides an arm around my waist. I stiffen, but force myself to lean into him in a way that looks natural. One of the reporters steps forward. "Governor, Mrs. Wright, how does it feel to finally be living together here in the mansion?" Mason's voice is smooth as silk. "It feels wonderful to share our space and our plans for the future. We're excited to work together, both for the state and for the communities Eva holds dear." I put on a gentle smile, glancing at him with what I hope reads as genuine fondness. I'm grateful for the chance to continue my advocacy, now with more resources and the governor's support. It's an exciting time for Rise Up and for our household. Flash after flash. Question after question, we deliver polished sound bites. My cheeks ache from holding a bright expression. The entire scene feels like I'm playing a role in a political soap opera. Finally, Mason thanks the reporters and ushers me back inside. My body relaxes the instant the doors close behind us. He steps away, letting his arm fall. "Was that acceptable?" he asks, voice still quiet. "It'll do," I reply, brushing imaginary lint off my blazer. "Though I'd like a heads up if we're going to have any more impromptu press gatherings this week." He nods. "We'll keep you informed." There's a flicker in his eyes, something that might be sympathy, but I'm not certain. Without another word, he motions for me to follow him up the grand staircase. The staff trails at a respectful distance, carrying my luggage. We head down a wide corridor adorned with ornate light fixtures and portraits of previous governors. The hallway has the hush of a museum. Mason pauses at a set of double doors and gestures. "This is your suite," he says, turning the handle. "I hope it's suitable." Inside, a spacious room greets me with tall windows overlooking the rear gardens. A canopied bed stands in the center, draped in tasteful linens. An antique desk sits near the window, complete with a fresh bouquet of lilies. The faint scent of vanilla and lemon polish drifts through the air. I place my carry-on bag gently on a cushioned bench. A swirl of conflicting emotions tangles in my chest. On one hand, this opulent space feels worlds away from the cramped, second-hand furnished studio apartment I once called home. On the other, I resent that it belongs to this mansion and the man who dethroned my nonprofit. Every step in here reminds me of the power dynamic at play. Mason lingers in the doorway, as if unsure whether to stay or depart. "Do you need anything else?" His question is polite, but I detect the undercurrent of wariness. I fold my arms. A moment to breathe would be nice. He inclines his head. I'll leave you to settle in. When you're ready, we can discuss your office arrangement. I've set aside space where you can meet with your staff. He steps out, the door closing softly behind him. The silence that follows is profound, disrupted only by the low vibration of the mansion's climate control. I release a pent-up breath, letting my eyes roam over the carefully appointed furniture, the tasteful artwork, the glimmering chandelier that must cost a fortune. My earlier life feels miles away. Back then, I scrounged for battered office chairs for Rise Up, grateful for any donation. Now I'm in a chamber that could swallow my old facility 2 times over. A flicker of guilt stings my thoughts. I agreed to this arrangement to save my nonprofit, to champion the women who need resources, jobs, therapy. This lavish suite is the price I pay for that. But I can't lose myself in these corridors of power. The vow I made to those women, no one is disposable, still beats in my heart. I roll my shoulders, pushing away the heaviness and begin unpacking. Each folded item of clothing I place in the closet feels like a statement. I'm here, I'm staying, even if everything about it feels wrong. Eventually, I open a small keepsake box and remove the photograph of me with Lola and 2 other Rise Up graduates. We're smiling on the day Lola got hired at a local diner. I set the photo on the nightstand, a small reminder of why I'm here. Once my suitcases are emptied, I change into a more comfortable blouse and slacks, something professional but less restrictive than the formal outfit I wore for the cameras. Then I take a moment to steady my breathing before venturing back into the corridor. The mansion feels eerily quiet as I wander toward the West Wing. Occasionally, I pass a staff member who greets me in hushed tones. Eventually, I find a spacious office with a plaque that reads, Eva Duran, Community Liaison. It's a title we agreed on, a role that suggests I'll work closely with the governor's administration to implement social programs. I slip inside. The interior is tastefully arranged, a large desk with a sleek computer, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a plush chair. On one side, a door leads to a small conference room. A sense of possibility sparks in me. If I can hold strategy meetings here, if I can bring in my staff and plan expansions for Rise Up, maybe this forced proximity can yield genuine change. I skim the documents on the desk. They outline the newly restored state funding for Rise Up, plus the grants I negotiated. A surge of pride warms my chest. Our official narrative might be a sham, but this part is real. Resources for the women who need them. I'm determined to ensure it's not just a token gesture from the governor. A soft knock startles me. I look up to see Mason in the doorway again, a manila folder tucked under his arm. His expression remains guarded, though he offers a small nod. "How do you find the space?" he asks. "It's good," I say, focusing on keeping my tone civil. "I can work with this." He steps inside, closing the door behind him. The hush of the office envelops us, magnifying the tension. "I wanted to walk you through some policy drafts," he says, holding out the folder. "We're aiming to highlight community reentry programs in my next press conference. I'd like your input." Surprise flickers through me. "You're actually letting me influence the language?" He leans against the edge of the desk, crossing his arms. "I said I would. That was the arrangement, right? A real seat at the table, even if our marriage is, well, you know." My chest tightens. "Yes, that's the deal. And I intend to hold you to it." He hands me the folder. I scan the first page, noticing language that calls for additional transitional housing units and mental health services. It's more progressive than I expected. My eyes lift to meet his. "This is thorough. Are you sure your more conservative backers will support it?" He shrugs, expression neutral. "It's part of the new me, right?" The man's so in love with an activist that he's turned over a new leaf. His voice holds a tinge of self-mockery. I set the papers down. If you're sincere about these expansions, then maybe this charade can accomplish something worthwhile. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The hush stretches, and I catch the faint sound of a clock ticking somewhere behind the shelves. Mason's gaze sweeps around the office, lingering on the photograph of the Rise Up alumni. When he returns his eyes to me, there's a flicker of something softer. He breaks the silence first. How about we do a walkthrough of the main building's event spaces? My staff wants us to host a volunteer appreciation dinner next week. It'll be a chance for you to introduce your extended team and donors to the mansion. The thought of parading around my staff in these halls makes me anxious, but I force a nod. All right, let me finish looking over these documents, and I'll be ready. He pushes off the desk, stepping back. I'll have someone bring a tray of tea. You seem like you could use something warm. I blink, unexpected surprise tugging at my features. I never mentioned my preference for tea to him. Maybe he saw me sipping hibiscus tea at a press event, or maybe a staff member told him. Either way, it's a small gesture of attentiveness I didn't expect from him. He leaves the office, and once again I'm alone. I turn my attention back to the policy drafts, feeling the weight of what we're doing here. This is more than just saving face for him. It's a chance, albeit twisted, for me to secure real progress for Rise Up. If I can shape these initiatives, push him further than mere optics, maybe I can help thousands of lives. A short while later, a staff member brings in a tray with a teapot and 2 cups. I settle behind the desk, pouring myself a steamy cup of hibiscus tea, inhaling the floral aroma that reminds me of home. My abuela used to brew it on the weekends, telling stories of the Dominican Republic and how the simplest flavors often carry the deepest comforts. I leaf through the pages again. Mason's proposals mention employing formerly incarcerated women in state offices, providing them with specialized training. This goes beyond superficial gestures. I'm almost impressed, but I refuse to be naive. He's a politician, capable of grandstanding. Yet there's a whisper inside me, questioning if some sincerity has seeped into his plan now that he's stuck with me as a wife in name. After finishing the documents, I return to the corridor. Mason is waiting near a stained glass window, arms clasped behind his back. The late morning light spills through the colored glass, scattering patterns across the marble. He raises his eyebrows when I approach. Ready? I nod, and we walk shoulder to shoulder, passing more portraits and alcoves filled with expensive antiques. Every so often, we speak in low tones about the volunteer event, where to set up, who to invite, how to highlight the accomplishments of Rise Up. It's almost civil, like we're partners planning a genuine function. Then I spot my reflection in a mirror, standing so close to him, and I remember that this is all part of an elaborate performance. We reach the main ballroom, a sweeping space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking manicured gardens. He gestures at the open floor. We can set up round tables for the dinner, maybe a small stage for speeches. You'll want to say a few words, I assume. I cross my arms, contemplating. Yes, if I'm going to rally donors and volunteers, I need to speak about the real impact of these programs. A hint of challenge creeps into my tone. You're okay with me telling the unvarnished truth? No sugarcoating? He meets my gaze without flinching. Tell them what you need to. I'm not expecting you to read from some sanitized script. That's not what we agreed on. My chest eases slightly at his response, though skepticism still smolders in my mind. We're learning to walk a tightrope between authenticity and our manufactured backstory. The question is whether we can keep our footing when real emotions bleed into the mix. We circle the ballroom, discussing details. In a corner, tall windows let in a rush of daylight that warms the space in a comforting glow. I realize I'm standing close to him again, his shoulder almost brushing mine. There's an odd spark in the air. For an instant, I recall the memory of our wedding kiss, how his lips felt unexpectedly soft against mine, even if the moment was staged. A flutter of something unwelcome stirs in my stomach. He senses my shift in mood and tilts his head. "You all right?" I quickly focus on the far side of the room. "I'm fine," I say, injecting a briskness into my voice, just thinking about how to use this space effectively. We finish our inspection and head back into the hallway. Before we part ways, he glances at me with an expression I can't fully decipher. "I know this arrangement isn't easy, Ava. I want you to know you can bring concerns directly to me. I won't dismiss them." A wave of conflicting emotions wells up, but I keep my face composed. "I'll hold you to that. Don't expect me to be gentle." A faint smile ghosts across his lips, gone as soon as it appears. "I never expect you to be gentle. That's not who you are." He strides off, footsteps echoing. I linger, absorbing his words. My mind replays the near smile he flashed, the hint of admiration mixed with resignation. Perhaps we're both stuck in roles we never asked for. Yet there's no denying the flicker of something that ignites whenever we clash or manage to cooperate. I return to my office, heart pounding. Forced proximity is a dangerous game. I can't afford to forget that Mason and I remain on opposite sides of a fundamental divide, even if we share a home and a public narrative. But that small part of me that noticed how the light caught his hair, or how his voice softened when mentioning my tea preference, I have to stomp it down before it grows into a complication I can't control. When I sit at my desk, I gaze at the photograph of my rise-up women. Their determined faces remind me what matters most. If forced proximity yields any benefit, it will be the policy gains I can wrestle from Mason's administration. The rest, my personal reactions, the moments I notice a flicker of sincerity in his eyes, those must remain secondary. With a steadying breath, I open my laptop and begin drafting the volunteer event speech. In it, I plan to highlight real stories, real struggles, nothing sugar-coated. If he truly wants a partner who will challenge him, he'll get it. If a spark of genuine emotion tries to creep in, I'll douse it with my unwavering focus on the cause that brought me here. Outside, a distant rumble suggests staff are moving furniture, preparing for the dinner. I keep typing, my hands nearly shaking with the passion I feel for these women's stories. Public hostility might define our private life, but in front of the cameras, we'll present a united front. And maybe that performance can evolve into something that accomplishes real change. I glance at the door, half expecting Mason to pop in again. He doesn't. So I keep working, determined not to be swallowed by the mansion's power or lulled by its luxuries. This place might be a gilded cage, but while I'm here, I plan to fling open as many doors as I can. If that means brushing shoulders with the governor every day, so be it. I lean into my chair, exhaling. The world sees us as a couple and will keep up appearances. Inside these walls, we're still adversaries with a tenuous truce and a flicker of chemistry we both sense but refuse to acknowledge. Our marriage is a political strategy, yet we're bound now by more than a legal certificate. We share a stage. We share a cause. If I can push him to stick to his word. And we might even share a moment or two of genuine connection, despite all logic urging me to hold fast to my anger. I shut the laptop, rubbing the tension from my forehead. This is only the beginning of a long year. Forced proximity, public smiles, private barbs, and maybe on some level, a chance to see parts of each other neither of us has revealed before. A tiny jolt of uncertainty hums in my bloodstream. No matter what, I won't forget who I am or why I'm here. The only question is whether Mason and I can survive this arrangement without losing sight of our respective goals, or losing something deeper in the process. Only time will tell.
Chapter 6. I stand in my private study, scrolling through the morning reports on my tablet. The numbers on my latest approval ratings flicker across the screen. They've inched upward, a modest yet steady rise. Usually that would provide a sense of triumph. Instead, I'm distracted by the memory of how Eva looked when she returned from her volunteer outreach last night, cheeks slightly flushed, eyes lit with pride at the progress she's making for her nonprofit. I can't stop picturing that spark of determination in her face. I set the tablet aside, glancing out the window at the manicured grounds. The early sunshine gilds the edges of the rose bushes, and I recall how earlier this week Eva discovered a pair of staff gardeners discarding flowers that hadn't fully bloomed. She convinced them to plant those buds in a corner patch, certain they would blossom with proper attention. I found it naive at first, yet 2 days later, those same buds showed signs of blooming. I can't decide if it was a stroke of luck or a symbol of how Eva's faith in second chances extends even to plants. A knock at the door interrupts my reflection. My chief of staff, Silas, steps in, wearing his usual calm expression. "Morning, Governor," he says, standing at attention. "We've got the philanthropic brunch at the local women's center in 2 hours. You and the First Lady are expected to deliver a brief joint address." Even the sound of First Lady still catches me off guard. The notion that Eva holds that position, and that the public sees her as my devoted partner, feels surreal. We've only been coexisting in the same damn house for a few weeks, yet the entire state believes we've fused our hearts and agendas. I clear my throat. "Right, I'll find her so we can head out together." Silas nods. "I'd also suggest you both make a photo op out of visiting a transitional housing project after the brunch. It's the site where Rise Up is partnering with a local developer. The press could use more coverage of how the two of you are collaborating." "Understood," I reply, crossing the room to straighten a stack of papers on my desk. "She'll want to ensure those photos highlight the residents, not just us." Silas offers a hint of a smile. "Yes, she's made that clear. I'll handle logistics." After he leaves, I make my way into the corridor and head toward Ava's office. We assigned her a spacious suite near the West Wing so she'd have room to meet with her staff from Rise Up. It was meant as a strategic move, a show of faith in her mission. But lately I find myself stopping by more often than necessary, caught by the sight of her leaning over policy drafts or quietly comforting someone who's come seeking help. I pause at her partially open door. Inside, her voice flows, calm and resolute. "That's correct, Carmen. I'll ensure the new job training slots are open for single mothers first, especially those who don't have stable childcare." She's on the phone, presumably with one of the staffers from her nonprofit. She paces as she speaks, wearing a tailored green jumpsuit that flatters her tall figure. Her waist-length 4C hair is twisted into a low bun. She exudes an aura of composed energy, the same quality I used to find irritating when she applied that sharp focus against me. Now I watch her and feel a curious pull. Not wanting to intrude, I knock lightly. She looks over, finishing her conversation with a quick, "Gracias, call me if anything changes," before hanging up. "Need something?" she asks, tone guarded but civil. "We have the Women's Center brunch in 2 hours, I say, stepping into the office. My gaze travels across the walls, where she's pinned success stories of Rise Up's graduates, photographs of women beaming with new confidence. "Silas reminded me we're supposed to give a short talk together." She exhales, placing her phone on the desk. "I remember. I'll be ready." My eyes drift to a half-written speech on her computer screen. "If you want me to look over your remarks," her brow arches. "I've got this. Unless you think I shouldn't speak freely in front of the donors you're trying to impress." My hand rises, halting her words. "That's not what I meant. Speak however you want. I'm just offering to coordinate our talking points. Team effort, right?" She studies me for a second, then her features soften, just barely. "I appreciate the heads up, but you can trust me not to bite the heads off your wealthy supporters." An ironic chuckle escapes me. "I never doubted your self-control. Your ability to verbally demolish someone without raising your voice is legendary." A flicker of amusement sparks in her eyes. "I've been told I have a talent for that." Before I can respond, she gathers some documents and clicks off her screen. "Let's go then. she says, striding past me. I'd prefer to leave early so I can talk with the women at the center before the cameras roll. I fall into step behind her, catching a whiff of her jasmine-scented lotion. My attention lingers for a moment on the graceful line of her neck, the way she holds herself like she's preparing for a fight. I realize I'm staring and quickly redirect my focus to the upcoming event. We head to the mansion's entrance, where a black SUV waits. The press corner near the gates is smaller today, only a handful of photographers hoping to catch a shot of us leaving together. We slide into the back seat and the door closes with a thud. The engine hums, and soon we're gliding toward the city, each lost in our own thoughts. Ava drapes her satchel across her lap, scanning notes on her phone. I wonder if she's rewriting her speech or checking in with more community members. She's so thorough about every detail, a trait I've come to respect. It's far from the aloof activism I once accused her of wielding. She invests her entire self in each person's story. I break the silence cautiously. You like to talk to individuals one-on-one, I say, instead of just addressing a group. She looks up, eyes narrowing slightly. That's how I learn what's really happening. People matter more than bullet points. No offense to your bullet points, of course. None taken, I reply, my lips curving with the faintest hint of a grin. I pause, searching for the right phrase. Getting used to your style. She tilts her head as if considering whether to accept that statement as genuine. I suppose you're more accustomed to big crowds and polished speeches. That was my background, I say. But I see the impact you make with direct connections. People trust you because you actually listen. A beat passes. There's a subtle shift in her gaze, like she's unsure how to interpret my compliment. In the end, she nods and returns her attention to her phone, though I sense a slight thaw in her posture. When we arrive at the Women's Center, the parking lot is buzzing with volunteers unloading supplies. A banner overhead reads, Community Brunch and Resource Fair. Silas and a few staffers greet us at the door, quickly ushering us inside to meet the director of the center, an older woman named Miss Ward. Miss Ward beams when she sees Eva, stepping forward to clasp her hands. You're here! And oh my goodness, you brought your husband, she says, eyeing me with a mix of curiosity and enthusiasm. Such a blessing to have the both of you. Eva gently squeezes Miss Ward's hands. We're honored to support your work. I'd love to speak with some of the women you're helping transition out of unstable housing. Miss Ward nods eagerly. They're in the dining hall, enjoying the brunch. Please come with me. Eva gestures for me to follow, and we proceed into a spacious room filled with folding tables. People of all ages are chatting, sharing plates of food, laughter weaving through the lively atmosphere. My campaign manager once told me events like these are gold mines for photo ops. But right now, I'm struck by how at ease Eva appears, as if she stepped into her true element. She glides between tables, greeting individuals by name. They light up when they recognize her, some even rising to hug her. I watch, a step behind, noticing how she smiles in a way that reaches her eyes. She kneels to speak with a young mother juggling a baby on her hip, listens intently to a grandmother worried about her granddaughter's schooling, and reassures a newcomer who looks overwhelmed. This is the real reason I do what I do, she murmurs to a woman who survived a rough period of incarceration. You're not a statistic. You're someone worth investing in. My throat tightens at her words. I realize somewhat uncomfortably that I've never experienced that kind of unfiltered empathy in my approach to politics. I've rallied behind grand ideas, but rarely paused to see each face behind the policies. It's my turn to speak to a table of older women, all in transitional housing. I listen to their concerns about limited job prospects, the stigma of a record, the fear of not having a stable place to call home. I respond with the lines I've rehearsed, promises of new programs, expanded resources, yet it feels different with Ava nearby, guiding me to see that each story carries its own weight. Eventually, Miss Ward taps a microphone and asks for our attention. We'd like to welcome our special guests, Governor Wright and his wife, Eva, she announces. They've come to share a few words. The crowd applauds politely. Eva gestures for me to go first, so I step up to the small podium. Cameras from local news outlets are set up, capturing this moment. I'm glad to be here, I begin, scanning the faces. I've learned a great deal in the past few weeks about the importance of direct support. Jobs, housing, educational pathways. My administration and I are committed to expanding these resources. I go on for a bit about policy expansions, referencing how we're building on the momentum of new grants for re-entry programs. The audience offers nods, mild applause. Then I invite Eva to speak. She approaches, taking the mic, and her voice fills the room with a steady cadence. I was honored when Miss Ward asked me to join this event. Many of you already know my heart for women who've been overlooked. But today, I want to talk about how we're not alone. We have a partner in government now. She casts a quick glance toward me, enough to convey the storyline about unity. This center shows that real change happens when people come together. It's not just about high-level policy. It's about hearing someone's story and realizing their humanity. No one should be defined by a single mistake or a single hardship. Her words resonate through the room. She doesn't rely on flourish. She simply speaks from a place of truth. The applause that follows is more than polite. It's charged with genuine hope. When we conclude, we wander through the crowd again. A local journalist corners me, peppering me with questions about how I plan to maintain these improvements. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Eva kneel beside a frail-looking older woman, pressing a hand to her shoulder as they share a quiet exchange. The woman's eyes fill with tears, and Eva leans in, whispering something that makes her smile. "Governor, did you get my question?" the journalist asks, pulling my focus back. I straighten, clearing my throat. "Yes. Sorry. We'll maintain funding by reassessing budget priorities on a quarterly basis. I'm working closely with Miss Duran, my wife, to ensure resources actually reach the people who need them." The mention of my wife feels almost foreign, yet the effect on the journalist is immediate. She beams, likely envisioning a perfect partnership bridging activism and politics. I recite my standard lines, but my attention drifts back to Eva. She's hugging the older woman gently, then standing to address another person's concern. Her sincerity pulls me in. It's as if she has an endless well of compassion, something I never fully realized about her when we were on opposing sides of a debate. After an hour, Miss Ward announces the formal portion is over, and we bid our goodbyes. We share a few last photos with donors, wave to the crowd, and exit into the warm, midday sun. The SUV is waiting to take us to the transitional housing project across town. Inside the vehicle, Eva settles beside me, tucking her phone in her pocket. She looks spent but fulfilled, if that's possible. I speak before I lose my nerve. "You're good at this," I say quietly. She tilts her head. "I've been doing it for years." "No, I mean the way you connect," I continue, choosing my words carefully. "They really believe you see them, not just their problems." She studies me with an intensity that makes me shift slightly in my seat. "I do see them. I've lived those struggles in some way or another. That's why none of this is just politics for me." A sliver of guilt slinks through my chest. "I used to think your approach was purely self-righteous grandstanding," I admit, "but I realize now that your devotion is real." Her features soften, though her eyes remain shrewd. Appreciating that doesn't erase the decisions you've made that hurt people. "I'm aware," I say, my voice subdued. "And I'm trying to repair that damage." She nods, glancing out the window as the city streets blur by. "Let's see if your efforts last when the cameras are off." I can't argue with her skepticism. Instead, I let the conversation fade, the tension in the SUV thickening. Even so, I catch myself noticing the gentle slope of her shoulder and the quiet resolve in her posture. There's a magnetic pull that stirs somewhere beneath the surface, an awareness that she's far more than the persona I once dismissed. Soon the driver pulls up to the transitional housing project, a series of low-rise apartment buildings that Rise Up has partnered on. We exit and greet a small cluster of officials and community leaders. The midday heat intensifies, but we maintain our public veneer of unity, strolling side by side as a local representative explains the building layout. One of the residents, a young mother named Anaya, emerges with a toddler. Ava lights up upon seeing the child, crouching to meet him at eye level. The boy giggles, reaching for a shiny pin on Eva's lapel. She lets him fiddle with it, laughing softly when he tugs at her sleeve. I watch, arms folded, feeling an unexpected pang of something. Fondness, maybe. Or is it longing? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that it's unsettling to stand here and see how naturally Ava falls into a caring role that extends beyond the political charade. She looks over at me, beckoning me with a tilt of her chin. Mason, meet Anaya. She just moved in last week. I approach, forcing an easy smile. Welcome to your new home. I hope these apartments meet your needs. Anaya smiles shyly, clutching her giggling toddler. They do, thank you. I actually started training for a job last Monday. Miss Duran helped me enroll. I'm glad you're getting a fresh start, I say, noticing how my voice has softened unconsciously. We want to ensure you have the support you need to succeed. Eva stands, gently guiding Anaya aside to talk about resources. I linger, noticing again how her entire demeanor changes when she's helping someone. Her expression glows with empathy, her posture relaxed. A twinge of jealousy rises in me, though I can't quite name why. Maybe because people trust her with ease, something I've rarely experienced without an undercurrent of caution or political calculation. When we complete the building tour, we gather for a short press kanda near a newly installed playground. Eva and I present the project as a shining example of combined efforts between nonprofit initiatives and government support. The cameras roll, capturing our every phrase. We each deliver lines about hope and collaboration. The crowd applauds, the city officials grin, everything polished as usual. Back in the SUV, the day's events catch up with us. Ava leans her head against the headrest, closing her eyes momentarily. In the hush, I feel an urge to break the silence, to say something that isn't part of our scripted roles. You seem truly happy this morning, talking to those women, I venture. She lifts her head, meeting my gaze. That's why I do all this. Why I agreed to this arrangement. If it means real progress for them, I'll endure the politics. A pulse of regret ripples through me. I wonder if, in her eyes, I'm still the obstacle she had to marry just to gain resources. I get that, I murmur. Sometimes, though, it feels like you're... I hesitate, not wanting to cross a line. In another league. You relate to people in a way I never learned. Her brows draw together. Because you operate from a distance, behind policies and sound bites. I guess that's how you survived in this system. I nod slowly. That's exactly it. Survival. But seeing you in action, I'm challenged by it. She studies me, surprise flickering across her face. I didn't expect you to admit that. Then again, this entire situation is full of unexpected turns. We arrive at the mansion soon after. I walk her up the steps, and though we're both a little worn from the long day, the tension between us thrums like a low current. She stops at the foyer, turning to face me. Thank you for letting me lead those conversations earlier, she says softly. You could have overshadowed me if you wanted. This is your administration, after all. A faint smile tugs at my lips. I notice how her hair has come slightly loose from its bun, framing her face with a softer edge. I trust you to speak for yourself, I reply. She tilts her head, a hint of acknowledgement shining in her eyes. Good night, then. Or do you have another official function planned? No more today, I say, resisting the urge to tuck that stray coil of hair behind her ear. Rest well, you've earned it. She nods, and for a moment we linger, the space between us charged with unspoken questions. Then she ascends the staircase to her suite, leaving me standing in the foyer. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Something about Ava, her fire, her empathy, her determination, has me caught in a net of fascination. I'm not sure how to reconcile it with our carefully choreographed arrangement, which still demands we maintain separate lives behind closed doors. But the more time I spend with her, the more I sense the lines between performance and reality blurring. Heading to my study, I replay the day's interactions in my mind. She's not just an idealist, she's also practical, deeply rooted in the stories of real people who trust her with their hopes. I can't stop noticing how each moment with her cracks a bit of my own guarded armor. I sink into my desk chair, sifting through the day's documents, but I can't focus. My thoughts circle back to Eva, her quiet reassurances, the way her face lit up when she soothed that toddler's fussing. An unfamiliar restlessness stirs in me, a longing to understand her more than I already do. For so long I considered Eva an adversary, a thorn in my side, a woman who rallied the media against me whenever I made a misstep. Now she's my wife in the public eye, yet our private alliance is precarious at best. And still, I keep catching myself wanting to see her drop her guard, to confide something that reveals we can be more than uneasy allies. It's late when I finally pull away from my swirling thoughts. The mansion has settled into silence, staff having retired for the evening. I step into the corridor, half hoping I might find her reading in the library or strolling the halls, but the place is empty. A flicker of resignation tightens in my chest as I climb the stairs toward my own suite. Maybe it's best we keep our distance, keep these illusions in place. Because the more I see Eva's raw passion, the more I risk forgetting why we orchestrated this marriage in the first place. Or maybe that's exactly what my heart wants, to forget the arrangement and discover something genuine hiding beneath all these layers of performance. Either way, tomorrow brings another day of forced proximity, more events, more half-truths told in front of cameras. My pulse quickens at the thought of it. The tension between us is a force I can't ignore, and I'm beginning to wonder how much longer we can pretend it isn't there. If I'm honest, I'm not even sure I want to ignore it anymore.
Chapter 7. Ava. I pace across my office in the West Wing, scrolling through online donation records for Rise Up. The smell of lemon polish wafts in from the corridor, where housekeeping is doing its daily rounds. I should be finalizing the presentation for next week's legislative hearing, but an old thread of curiosity keeps pulling me back to these financial files. There's an anonymous donation that appeared in our books 3 years ago, right when we were on the brink of shutting down. At the time, I assumed it was a small foundation stepping in to help. But now I notice something odd about the way the funds were channeled. Through an intermediary I can't identify. My gut tells me it's more important than I realized. A notification flares across my screen. It's a text from Zora. "Don't forget the meeting with the city council tomorrow. Did you see the new RSVP list? They added half the state senate to it." I let out a frustrated breath, tapping back a quick reply. "Thanks. We'll check tonight." Before I can refocus on the donation, I find myself looking at the door. Mason could walk by any second. The idea that I might never uncover how involved he's been in my organization's past sets me on edge. I want to pretend the donation was from some benevolent stranger. Another part of me suspects I already know the answer. He's had his hands in more places than I ever realized. I open a PDF of old bank statements, scanning row after row of transactions. My heart stutters when I spot an entry labeled Wright Family Foundation. My breath catches. I recall reading about that foundation in an article once, something about philanthropic ventures run quietly by Mason's family. Is this the missing link? My stomach twists at the thought that he supported Rise Up back then, while simultaneously forging policies that gutted our budget. If he cared enough to donate once, why slash us later? A knock at the door makes me jump. Quickly minimizing the PDF, I straighten. "Come in," I call, trying not to sound rattled. Mason steps inside. He's dressed in charcoal slacks and a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled. The faintest shadow of a long day lingers around his eyes. "You have a moment?" he asks, voice neutral. I press my hand on my laptop as though hiding a secret. "Sure." He closes the door gently, surveying the scattered documents on my desk. "We have a press interview in half an hour with the Tribune. They're focusing on community programs. I thought we could go over a quick outline of talking points." "Right," I say, exhaling slowly. "That's fine." He walks over, eyes drifting to the spreadsheets I left open on my desk. "You're pulling old donation records from a few years ago?" he asks, brow furrowing. A flicker of guilt surges in my chest, but I set my jaw. "Yes," trying to see if there are any patterns we can replicate for future fundraising. He nods, though something about his expression tells me he's aware of what I'm really doing. "All right," he says, leaning against the edge of my desk. "So, the Tribune—" "I discovered an anonymous donation from the Wright Family Foundation," I interrupt, surprising even myself with how direct I sound. He stiffens. For a heartbeat, neither of us speaks. He looks me in the eye. "That donation wasn't meant to be public." My pulse quickens. "Why not? You left us high and dry years later when you took office. This donation was from before you slashed our funding, so explain." He crosses his arms, gaze flicking to the door as if checking whether anyone's listening. "I wanted to help Rise Up when I was Attorney General, but my family's influence and the politics around it was complicated to align with you openly." The hypocrisy boils my blood. "So you tossed in some money behind the scenes like a guilty conscience payoff, then still advanced your career on the backs of the very people you pretended to help." His jaw flexes, but he doesn't raise his voice. "That's not what happened. The philanthropic donations from the Wright Family Foundation are often decided by a board. When I saw your request, I pushed it through quietly." He hesitates, frustration flickering in his gaze. "I believed in your organization back then. I wanted you to have a chance without dragging my name into it." My heart clenches. It's easier to hate him when I picture him as a cold, unfeeling politician. Knowing he was the reason we survived a year of financial hardships complicates everything. Why hide it at all? If you truly believed in our mission, you could have stood by me openly. His eyes darken. I was on the brink of a major campaign. Aligning with an activist group focused on re-entry programs was considered too risky. The advisors I had at the time insisted I remain neutral. My spine stiffens. "Neutral," I echo, voice dripping with bitterness. "So you helped, but only in secret, because you were worried about your precious reputation." He doesn't deny it. "Yes, that was cowardly, I admit. But it was also the only way I could justify funneling support to your cause." My breath comes hard and fast, anger clashing with a strange sense of betrayal. "And then you signed off on the budget cut that gutted us, all while sitting on the knowledge that you once saved us. That's twisted." He lifts a hand in a gesture of surrender. "I won't defend it. But that budget decision wasn't personal. It was part of a larger reallocation. I never intended to specifically harm Rise Up." I shake my head, torn between outrage and an inexplicable pang of sadness. "You don't get it," I whisper. "I've spent so long despising you for everything you represent. Finding out you donated in secret? I don't know if that makes me angrier." He closes his eyes for a second, then meets my gaze. "I didn't want you to know. I knew it would look hypocritical." "That's because it is," I say, swallowing around the tightness in my throat. "But it's also, well, it's not what I expected from the monster I built in my head." He rakes a hand once, through his ash blonde hair, tension evident in his posture. "I'm not seeking your forgiveness, Eva. I'm just explaining." Silence settles between us. charged with the weight of old wounds and fresh revelations. I sense tears pressing at the back of my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. "We have an interview soon," I say, forcing a neutral tone. "We should probably go prepare." He nods, though he seems reluctant to let the conversation end this way. For what it's worth, I regret the day I signed that budget, even before you called me out publicly. I clamp down on the tumult of emotions roiling inside me, then help me ensure it never happens again. He nods again, quietly. "We'll talk more later." I brush past him, snatching my notes for the Tribune interview. My heart pounds as I walk down the hallway. Part of me longs to fling accusations at him, to demand an apology that actually matters. Another part is reeling from the realization that, at one point, he believed in me enough to risk blowback from his family. We arrive at the makeshift media room, where cameras and a backdrop are set up. A journalist with sleek braids and a sharp suit greets us. "Governor Wright, Mrs. Wright, thanks for sitting down with the Tribune." I plaster on the practiced smile, though my chest feels like a hornet's nest. Mason stands beside me, posture poised. That same careful expression on his face. The journalist adjusts her microphone and nods to the cameraman. Rolling. The first few questions are standard. Updates on our joint community initiatives. How marriage has influenced the governor's perspective. Mason answers smoothly, referencing examples of how we've collaborated. I nod and add comments about expansions to housing programs. My head is still swirling with the donation reveal, and I almost miss the next question. The journalist turns to me. "Eva, you've been known for your passionate advocacy. What's something about the governor that surprised you once you got to see him up close, beyond the public stage?" A slight tremor runs through me. How do I answer without revealing too much? I cast a glance at Mason, noticing the faint tension around his eyes. I pause, searching for a diplomatic phrase. More nuanced than I expected. Some of the decisions he makes come from a place of genuine concern, even if the methods are flawed. Mason sends me a sidelong look, brow raised. I hold his gaze for a fraction longer than necessary. It's the truth. An uncomfortable truth, but one I can't ignore anymore. The journalist beams, possibly sensing a bit of a scoop. She fires off a few more questions about our dynamic, how we balance activism and governance. I offer carefully crafted answers, while Mason occasionally steps in with supportive remarks. The tension beneath our words remains invisible to the camera, disguised as polite synergy. When the interview wraps, the journalist thanks us and packs up. The cameraman nods his goodbye. Once they're gone, Mason and I are left with an awkward silence. My pulse still races. I want to demand more answers, but I'm not sure I can handle the emotional whiplash right now. I turn to leave. I need to check on a few calls for Rise Up. "Eva," he says, tone almost gentle. I halt, one hand on the door frame. I glance back at him. There's a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, as though he's grappling with whether to say more. He exhales. If I could go back, I'd have handled it differently. I don't trust myself to reply, so I dip my chin in acknowledgement and slip out. My heels click against the marble floor as I hurry back to my office, throat tight. Once inside, I close the door behind me and lean against it, heart thudding. I keep replaying the moment I saw his name on those records. The knowledge that he once cared enough to help us might have eased some of my resentment. Instead, it aggravates me more. He could have chosen a different path. He could have championed us openly, given me a real ally in power. But he chose self-preservation. I jerk out my phone and call Zora. She picks up on the second ring, her voice crackling with frustration about something else. "Girl, you better not cancel the council meeting. They're only letting us present for 10 minutes. "I won't cancel," I say, pacing. But I found something. Old donation records tied to Mason. He gave money to rise up years ago. There's a pause. Seriously? Zora sounds stunned. Yeah, through his family foundation, I explain, voice tight. This entire time, I assumed he was just another power-hungry politician who never lifted a finger to help us until we forced him. But apparently he's not that one-dimensional. Zora sighs. That's complicated. Tell me about it. I mutter, pressing my hand over my eyes. It's making me question everything. Even now, I'm noticing little moments where he's different from what I believed. Don't lose sight of why you're there, she warns. He might have reasons we don't know, but that doesn't erase what he did. Focus on your goals. Funding, expansions, justice for our people. I nod, though she can't see me. Yes, I'm not letting him off the hook. We talk a bit longer about scheduling and strategic next steps. When I hang up, my mind still churns. I decide to channel my energy into something concrete, reviewing upcoming proposals for juvenile diversion programs. By late afternoon, I find myself restless. I slip out of my office and wander the corridors until I reach the outdoor patio on the mansion's rear side. The cool breeze ruffles the potted ferns, and I sink onto a wrought iron bench, trying to clear my thoughts. Footsteps on the stone path make me glance over. Mason stands a few feet away, hands in his pockets, as if uncertain whether to approach. Mind if I join you? I consider sending him away, but exhaustion and curiosity swirl inside me. It's a free patio. He steps closer, the late sun casting a warm glow over the yard. He hovers for a moment, then gingerly takes a seat on the bench beside me, leaving a few inches of space. We sit in silence, watching birds flit around the manicured hedges. Eventually, he clears his throat. I know discovering that donation was a shock. I never planned for you to see it. I keep my gaze on a pair of sparrows pecking at seeds near the railing. Why? Why not just say, "Hey, I care about your cause. I want to help"? Why hide behind an anonymous label? His voice emerges softer than usual. Because back then, I was convinced that my political ambitions required distance from anything considered too radical, even though I believed in the work you were doing. My father insisted on neutrality. Going against him wasn't an option I was brave enough to choose. My heart clenches at the word father. I recall rumors of how ruthless the Wright family legacy can be. So you made a calculated decision. Keep your family happy, keep your public record clean, and help me in secret. He nods, pained. It was selfish. I get that. But I also hoped it would do real good. When I cut that budget later, it wasn't aimed at you. It was a large-scale move that I couldn't stop once it gained momentum. I finally glance at him. The sincerity on his face tugs at my defenses. You had power. You could have done something. He rubs a thumb across his knuckles, staring at the ground. And I failed to use it in the right way. I've made a lot of bad calls, Ava. A breeze stirs, carrying the scent of roses from the garden. I catch his profile in the orange twilight, strong jaw, a faint crease between his brows. He looks as though he's grappling with regret. Then it hits me. I wonder if there's a weight of guilt he's carried behind that smooth exterior. Tentatively, I shift a bit closer, not so close that we touch, but enough that he feels my presence. You're an enigma, I say quietly. One moment, you're this ruthless politician. The next I find out you've been quietly supporting my nonprofit all along. A wry chuckle escapes him. Story of my life. Trying to be one thing while still tied to another. I tilt my head, studying him. What do you really want, Mason? Besides re-election and public approval? His eyes flick to mine, something raw sparking there. I want to make good on the ideals I once had. I used to believe in progress, real change. But along the way, I compromised. My heart beats a little faster. And now? This arrangement we're in, it's all politics too, right? He exhales. It started that way, but spending time with you, seeing your passion up close, it's making me remember why I cared in the first place. My chest tightens with a confusing mix of empathy and wariness. I stand, stepping away to watch the sun sink lower. I don't know if I can trust that, I admit, voice trembling slightly. I've built a life around fighting men like you. Men who say they'll help but turn around and sabotage everything when it counts. He stands too, remaining a cautious step behind me. I know I have a lot to prove, but you've shown me a different path. Deep down, I'm wondering if we can combine forces without it being just another political performance. The silent hum of the evening wraps around us. My eyes fall on a rose bush we pass every day, a reminder that outward beauty can hide thorns. If you hurt my community again, I say softly, I won't spare you. He dips his head in acknowledgement. Understood. We linger there, side by side, the tension electric, yet somehow comforting. The horizon glows with pink and gold, and for a moment it feels like the rest of the world has faded. I find my voice hushed. I'm still angry, I say, admitting the swirl of emotions. But I see that you're not heartless. He looks at me, gaze heavy with sincerity. Thank you. A sliver of warmth flickers between us, too fragile to name. I turn away, hugging myself against the breeze. Without fully thinking, I ask, would you like to review the next round of juvenile justice proposals with me tonight? I want your input before tomorrow's meeting. His surprise is evident. Yes, of course, he says. I'd appreciate the chance to weigh in. All right, I say, voice steady. Let's do it after dinner in my office. We exchange a nod, then start walking back inside. The hush that follows feels like the beginning of something neither of us can define. There's no instant forgiveness, no absolution for his past choices. But there's a tenuous thread of possibility. Once we're in the hallway, we go our separate ways. I head to my room, where I slip off my heels and sink into a chair, heart racing. Mason's revelation has rattled me. The thought that he once helped rise up changes how I see him, even if I can't fully erase my anger. I sit there, massaging the tension from my temples. The plan was to manipulate him from the inside, to force him to see the people he harmed. But suddenly, I wonder if he might have some genuine desire to make amends. If that's the case, maybe we can craft real policies together. I set my shoulders and breathe in the faint aroma of the hibiscus tea I left on my side table. This is bigger than just me. Women across the state depend on my willingness to navigate this precarious marriage. If Mason truly wants to redeem himself, and if I can ensure he won't backslide, perhaps we can forge a partnership that outlasts the arranged nature of our relationship. A knock on my suite door startles me from my reverie. I open it to find a staff member announcing dinner is served. Nodding, I follow them to the smaller dining room, used for more informal meals. Mason is already seated, scanning something on his phone. When he sees me, he stands politely. The staff retreats after setting down plates of grilled salmon and steamed vegetables. We begin eating in a silence that crackles with unspoken thoughts. Eventually, he sets down his fork and meets my eyes. After dinner, your office, right? I nod. Yes, that's the plan. He hesitates, then ventures, I'm looking forward to working on something real with you. Something about the quietly earnest way he says it sends a flutter through my stomach. I force my attention back to my meal. Let's see how you do with those proposals, I say, trying to sound cool. We finish eating with minimal small talk, each lost in our own reflections. As we stand to leave, Mason's phone chimes. He checks it, then meets my gaze. Silas needs me for a quick briefing first, I'll meet you in 20 minutes. That works. I walk upstairs to my office, mind buzzing with plans and half-formed hopes. The day's emotional whiplash weighs on me, but there's an odd sense of excitement too. Maybe I'm itching to see if he can back up his remorse with meaningful action. Sinking into my office chair, I open the proposals. My eyes skim over the bullet points, but my thoughts keep drifting to the memory of Mason's expression in the garden, the raw honesty in his voice when he admitted his regrets. 15 minutes pass before a soft knock announces his arrival. He steps in, wearing that same shirt and slacks, though he's loosened the collar a bit. I motion to the chair beside my desk, and he sits, leaning forward with an air of intent focus. We talk through each section of the juvenile justice package, discussing potential funding streams, oversight committees, and reintegration programs for teens. At some point, the conversation shifts from stiffly formal to genuinely engaged. We debate wording choices, laugh at the outdated language in certain statutes, and share cautious smiles when we find ourselves in agreement. Time slips away. I glance at the clock and realize it's nearing midnight. My voice is hoarse, and my back aches from sitting so long. Mason rubs his forehead, exhaustion evident, but he's still reading through the final pages. "This part," he says, pointing to a clause about after-school mentorship. "We need a more substantial commitment from local businesses. I can reach out to a few contacts." I offer a small nod. "Thank you," I say softly, meaning it. A charged pause follows. His hand drifts from the page, and I sense the heat of his gaze. The tension in the room thickens, each unspoken thought magnified by the late hour. "I know I've done damage," he murmurs, voice subdued. "I want to earn a second chance, not just with the public, but with you." My heart thuds. I meet his eyes, struggling to find words. Deep down, I'm still angry, still uncertain, yet a flicker of hope surfaces, seeing how earnestly he's working beside me. Carefully, I close the folder. "We'll see," I say, trying not to reveal too much. Actions mean more than talk. He inclines his head, acknowledging that truth. Then, as if realizing how close we are, he shifts slightly. The faint scent of his cologne mingles with the lingering warmth in the room. I catch myself glancing at his lips, remembering the charade of our public kisses. In that moment, I feel a pull, something that combines all the tension, resentment, curiosity, and reluctant admiration that have been building. We remain frozen, neither wanting to break the spell nor risk it. He stands, stepping away. "I should let you get some rest," he says, voice laced with regret. "Yeah, I manage, pulse racing. Tomorrow's another busy day." He lingers in the doorway, eyes lingering on mine for a heartbeat. Then he nods and slips out, leaving me with the swirl of emotions. Once he's gone, I sag against my chair, a shaky exhale escaping. The revelation about the anonymous donation still stings, but it's no longer just a mark against him. It's a puzzle piece I never knew existed. And even though the anger lingers, there's something else growing. An inkling of empathy for the man behind the politics. I power down my laptop and head to my suite. As I cross the silent hallway, I can't stop replaying the moment when we nearly bridged the gap. Sitting side by side, discussing policies that could help thousands of people. My feelings for him remain tangled in doubt and attraction, resentment and intrigue, but I know I can't ignore the potential for real transformation. Tomorrow, we'll likely square off again on some issue, but tonight, I fall into bed with my mind filled not just with policy notes, but also with the look of genuine remorse in his eyes. I'm not sure what any of it means yet, but a strange sensation settles in because I sense a path forward, one built not just on strategy, but on the possibility that beneath our history of conflict, something real might be taking root.
Chapter 8. Mason. I stand in front of the full-length mirror in my suite, adjusting the sleek black bow tie that feels just a fraction too tight. Tonight's gala has taken weeks to coordinate, a lavish event designed to honor philanthropic efforts across the state. My staff insisted Eva and I attend as the perfect public couple. Our marriage is still fresh enough to turn heads, and donors are eager to see us in person. I straighten my jacket, exhaling to steady my thoughts. My mind keeps jumping to the conversation Eva and I shared earlier this week about the anonymous donation I funneled to her nonprofit years ago. It hasn't left my mind since, and neither has the sight of her expression when she found out. There was betrayal in her eyes, yes, but also something that suggested she might see a shred of decency in me. That complicated mix churns under my skin, making me anxious in a way no poll numbers ever have. When I head downstairs, camera flashes explode through the front windows. Photographers cluster by the mansion's entrance, waiting for the perfect shot of us. I spot Eva in the foyer, wearing a fitted midnight blue gown that wraps around her figure in a way that demands everyone's attention. Her hair is woven into a graceful updo, a few delicate curls framing her face. She appears calm, but I've learned to read the tension in her posture, a certain stillness that suggests she's preparing for a performance she never asked for. You look... I pause, searching for words that won't sound cliché. You look incredible. She lifts her chin and her eyes flick over my tux. You clean up well yourself, Governor. The space between us is thick with unspoken thoughts. It's a perilous dance we do. Flashes of genuine warmth colliding with our history of resentment. But with reporters swarming outside, we can't afford to show the friction that still simmers. I extend an arm. Ready to face the cameras? A tight smile curves her mouth as she slips her hand into the crook of my elbow. Let's get this over with. Outside, the press leaps into action the moment we appear on the mansion steps. Questions fly about the night's honorees, about our marriage, about my policies. We offer polished replies, each carefully phrased to maintain the illusion of a blissful union. I feel Eva's grip tighten slightly against my arm when one reporter asks how we managed to keep the spark alive under such public scrutiny. She laughs gracefully, deflecting the question with a witty remark about date nights spent discussing policy. We slide into the waiting limousine, shutting the door on the clamoring voices. Inside, a hush falls over us as the vehicle glides away. I realize my pulse is thumping as though I've run a race. Eva leans her head back against the seat and closes her eyes. I hate the charades, she murmurs. I nod. I know. But after tonight, we'll have more leverage with donors. That means more resources for your community programs. I keep my tone steady, though the guilt lingers. She wouldn't be forced into this if it weren't for my ambitions and the precarious arrangement we struck. She opens her eyes, studying me with a hint of skepticism. You're always calculating how every event ties back to your campaign, aren't you? A flush creeps up my neck. I'm trying to balance what I want to achieve and how to stay in office long enough to do it. You know as well as I do that these events matter. Her expression softens and she turns her gaze to the city lights passing outside the window. I get it. I just wish it didn't always feel like a performance. We lapse into silence for the rest of the ride, the tension thick but oddly companionable. When we arrive at the gala, staffers guide us along a red carpet leading into a grand ballroom adorned with crystal chandeliers and opulent floral arrangements. An orchestra plays softly, providing an elegant soundtrack to the swirl of tuxedos and gowns. Eva's hand remains on my arm as we greet donors and community leaders. Each conversation demands perfect composure, smiles, gracious laughter, subtle thanks for their support. She moves with her usual poise, yet I sense an undercurrent of weariness beneath her smile. Occasionally, I catch her gaze drifting toward the corner of the room where less prominent guests huddle. She always aligns herself with people in the margins. A formal announcement rings out, calling us to the stage for brief remarks. We step onto the small platform and the spotlight feels scorching. My opening lines flow automatically. I speak of unity, of bridging gaps between government and grassroots activism. I gesture toward Ava, praising her nonprofit work. She picks up the mic and addresses the crowd with unwavering conviction, highlighting the importance of investing in re-entry services and job training. Her passion is magnetic. Even donors who might have been skeptical look impressed. There's no denying she captivates a room in a way that's both poised and authentic. Watching her, I wonder how I ever thought she was a mere obstacle. When our speeches end, the applause swells, flashes spark from cameras, and we navigate back into the throng. I keep a polite smile pinned to my face, but inside I'm rattled by the intensity of her presence. She stands close, leaning in occasionally to field questions from journalists. The scent of jasmine clings to the air around her, and each time I catch a whiff, it triggers a rush of memory. Late nights in her office, her righteous fury, the guarded empathy she sometimes reveals. Eventually, the official program concludes, and the gala transitions into a more relaxed gathering. Waiters circulate with champagne flutes and whiskey tumblers. Eva drifts to a corner where a cluster of activists beckons her, eager to share their stories. I keep my distance, politely engaging with a few donors. Still, I can't ignore how my attention keeps returning to her silhouette in that shimmering blue gown. As the evening winds down, a new wave of guests approach me to ask about upcoming legislation. I field their questions, carefully weaving in references to the improvements Eva and I have advocated. Yet my chest tightens, longing for a moment to breathe away from the endless small talk. A staffer murmurs that we should do a final circuit of the ballroom before leaving. I agree, but I can't find Eva in the crowd. I spot her near the exit, arms folded, that tautness in her jaw signaling she's done for the night. I slip away from the donors and approach, noticing how her shoulders drop slightly in relief when she sees me. "Ready?" I ask quietly. She nods. "More than ready." We say brisk goodbyes, stepping into the mansion's limo once again. The driver heads back to the governor's estate, while Eva and I settle into our seats. She reaches for the minibar, pours herself a splash of whiskey, and downs it in one go. I watch, impressed by her unflinching manner. "Long day," she says by way of explanation, passing me the bottle. I accept, pouring a small amount into a crystal glass. The whiskey burns down my throat, offering a fleeting warmth that doesn't quite soothe my unease. The windows flash with city lights as we glide through the streets, and I realize just how drained I feel, how this performance weighs on both of us. When we finally arrive at the mansion, it's past midnight, the staff mostly gone for the evening. Inside, the corridors echo with emptiness, lit only by a handful of decorative lamps. Eva and I walk side by side, the hush amplifying the tension between us. "Want something else to drink?" I ask, voice subdued. "There's a small bar in the library." She hesitates, then shrugs. "Sure, one more, then I'm calling it a night." We veer toward the library, a grand room lined with shelves of old leather-bound volumes that, to my knowledge, no one has touched in years. I switch on a low lamp, revealing plush armchairs, a dark wooden desk, and the hush of well-preserved literature. Eva crosses the threshold, slipping out of her heels and letting them rest by a nearby chair. Her face is a mix of exhaustion and something else, an edge of restlessness. I pour 2 more whiskey servings and hand her one. We stand in uneasy silence, sipping the amber liquid. At length she sets her glass on a side table. "Tonight was a success," she says, tone clipped. "Plenty of donors charmed by your speeches." "Our speeches," I correct gently. "You were the highlight. People couldn't stop praising your passion." She offers a half-smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "Maybe, but it still feels like dancing for an audience that only wants headlines, not change. I'm so tired of pandering, Mason." The raw note in her voice stabs at me. I know. Sometimes I wonder if we'll ever escape the theatrics. She steps closer, arms folded, gaze piercing. "You built a career on these theatrics, but is there anything genuine left?" My throat tightens. I pause, reeling from the intensity of her question. I can't deny I played the game, But there's more to me than a polished speech. She sets her jaw, her voice low. Prove it. A spark ignites in the hush, an undercurrent that's been crackling for weeks. We've danced around each other with forced civility and unexpected confessions. Now, the whiskey hums in our blood, and the library walls feel closer, the air electric. I swallow hard, stepping away from the bar. Earlier tonight, I watched you talking with those activists who cornered you by the stage. You looked unstoppable. She tilts her head. Is that your version of admitting you admire me? A short laugh escapes me, edged with tension. Is it so hard to believe? Everything about you grabs my attention, even when it frustrates me. She glances at my glass. So what do you really think, Mason? Strip away the politics, the marriage contract. Tell me who you are in this moment. My heartbeat thunders. I'm someone who regrets lost opportunities, I say, words tumbling out before I can stop them. I regret that I never stood by your non-profit openly in the past. I regret I let advisors guide me away from what I believed in because I was too afraid to rock the boat. Her gaze flickers with a mix of anger and something softer. And now, my mouth is dry. Now, I see what I lost, or nearly lost. I take a step closer, the tension wound so tight it's almost suffocating. Every day, you challenge me to be better than the man I used to be. And I hate how good you are at it because it makes me confront things I've buried for a long time. She exhales, turning her face aside. Do you think I enjoy how much space you take up in my mind? 1 minute, I want to punch you for everything you've done. The next, I catch myself respecting your tenacity. I set my glass down on a nearby table, the soft clink echoing. You're not the only one conflicted. She shifts her weight, her gown rustling softly against the polished floor. At the gala tonight, every time they asked me about us, I wanted to say that this entire marriage is built on convenience. But then I saw how your eyes lit up when we talked about youth initiatives, and I realized maybe there's something real behind your ambition. My pulse pounds as I step closer. She's so near I can make out the faint shimmer of eyeshadow and the subtle tension in her jaw. It scares me, Ava, I admit, voice ragged. Because if we drop the pretense, if we let ourselves feel something genuine, what then? A flare of vulnerability crosses her face, swiftly replaced by defiance. Then we risk caring about each other, and that might ruin everything. My chest tightens. Yes. The silence crackles, charged with the swirl of emotions we've both been battling. Something in her eyes flickers, recognition of a shared hunger neither of us wants to name. Before I can overthink, my hand drifts toward her waist, cautious but resolute. She doesn't pull away. Her voice trembles with restrained anger. You can't fix the past by kissing me. A wry edge tugs at my lips. No, I can't. But maybe I can show you I'm more than a polished speech. You said you wanted to see the real me. She inhales sharply, eyes locked on mine. This is insane. Everything about us is insane, I whisper. Like magnets snapping into alignment, we move simultaneously. My hand settles at her waist, her palms press against my chest. I feel the rise and fall of her breathing, unsteady and intense. The air seems to hum with an unseen current. Our mouths meet in a sudden, heated clash. It's not gentle or tentative. It's a spark igniting dry tinder. My pulse roars in my ears. I sense her fingers knotting in the fabric of my jacket. She kisses me back with a mix of fury and something that feels dangerously like need. For a moment I lose myself in the taste of her, the softness of her lips, the faint trace of whiskey on her breath. My hand glides around her waist, drawing her closer. A low sound escapes her throat, a noise that makes my heart pound faster. Then she breaks away, breath ragged, eyes wild. This changes nothing, she warns, though her voice lacks conviction. I tighten my grip on her waist, unwilling to let go just yet. It might change everything. We stand there, foreheads almost touching, the echo of that kiss crackling between us. I see the confusion in her eyes, the war between her anger at me and the desire that just flared like lightning. She disentangles herself from my arms, stepping back. Her chest rises and falls as she tries to steady her breathing. "I don't know what to do with this," she confesses, gaze flicking to the side, as if searching for an escape route. I swallow, attempting to steady my own shaking. "We could pretend it didn't happen," I offer, though the thought of burying this moment stings. "Or we could face it." She snaps her attention back to me, expression torn. "Face it how? By acknowledging that maybe there's more between us than a contract and a shared policy agenda? That's a messy path." Her words mirror my own fears. Messy, yes, but real. And I'm so damn tired of lies. She stares at me, something flickering behind her eyes. Then she huffs, running a hand over her hair. "We can't figure this out tonight." I nod, though a dull ache settles in my chest. True, we both have too much at stake, but we can't pretend it's not there either. She exhales, a mix of exasperation and reluctant agreement. The flush in her cheeks betrays how rattled she is. "We'll talk," she promises. "Not tonight, but soon." I nod, letting the tension recede slightly. "All right." Her gaze lingers on me for a heartbeat before she walks toward the library door. At the threshold, she pauses, glancing over her shoulder with a conflicted expression. "Good night, Mason." "Good night, Ava." She slips out, disappearing and forcing me to face the lingering taste of her lips and the hum of adrenaline coursing through my veins. My mind reels. I never intended to kiss her tonight, but the fuse between us was too short, the whiskey too strong, the tension too high. And now we stand on precarious ground, forced to confront the fact that behind every public act, every press release, there's an undercurrent we can't ignore. I release a shaky breath, crossing to the leather armchair and sinking into it. The library lamp casts a golden glow on the shelves of forgotten books, each one a relic of another era. I stare at the swirl in my whiskey glass, trying to process the avalanche of emotions. Ava Duran, my wife in the public eye, my greatest critic, my improbable ally. In one startling moment, that tension exploded into a kiss that felt both inevitable and impossible. I'm not sure if it will lead to understanding or chaos, but as I sit here, chest still pounding, I realize I can't wish it away. Whatever happens next, we can't go back to the tidy lines we drew around each other. That single electric moment in the library has shattered the pretense that we're only partners for political gain. I might not know how to rewrite our story, but I do know we've crossed a boundary we can't uncross. And surprisingly, a part of me doesn't want to.
Chapter 9. Ava. It's been 4 weeks since that moment in the library, and the current of tension between Mason and me has only grown stronger. Our days blur with policy meetings, press appearances, community events, and the carefully staged photo ops our staff expects. Yet beneath the polished smiles, something simmers, an undercurrent of unfinished business that keeps me awake at night. I exit the governor's mansion on a sunny afternoon, heading to a waiting car that will take me to the Capitol building. My staff texts a reminder. Don't forget your appointment with Congresswoman Vance at 3 p.m. I type a quick reply, confirming I remember. Congresswoman Adria Vance was once my mentor, the woman who taught me how to navigate halls of power without losing my moral compass. I haven't seen her in person since I got married. She's requested this meeting in private, which feels ominous. The ride to the Capitol building is quiet, allowing me to organize my thoughts. Out the window, I see a billboard featuring Mason and me in a campaign-style photo, the tagline reading, "A stronger future together." It's jarring. A part of me still can't believe I'm in this marriage. that my face is next to his on promotional materials. Yet, it's been almost 2 months since we said, "I do." And in that time, we've orchestrated a handful of policy reforms I never would have expected him to champion before. He's compromised more than I imagined he ever would. And he's also the man who kissed me in the library, turning every assumption I held about him on its head. When I arrive at the Capitol, an aide escorts me to a small, windowless meeting room near Congresswoman Vance's office. The moment I step inside, she's already there, leaning against a table in a crisp navy suit, arms crossed. Her short silvered hair frames a face etched with intelligence and a hint of disapproval. "Eva," she says, voice low and direct. "Thank you for making the time." I set my purse on a chair, forcing a calm expression. "Of course, Congresswoman. You know I'll always listen if you have something to say." She studies me, her eyes flicking to the ring on my finger. "We need to talk about your new husband," she begins bluntly. "The Wright dynasty is a powerful machine, and I'm worried you've tethered yourself to the heart of it." My spine stiffens. "I haven't forgotten who he is, if that's what you're implying." She taps her fingertips on the table. "Is that so? Because from where I stand, you look awfully cozy in your public appearances." A surge of irritation flares. "We're presenting a united front for the sake of policy progress. Isn't that what politics is? Some compromise for a greater good?" She tilts her head, letting out a measured breath. "I taught you how to use compromise, not to be used by it. And the Wright family, especially his father, have a history of bringing people into their orbit, then discarding them when they're no longer useful. Don't let that happen to you." My lips tighten. I'm not naive. I'm still pushing for expanded funding, new reentry programs, things I never could have gotten without Mason's support. We've made real strides. People's lives are improving. She folds her arms more tightly. "And in exchange, you're giving him credibility with communities he used to ignore. He's benefiting from your reputation." A flicker of guilt stirs inside me. She's not entirely wrong. Mason's image has improved significantly among demographics that once criticized him. Part of me still chafes at how I'm enabling that. But another part knows these policy wins are genuine. I'm making sure he doesn't just posture. We're implementing actual changes. That's worth something. Her eyes narrow, and she steps closer. "Is there anything else happening here? Between you two, I mean?" Her voice lowers. "I've heard whispers." Heat creeps into my cheeks. I recall the feel of his mouth on mine, the tension that's ramped up each time we've ended up in close quarters since. "Whatever you heard is speculation," I say, skirting the truth. "I'm not falling into bed with him, if that's what you're asking." She raises a brow, not entirely convinced. "Be careful, Eva. I've seen how ambition can corrode even the best intentions. If you start developing real feelings for him, you might lose the perspective you need to hold him accountable." My heart twists at that. "I appreciate your concern, but I'm still the same woman you mentored. I won't let my guard down." She studies me for a long moment. "You once told me no one is disposable, not even the people you fight. But don't let him turn that empathy against you. The Wright family knows how to weaponize loyalty." A lump forms in my throat. "I won't forget. Thanks for the warning." She nods, seeming satisfied enough, then checks her watch. "I have to get to a committee hearing. Keep me updated if you sense anything off. And if you ever need a lifeline, I'm here." Understood. She sweeps out of the room with a purposeful stride. The door clicks behind her, walking away so I'm stuck with the swirl of her cautionary words. Part of me is resentful. Does everyone assume I'm being played? Another part wonders if I'm dangerously close to letting my increasing attraction overshadow the reasons I married Mason in the first place. I pack up my things and leave the Capitol, heading back to the governor's mansion. Once inside, I find the halls abuzz with staff preparing for a televised roundtable with local leaders. Mason stands at the far end of the corridor, deep in conversation with Silas. When he catches sight of me, he offers a slight nod. "Hey," he murmurs when I approach. "You made it back in time." I nod, ignoring the flutter that always stirs in my stomach when I'm near him now. "Congresswoman Vance wanted to see me. She's concerned about your family's legacy." His jaw tightens. "She's not subtle. Did she try to sway you against me?" "She warned me not to fall under your spell, if that's what you're asking." The dryness in my tone is deliberate. He exhales, the tension evident in his posture. "Vance never liked the right name. She thinks we're all cutthroat opportunists." I shrug, not wanting to delve into my own conflicting emotions. "She's cautious." He steps a fraction closer, voice dropping. "Is it working? Her warnings?" I meet his eyes, recalling that kiss in the library that has haunted me ever since. "I'm still here, aren't I?" My words come out softer than intended. His gaze flicks to my mouth. Then he catches himself and clears his throat. "We should get ready for the round table. They'll be filming in the East drawing room." Together we head there, slipping into our public roles. A row of cameras is set up near an elegant arrangement of chairs. Local leaders mill about, greeting each other. A production assistant from a cable network hands us each a microphone and quickly briefs us on the run of show. The discussion starts smoothly. Mason opens with a statement about ongoing reforms, referencing some of the data I provided him. I add my insights on how the programs are impacting real people. The synergy between us is noticeable. Even the local officials glance our way with a mix of curiosity and approval. At one point, the moderator addresses me directly. "Mrs. Wright, as someone who fought tooth and nail for these issues before your marriage, how do you feel about the governor's new stance?" My shoulders tense at the question, aware of how it implies I was once an enemy, but I keep my expression poised. "I'm glad the governor recognizes the value of these reforms," I say, careful not to oversell his transformation. Real change requires more than good intentions. It requires commitment. So far, we've taken tangible steps, and I'm holding him accountable to keep going. A ripple of appreciative laughter washes through the group. Mason nods, a ghost of a smile curving his lips. I sense the approval in his gaze, as though he respects how I maintain my edge even now. The roundtable continues for nearly 2 hours. By the end, the cameras capture our joint success story. The activist turned First Lady, guiding the governor's newly compassionate policies. My chest tightens with conflicting pride and guilt. Pride because we're genuinely getting results. Guilt because I'm wondering if I'm letting him in too far. Afterward, a staff dinner is planned in the mansion's smaller banquet room. We join various aides, department heads, and press staff at a long table. The conversation buzzes with post-roundtable excitement. People are buoyed by the positive media coverage likely to result from tonight's broadcast. Across the table, Mason meets my eyes occasionally, as if checking on me. I offer polite smiles, aware of the staff's watchful curiosity. They must see that something intangible is shifting between us. There's a subtle tension whenever our gazes lock. Eventually, dinner ends. The staff disperses, each off to finalize the next day's tasks. Mason and I remain behind at the table, finishing cups of tea. The hush of the nearly empty dining room weighs on me. He clears his throat. "Want a debrief on the round table, or do you need some time to yourself?" I toy with the rim of my teacup. There's a sliver inside me that longs to flee to my office, bury myself in data. But the memory of that library kiss still burns at the back of my thoughts. "Let's talk. The blue salon upstairs is quieter." He nods, and we walk together up the sweeping staircase. The mansion feels immense this late, the corridors lit by soft sconces. In the blue salon, a cozy sitting room with deep chairs and walls painted a calm hue. A single lamp illuminates the space. I sit in one chair, crossing my legs. Mason takes the seat opposite. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The atmosphere charged. I can almost hear my own heartbeat. He finally breaks the silence. We were a good team tonight. I nod. It's getting easier, presenting ourselves as a united front. A faint, rueful smile touches his mouth. Easier for the cameras, maybe. How about privately? My pulse accelerates. Privately, it's complicated. His jaw tenses slightly. I know. You're right to be guarded. I haven't exactly earned your full trust. The sincerity in his tone rattles me. You're trying, and I appreciate that. But people like Vance are telling me to watch my back. They don't believe you can change. He looks away, exhaling. I'm used to people doubting me. But you... He hesitates. I want you to see that I'm not just using you. I shift in my seat, crossing my arms. I see progress. That's good, but you're still the man who once slashed my funding, and I still have nightmares about the day I had to shut down offices. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, voice hushed. Do you believe I regret that? Staring at him, I recall the nights we spent debating new reforms, the times he openly admitted fault. Yes, I admit. I believe you're sorry, but regret doesn't erase the past. He nods, acceptance tinged with sorrow. I'd give anything to redo that choice. We lapse into another silence, the hush thick with words unspoken. Heat prickles through me as the memory of his mouth against mine resurfaces. My conscience chides me for even considering it again. Yet I can't pretend my pulse isn't racing whenever he's near. How are we supposed to move forward? I ask quietly. We can't keep circling each other, burying what happened. He swallows, expression raw. I don't want to bury it, but you have every right to set the boundaries here. My throat constricts. There's a part of me that hates you for what you did. Another part, I trail off, unsure how to phrase the tumult of emotions swirling inside me. His eyes lock on mine, something vulnerable flickering. Another part likes that we can talk, that we can collaborate, that we can share a moment that's real. My gaze slides to the floor, guilt gnawing at me. I feel guilty for liking your touch. After everything, I shouldn't want that. But I do. He reaches out as though to cover my hand, then stops himself. I won't push, he murmurs. I can't undo the damage I caused. My only choice now is keep proving I'm different now. A rush of conflicting emotions surges up my chest. I think of Adria Vance's warning, of the Wright family's history. Yet sitting here, seeing Mason's expression so open, I sense a man desperate to atone, not just a politician seeking an angle. Prove it to me in policy, in consistent actions, in how you stand up to the forces in your family that might prefer you to remain neutral. He nods solemnly. I will. A hush settles, and I wonder if we're on the brink of another moment like the library. An irrepressible spark. Anxiety flutters in my stomach. I push to my feet, needing space. I'm tired. We've had a long day. He follows suit, standing. Right, I'll let you rest. We walk out together, and before we part ways in the hall, he touches my arm lightly, a question in his gaze. I don't pull back. Instead, I allow that brief contact, electricity tingling where his fingers press. The air grows thick, and for a second, I think we might repeat the kiss from weeks ago. But I take a measured step away, my heart pounding. Good night, I say, voice tight. His jaw flexes, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Good night, Eva. I slip into my suite, pressing the door shut behind me and releasing a shaky breath. Leaning against the wood, I scold myself for wanting more. The rush of attraction and the swirl of guilt churn together, forming a knot that's impossible to unravel. Hours later, I can't sleep. I pace, restless, thoughts replaying the conversation with Adria Vance, her sharp warning that the right family will use me if given the chance. I picture Mason's face in the blue salon, the sincerity in his voice. Could he be different from the rest of them? It's nearly midnight when my phone buzzes. Expecting maybe a staff update, I flick my eyes to the display. The name that appears twists my stomach. Adria Vance. I let it ring twice before answering. Congresswoman? I manage, keeping my voice low so as not to disturb the silent corridor. She sighs on the other end. I didn't want to end our meeting on such a harsh note, but I had to be clear because I've seen how power shifts alliances in a flash. I curl onto the edge of my bed. You don't owe me an apology? She hesitates. Just remember, you can't fix a man like Mason right without risking yourself. If you fall for him, truly fall for him, you might wake up one day to realize you've lost your leverage. A pang of defensiveness flares. It's not that simple. We've already accomplished real changes. She sighs again, sounding almost sad. I hope you're right. Be careful, Eva, for your sake and for the community that depends on you. With that, she disconnects. I remain there, phone still clutched in my hand, trying to quell the swirl of anxiety. The truth is, I'm not sure if I'm losing my leverage or forging a genuine alliance that can reshape both our futures. Eventually, I change into comfortable sweats, heading to my office to review the next day's agenda in hopes it'll distract me. But my mind keeps drifting to Mason. His voice, his closeness, the memory of our single fiery kiss. The attraction weighs heavily, tangling with my sense of duty. If I let him in, do I risk forgetting the damage he once did? Or is it possible that real redemption is within reach for both of us? Before I know it, the first light of dawn seeps through the windows, painting the sky in pale pink. My phone buzzes again, this time with a reminder for an early staff briefing. Another day in this political labyrinth awaits. I gather my papers, massaging the ache in my neck. Mason and I will likely cross paths in the corridor soon, forced to attend some meeting or greet the press. Each time we meet, I'll feel the tension thrumming between us, an undercurrent of possibility that defies the logic of our arranged marriage. As I head out of my office, footsteps approach from the hallway. Sure enough, Mason appears, hair slightly mussed, tie draped around his collar, coffee cup in hand. He spots me and offers a tentative smile. Another long day? He asks softly. I nod. Starting early? He lifts his coffee in response. Couldn't sleep much either. Our eyes lock, wordless understanding passing between us. We both spent the night wrestling with thoughts of each other. Neither of us admits it aloud, but it's there in the quiet of the corridor. My heart gives a traitorous skip, recalling how easily I lean toward him when we're alone. He clears his throat. We've got a meeting with the education committee at 9. Want to go together? I consider, mentally picturing the agendas. Yes. Let's coordinate on the reentry scholarship proposal. He grants a faint nod, relief evident in his shoulders. Good. We'll make a united case. Our strides match an unspoken rhythm down the corridor, staff members greeting us as they pass. On the surface, we appear a functional power couple ready to champion important causes. Beneath that facade, unresolved sparks flash between us, building with each passing day. As we exit the mansion, cameras greet us again, snapping shots that will likely appear on tomorrow's news. Mason places a light hand at my waist, guiding me toward the waiting car. I stiffen at the contact, remembering Adria's warning, but I can't deny the rush of warmth that flutters low in my belly. The morning light bathes us as we slide into the back seat, doors shutting behind. Soon we'll be engrossed in policy debates, ignoring the swirl of tension that ties us together in ways we never planned. Part of me feels guilty. Aren't I supposed to keep him at arm's length? Another part welcomes every second of closeness, craving the sense of a real partner who understands the weight of power. As the car pulls away, I lean back in the seat, flicking my attention to Mason. He studies me with a hint of concern, as if he knows exactly how conflicted I am. I remind myself of Adria's words, of the community that still needs me to remain focused. But my heart constricts, uncertain whether I'm stepping into a trap or forging a bond that might actually reshape both of us. There's no easy resolution. We're locked in a slow dance of strategic moves, public appearances, and private yearnings. I recall the night he kissed me, how I still dream about that sudden flood of heat and longing. The guilt I feel for enjoying it lingers, but so does the quiet hope that maybe, just maybe, we can become something more than adversaries wearing matching rings. By the time we reach the Capitol, reporters await with pointed questions about our next reforms. Mason and I share a look, brief but electric, then step out, plastering our official smiles. Another day of forging unity under the spotlight begins, while the real tension crackles beneath every camera flash. And as we walk forward, I sense that each minute spent together inches us deeper into uncharted territory, where lines of loyalty, ambition, and longing blur into something far more potent than either of us anticipated.
Chapter 10. Mason. Time passed so quickly these days since that time Eva and I stood side by side at that round table, sparking commentary from every major outlet about our united political front. We carefully coordinated appearances, tense late-night discussions, and a growing hum of uncertainty neither of us wants to name. In that time, we've managed to find an unsteady rhythm, some kind of functional synergy, yet beneath the professional veneer, an unspoken charge crackles, intensifying every time we lock eyes. Today, the entire mansion seems on edge. My staff hustles through corridors with urgent schedules in hand. Reporters line the gates, hungry for any hint of dissonance in my administration. To them, Ava's presence has become synonymous with my evolving brand, the reformed politician who's finally listening. Nobody sees how privately we still clash, nor how often I catch myself wanting her with a fierce ache that rattles my usual composure. After a grueling press briefing, I slip away to my private office, craving a moment of peace. The hush inside is a welcome relief. Dark wood panels, a heavy desk scattered with policy papers, and the remnants of an untouched lunch set a familiar scene. I close my eyes, inhaling deeply, but the tension in my shoulders doesn't ease. A knock sounds at the door. Ava steps in, not bothering with a greeting. She appears as controlled as always, wearing a sleek blouse and tailored slacks that accentuate her tall, lithe frame, her hair pulled back in an elegant twist. Even from across the room, I sense her aura of determined focus. Your communications director told me you want to backtrack on the new mental health initiative for ex-offenders, she says without preamble. Is that true? I tense, scanning her face. Not exactly backtrack, adjust. The budget is more strained than we anticipated. Her lips press into a firm line. So, the narrative is not enough funds? That's convenient, considering we've been touting your compassion nonstop. Heat flares in my chest. I haven't even had time to speak with her about this. It's not about compassion. It's about numbers. Our coffers aren't endless. She sets her folder on my desk with a sharp motion. I spent hours counseling families this week, promising them these services. Now you're telling me we might scale back? My pulse hammers. We're looking for alternatives, I reply, rising from the chair. I haven't made a final decision. Her gaze hardens. You should have told me sooner. We're supposed to be in this together. My jaw tightens, frustration brimming. I had 5 back-to-back calls about emergency appropriations. I'm doing the best I can. Or would you prefer I rubber stamp every request without thinking? She crosses her arms, stance rigid. I prefer honesty. If you can't fund it, say so. Don't let me parade around championing a program that might crumble. I step around the desk, closing the distance. You think I enjoy going back on a promise? This entire state is breathing down my neck to fix everything overnight. Meanwhile, you stand on a platform insisting I can solve it all with a snap of my fingers. Her eyes blaze. Don't turn this on me. I'm trying to keep you accountable because that's what we agreed upon. If we start compromising these programs, we risk losing everything we've built. My blood roars in my ears. The memory of the times we've come together on policy conflicts with the reality of us in this moment, two people with the same goals, clashing over the unrelenting pressure of politics. I know what's at stake, I snap. I'm the one wearing the bullseye of public scrutiny. She bristles. As if I don't face scrutiny? The activist who married the governor? Half the country thinks I sold out, the other half thinks I'm your puppet. We're both under the microscope. I notice how her breathing accelerates, her cheeks tinted with anger. The swirl of tension between us swells, reminding me of every heated moment we've shared. Both the glacial stares in front of staff and the stolen glances that nearly set me aflame. I need more time, I say, voice taut. Let me see if I can shuffle the budget to protect the mental health initiative. Her expression softens fractionally. Then do it quickly. People's lives depend on our decisions. The quiet hum of the AC wraps around us as we stare at each other, the office door still closed, staff presumably giving us space to argue without an audience. My heart thuds, and I notice how her gaze flickers over my face, a sign she's still grappling with her frustration. She snatches her folder from the desk. If you'd communicated this sooner... I would have, I cut in, stepping closer. If you weren't always 2 steps ahead, announcing expansions before verifying the numbers. Her eyes narrow. We can't wait forever for you to feel comfortable. People need solutions now. Her words lash at my pride, fueling a spark of adrenaline that courses under my skin. I see the same intensity mirrored in her eyes. The tension spikes. Tangible. Suffocating. We're caught between anger and the inevitable pull that's haunted us for weeks. Damn it, Eva, I mutter, voice ragged. Is every conversation with you destined to become a fight? She exhales sharply. Maybe if you'd stop making decisions behind my back... I'm not shutting you out! I take another step, nearly closing the distance between us. The air between us crackles, and I recall how it felt to kiss her, how my mind reeled for hours afterward. You have no idea how hard I'm trying to do this, right? She tilts her chin defiantly, but something else flickers in her expression. Then prove it. A hush ensues, thick with the weight of our argument. She stands so close I catch the subtle scent of her perfume. My heart kicks into a higher gear, the frustration blending dangerously with longing. I'm not sure which impulse is stronger, the urge to defend my actions or the craving to pull her against me. We breathe in unison, each too stubborn to back down. We remain locked in that tense standoff until, abruptly, she lets out a terse sound of exasperation. You're impossible, she whispers. I clench my fist at my sides, fighting an onslaught of conflicted urges. You think it's any easier for me? I'm balancing 1,000 demands, but I can't stop feeling... I halt, swallowing. The next words feel too revealing. Her eyes darken. Feeling what? Heat surges through my veins. Feeling like every second we stand this close, I want to... My pulse spikes, and rational thought gives way to raw need. Before I can restrain it, my hand lifts, hovering near the curve of her jaw. I should be focusing on policy, not on how much I crave you. She inhales sharply, eyes widening. For a moment, I expect her to slap me or storm out. Instead, her gaze flickers to my mouth, and I sense the precise instant she yields to the same desire that's wrecking my composure. Suddenly, her folder drops to the floor with a dull thud, papers scattering. The tension snaps. I take her by the waist and pull her against me. Her gasp is soft, filled with surprise, and something that sounds like relief. Our mouths collide in a desperate rush of heat. This is nothing like the hesitant kiss we shared before. It's all fury and hunger, a dangerous mixture of resentment and want that's been brewing for far too long. She presses up on her toes, clutching at my shoulders, and I'm dimly aware of my own heart pounding so hard I can hardly catch my breath. The scent of her hair, the warmth of her body, the taste of her lips, every sensation collides in a wave of reckless intensity. In the dark corners of my subconscious, I know this is a terrible idea. We're in my office, staff and schedules looming outside, an entire state counting on us to maintain a facade of composure. But I can't pull away. We're locked in a swirl of unspoken words and pent-up longing. Her nails bite lightly through my shirt, and I respond by deepening the kiss, pouring every frustration and desire into it. When we break apart for air, she stares at me with eyes filled with equal parts shock and wild need. "We can't do this," she mutters, even as her hands grip my shirt's collar. "Tell me to stop and I will," I say, voice rough. But neither of us moves away. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. Carefully, I sit up, the leather squeaking, and run a hand through my hair. Then remember I'm not supposed to repeat certain gestures too often, so I force myself to lower my arm. "Are you okay?" I ask softly, scanning her face. She looks off to the side, cheeks flushed. "I don't know." My chest tightens. "That's fair. This was unexpected and intense." A half smile tugs at her mouth, a glimmer of rueful amusement. "Unexpected? We've been circling each other for weeks, practically lighting the entire mansion on fire with tension. It was bound to happen." I swallow, pressing a palm to her arm in a gentle gesture. "But it doesn't solve our problems." She nods, gaze dropping to the scattered clothes on the floor. "No, it doesn't. If anything, it might complicate them." A beat of silence. I find my shirt and slip it on, partially buttoning it. She does the same with her blouse, quiet as she smooths the fabric. Each movement feels surreal, as though we're in a waking dream we know might vanish with daylight. The hush intensifies my awareness of every shift in her expression. Eventually, she slides off the sofa, collecting the documents she spilled in our heated moment. The act of tidying up is almost absurd in light of what just transpired. I watch her, a knot of longing and worry twisting inside me. The undeniable fact is that we still have to face the rest of the day's obligations, each with the knowledge of how irrevocably we've crossed a boundary. She rises, smoothing down her slacks with unsteady hands. Her eyes flick to me. "We can't let this destroy the work we've done," she murmurs, the slight tremor in her voice betraying her own inner storm. I step closer, resisting the urge to touch her again. "I agree. This changes a lot, but it doesn't have to destroy anything." She looks at me with a mix of vulnerability and defiance. "Then what do we call it? A mistake? A stress release?" A knot forms in my throat. I have the urge to say it was a moment of clarity, that I've never felt more alive or more connected. But I sense she's not ready to hear such confessions. "It was us," I say quietly. "I don't regret it." She exhales shakily, her gaze flicking toward the door. "Neither do I, but it scares me." Her voice trembles on that last word, and it stirs a protectiveness in me I never expected to feel for her. My hand settles on her elbow. She doesn't shrug me off, but she's tense. "We'll figure this out, one step at a time." She nods, eyes glimmering with unspoken conflict. Then she gently frees herself from my touch. "We have a meeting with the corrections committee in 20 minutes, she reminds me, voice steadier. "We should pull ourselves together." I swallow the urge to say something more. She's right. Life marches on. Public appearances don't wait. We gather our scattered belongings in loaded silence. I watch her repin her hair, the flush on her cheeks slowly receding. She's so controlled, even after losing that composure with me just moments ago. When we open the office door, the outside corridor is mercifully empty. Staffers must be busy with their own tasks, unsuspecting of the chaos we unleashed inside. We walk side by side toward the main hall, tension humming between us, hearts still pounding. Everything from our posture to the set of our mouths must appear normal, but inside I feel like I'm barely holding it together. As we near the corridor where staff gather, she pauses, turning to look at me. "This conversation isn't over," she says quietly. "We'll need to talk, really talk, about what just happened." My pulse thrums. I agree. After the committee meeting, maybe we can find time. Privately. She nods, then lifts her chin, transforming back into the polished woman the public sees. With a measured stride, she steps around the corner and greets two aides who wave them down. I follow, mind still reeling with echoes of her warmth and the strain in her voice. The day stretches ahead, full of policy issues and public scrutiny. Yet all I can think about is how the memory of her body against mine has seized every fragment of my focus. We slip into our roles, Governor and First Lady, presenting a united front to whoever crosses our path. But beneath the surface, the scorching reminder of that moment on the sofa lingers, threatening to reshape everything we thought we knew about each other. Part of me wonders if this will unravel our careful arrangement, or if it's the first step towards something we never dared to imagine. Either way, there's no going back. The line we crossed in my office is etched into my consciousness, setting the stage for a deeper reckoning we can't escape.
Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 11. Ava. I wake before dawn, snapping into consciousness as if jolted by a restless current. My suite is quiet except for a faint hum from the mansion's air vents. I lie there for a moment, staring at the ceiling, replaying yesterday in my mind. Endless policy meetings, staged public appearances, and that simmering tension with Mason that neither of us acknowledges in front of staff. By now, it's become the familiar rhythm of our precarious alliance. After dressing in a neutral-colored blazer and pencil skirt, something that looks reliably professional but not too stiff, I head to my office, a cup of strong coffee in hand. Outside, the early sky glows with pale lavender, and the halls feel eerily empty, as most staff won't appear for another hour. The sound of footsteps fills the quiet as I make my way through a corridor lined with portraits of past governors. I pause before one painting featuring a stern-faced right ancestor, noticing how his stare reminds me of Mason's unwavering gaze in a debate. The thought unsettles me, so I press on. Inside my office, I set the coffee down and begin sorting through a stack of documents left by an aide late last night. They include updates on transitional housing expansions, my personal crusade. It's only been a few months since I moved in here, but the desk is already crowded with binders and papers, each representing a piece of the progress I hope to achieve before time runs out on this arrangement. As I flip through a bulky binder labeled Urban Development Archives, expecting to find the usual historical data on property rezoning, a page catches my attention. Jericho Development. I stiffen. Jericho. The name alone conjures old anger, the memory of bulldozers roaring down my childhood block in D.C. They leveled our street, leaving families scattering like seeds in the wind. My mother never fully recovered from that loss, passing away not long after. I swallow the bitterness that threatens to choke me. Jericho was the reason I threw myself into activism, the reason I built Rise Up from nothing. Why is Jericho in an official binder from the current administration? I turn the page carefully. The next few paragraphs detail Jericho's expansion projects dating back 8 or 9 years. A mention of legal counsel him.Read leaps out at me. My breath falters. him.Read? That has to be Mason. It's impossible not to see the connection. A wave of dread flares in my stomach, making the edges of my vision blur. I force myself to keep reading. The paragraphs confirm that Mason, back when he was a rising attorney, provided strategic guidance for Jericho's demolition plans. My old neighborhood's address is there in black and white, listed among the sites slated for urban renewal. The phrase is so antiseptic, so sterile, masking the real devastation it caused. My chest tightens. So he wasn't just any lawyer. He was the one who smoothed the legal hurdles, ensuring Jericho had no obstacles in displacing families like mine. My hands clench around the pages, leaving faint imprints where my fingertips press. Memories swirl. My mother's tear-streaked face on the day we were given notice. The helpless rage I felt standing in the rubble. I can't believe I never found this detail before. Our personal worlds have intersected in ways I never imagined. My husband, the man I've let close, who claims to champion my cause, helped bulldoze my very past. A surge of betrayal rattles me, and I have to set the binder aside for fear I'll tear the pages. I pace my office, raw energy pulsing through my veins. My mind spins. Did he recognize me from the start? Did he know exactly whose nonprofit he was slashing when he gutted my funding? Or was I just one more item on some slick docket, irrelevant to his ambition? The questions make me dizzy. A soft knock at the door startles me. Silas, Mason's chief of staff, peeks in. "Morning, Ms. Duran," he says, polite but distant. "We have a briefing in half an hour about the new transitional housing initiative. The governor asked if you'd be attending." I clear my throat, trying to keep the rage from my voice. "Yes, I'll be there. Thank you." Silas nods and retreats. I realize I've been gripping the back of my office chair so tightly, my knuckles ache. For a moment, I wonder if I should confront Mason now, but my anger is too raw. If I charge in unprepared, I might burst into a tirade that wrecks everything we've built. Not that I'm sure it isn't already wrecked. Still, I can't face that meeting looking this shaken. I inhale to steady my heartbeat, smoothing my blazer. The staff expects me to lead the discussion with confidence, so I slide the binder into a locked drawer, hoping no one sees the tremor in my hands, and head to the briefing room. The meeting is a blur. People toss around statistics and budget lines for transitional housing expansions, praising the collaborative efforts of me and Mason. I nod, scribbling notes, but my chest burns with each mention of how the governor truly understands the importance of stable communities. The hypocrisy threatens to suffocate me. He's always looked me in the eye when we talk about restoring neighborhoods, never once hinting at his role in destroying mine. At the end of the briefing, I slip out before Mason can corner me. I sense his gaze flick toward me a few times, as if he can sense my tension, but I refuse to meet his eyes. I hurry along a side corridor, ignoring staff who call my name. My mind roars with questions. I need to see more. I need to confirm the full story. I duck into the mansion's small records archive, searching for a quiet corner. The archivist, an older woman, greets me with a warm nod. She's used to me rummaging through historical files about housing, but my request for old Jericho Inc. contracts raises her eyebrows. "Weren't those from years back, Ms. Duran?" she asks. "Yes," I say, trying to hide the quake in my voice. "I just want to cross-check some data. Personal interest." She leads me to a set of filing cabinets in a back room. Dust motes dance in the overhead light as I comb through manila folders thick with legal jargon. My stomach churns with each reference to Mason's name. His signature appears on multiple documents, each an endorsement ensuring Jericho's project proceeded without legal snags. I see stamped approvals, letters to city officials, footnotes detailing how to expedite demolitions. The words blur. He was intimately involved in forging the path that uprooted my community. I press a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to cry or scream. Everything about my life's purpose, protecting communities, fighting for the marginalized, was born out of that violent displacement. Now I discover my husband orchestrated it behind the scenes. The archivist steps away to answer a call, abandoning me with these papers. My pulse feels like a war drum in my ears. Finally, I gather a few crucial pages, make quick photocopies, and return the originals before quietly leaving. Back in my office, I spread the photocopies on my desk, reading them line by line. A date leaps out. This was about 10 years ago, not long before I left for Howard University. Another line references settlements to local tenants that were never fully paid. I remember how neighbors complained that they were shortchanged, forced out with no safety net. Rage flares anew. Mason can't feign ignorance. This entire case is riddled with the stench of exploitation. Did he realize whose homes he was signing away? Or was it all an easy paycheck to climb the political ladder? I jump at the sound of footsteps outside my door. Instinctively, I shove the pages into a desk drawer. Mason's voice resonates in the corridor, smoothly dismissing a staffer. Then he knocks and steps in without waiting for a reply. He's in a tailored suit, tie slightly askew from a long morning. His usual cool confidence falters when he sees my face, and his brow furrows with concern. "Ava, you rushed out of the briefing. Is something wrong?" My heart pounds like a caged beast. I want to throw the papers at him, spit out the words, "You destroyed my neighborhood." Instead, I straighten and force a tight-lipped expression. "I'm fine, just busy." He narrows his eyes. "You've been avoiding me. I can sense it. Did something happen?" I consider lying, but the swirling anger inside me demands to be heard. Still, I'm not ready to unravel everything in front of him. "We can talk later," I say, stepping around the desk. My voice trembles with withheld fury. "I have to finalize some tasks first." He moves to block me, concern morphing into confusion. "Eva, if there's an issue, let's handle it. I'd rather not let it fester." My composure strains at the edges. Does he have any clue what I've discovered? "You'd be surprised how long some issues can fester," I say, voice taut. "And not everything can be solved by a quick chat." His gaze hardens. "Don't shut me out. We're supposed to handle these matters together." My stomach twists at the irony. Together? He never told me about Jericho, about bulldozers plowing through my block. "I need air," I mutter, sidestepping him and slipping into the hallway. My footsteps echo, as I leave him standing there, no doubt baffled. I spend the afternoon locked in a battle against my own storm of emotions. I bounce from one meeting to another, delivering statements in calm, measured tones, while my mind replays Jericho's bulldozers. Every time a staffer congratulates me on the success of our reentry programs, I want to scream that this administration once championed the exact opposite. Late evening finds me in the mansion's private library, the same place Mason and I shared that heated kiss weeks ago. Tonight, the memory of that intimacy rings hollow. The tall shelves and elegant sconces provide a subdued glow, and I collapse into an armchair, wishing I could tear down the illusions around me. I text Zora. Need to talk. Urgent. She replies that she'll come by soon. Meanwhile, I pace between the bookshelves, occasionally pausing at thick tomes about state history, imagining if there's a chapter referencing how my block vanished under Mason's directive. Ridiculous, I know, but my bitterness is bone deep. When Zora enters, she leaves the door ajar, stepping quietly. "You look like you're 2 seconds from snapping," she whispers, scanning my face. I nod, voice hollow. He was the lawyer for Jericho, the one that tore my whole life apart. It's all in the official records. He never said a word. Her expression contorts in sympathy. "Girl, this is huge." I grip the back of a chair, knuckles white. I can't breathe around him knowing this. Every time he mentions revitalizing communities, I want to tear into him. She steps closer, resting fingers anchoring me gently. "When are you going to confront him?" Heat gathers behind my eyes. "Soon. It might get ugly." Zora's face softens. "You sure you're ready for that fallout?" I swallow hard. I'd rather risk fallout than keep living a lie. He destroyed my neighborhood, Zora. My mother died without the comfort of her own home. Do you know how that feels? Her eyes glisten with sympathy. "No, I can't imagine. But I'll back you, whatever you choose." I nod, jaw tight. She gives my shoulder a squeeze and slips away, leaving me alone in the half-lit library. My nerves buzz with anticipation. Should I seek him out now, corner him in his study, and let the truth fly? The idea ignites a savage thrill. I'm still pondering this when the door creaks again. This time it's Mason, tie loosened, expression etched with worry. "Silas said you looked upset. I had a feeling I'd find you here." He steps inside, gently closing the door. The hush of the library is suffocating as we face each other across the plush rug. For a beat, neither of us speaks. The flickering wall lamps cast shadows that make him look more severe. "Ava," he begins, voice tentative. "I know something's been off today. Please, talk to me." My heart hammers. This is it, the moment I can't postpone. I muster the courage, fishing the photocopies from my blazer pocket, folded sheets that represent the gravest betrayal I've ever felt. "Does Jericho development ring a bell?" I say quietly, stepping forward to thrust the papers toward him. He frowns, taking them with evident caution. His eyes scan the text, confusion morphing into realization as recognition dawns. I watch color drain from his face. He lifts his gaze to mine, lips parting. "You found this? Where?" "That's not the question." I snarl, voice trembling with pent-up fury. "The question is why you never told me. You hammered the final nails into my neighborhood's coffin." He looks stricken, breath unsteady. I didn't know it was your neighborhood." "You sure about that? Or did you not bother to learn the names of the families you threw onto the street?" My anger quakes through my tone. "I found official documents linking you to every legal loophole Jericho used." His grip on the papers tightens, and a flash of guilt clouds his features. "It was a long time ago. I was a junior attorney. I wasn't fully aware of the consequences. The apology he's about to deliver hits me like a stale script. My chest burns. Don't you dare feed me that. You were complicit in destroying people's homes. He sets the pages on a nearby table, a tremor in his hands. I'm not denying my role. I just didn't realize the personal cost. I was young, ambitious. I bark a humorless laugh. Ambition? That's your excuse? That your big break required demolishing communities? He steps toward me, eyes pleading, but I recoil. The rawness of memory surges, my mother's devastated expression, the echo of bulldozers. I see that heartbreak superimposed over Mason's face. Eva, he whispers, if I had known it was your home, you would have done it differently, or would you have found a slicker way to bury it? My voice cracks, tears threatening. You let me talk about my activism, my lost neighborhood, all the while knowing you held the pen that signed its death warrant. His shoulders sag. I was ashamed. By the time I realized your personal connection, it felt too late. I feared you'd never forgive me. A bitter sob wells up in my throat, but I choke it down. You're right. I can't forgive something like this. Not easily. He reaches out as if to touch my arm. Please, let's talk this through. I regret everything Jericho stood for. That job launched my career, yes, but I see now what it cost. I wish I could go back. You can't, I snap, voice echoing off the shelves. My mother is gone. Our community was shattered. No apology fixes that. His eyes glisten with a desperation I've never seen. Eva, I'm trying to be the man who undoes that damage, who invests in the communities we once harmed. I stare at him, tears threatening to spill. I thought, somewhere along the line, that you genuinely cared, that I could trust you with my vulnerabilities, but you were the culprit all along. He takes a shaky step closer. No, I'm not that man anymore. Let me prove it. My anger frays into heartbreak, a torrent of betrayal coursing through me. You can't. This is too personal, too deep. How can I stand beside you knowing you're the reason my world collapsed? He's silent for a tortured moment, face taut with regret. I'll do anything to make it right, Eva. Anything. A hollow laugh escapes. You can't bring back my neighborhood. You can't restore my mother's final moments of peace. My hands tremble as I back away, tears stinging the corners of my eyes. I refuse to let them fall in front of him. Don't you see how cruel this is? I married you thinking I could manipulate you for a cause, but we ended up crossing lines I never intended. And all along, you had this massive secret that hits me where I'm most wounded. He seems at a loss, voice cracking when he speaks. I'm begging you to let me fix what I can. I know I can't erase the past, but I can push for deeper reforms, real restitution for families displaced. Spare me the policy pitch, I snarl, stepping back. My cheeks are damp, though I can't recall the exact moment I started crying. I can't even look at you. His own eyes fill with sorrow, and for a second, I see the man I once thought might genuinely care. But the Jericho files loom in my mind.
Chapter 12. Mason. Days passes by so quickly. My schedule leaves little room to breathe. From sunrise until well past dark, I race between budget meetings, donor lunches, and public appearances. Eva rarely crosses my path for more than a few minutes at a time, and when she does, her gaze is distant. Once upon a time, only months ago, but it feels like a lifetime. We seem to find a fragile rhythm, even a spark of something genuine in our carefully crafted partnership. Now that spark feels like embers buried under layers of tension I can't decipher. I sense her drifting away, though I can't pinpoint why. She's still my biggest champion in front of the press, delivering eloquent statements about re-entry programs and transitional housing expansions. But behind closed doors, she gives me curt nods instead of real conversation. If I ask if she's all right, she deflects with a clipped response about deadlines or staff calls. I try telling myself she's just overwhelmed. Yet a nagging worry gnaws at me, suggesting something deeper is wrong. This morning I head to a campaign event in downtown Baltimore, standing behind a podium before a crowd of local business owners. They're here to discuss an initiative I announced last month. Tax incentives for companies that hire individuals returning from incarceration. Ava championed the idea, calling it a stepping stone for real community restoration. But she's not by my side today. She texted me last night saying she had pressing matters elsewhere. The abrupt change in her schedule stung, though I feigned calm when I told my staff. As I deliver my remarks, the flash of cameras blinds me at intervals, and applause ripples whenever I mention giving second chances. I'm keenly aware, though, that the applause is subdued. Rumors have started swirling about our marriage. More than once, I've glimpsed headlines like, "Is the governor's marriage a publicity stunt?" splashed across tabloid websites. My press team tries to muzzle them, but speculation thrives in the digital age. Some wonder how Ava could pivot so fast from calling me a polished monster to wearing my ring and praising my agenda. I recite my lines, ignoring the acid churning in my gut. When I step off the makeshift stage, Silas, my chief of staff, appears at my elbow. "Governor, we have a situation," he mutters, voice low enough that passers-by don't overhear. I nod a brisk goodbye to a few donors and retreat with him behind a privacy screen near the event's catering table. "What kind of situation?" He exhales, glancing around warily. "Your ex-fiancée, a journalist with the Times. I've heard she's been asking pointed questions about your marriage." My stomach tightens. My ex, Valerie, was once deeply entwined in my life. She and I were engaged briefly before everything unraveled in a swirl of political drama. After that, she pivoted to investigative reporting. "Val's sniffing around? About me and Eva?" I keep my voice calm, but a chill slides across my skin. He nods, expression grave. "A friend at the Times overheard her pitching an exposé about how your marriage might be a PR strategy. She's claiming she has unnamed sources, possibly from your old staff, who say you orchestrated the wedding to salvage your image with minority voters." I press my lips into a thin line. That rumor's been circulating for weeks. People love to speculate. But if Val is on the case, it means she's looking for proof, Silas finishes. "We have no evidence she has a smoking gun, but her reputation for digging up dirt is well known. She might come knocking in the next few days, possibly even corner Miss Duran." My pulse pounds. Eva can handle tough questions, but her patience for hypocrisy is razor thin these days. If Val pushes the right buttons, it could lead to an explosive confrontation, especially because Ava's grown so remote lately that I suspect something else is fueling her anger. "Keep me informed," I tell Silas, scanning the crowd, "and let's ensure our staff remains tight-lipped. If Val is determined to unearth skeletons, the last thing we need is a slip from someone in the mansion." He dips his head. "Understood. One more thing. Miss Duran seemed off at the last briefing. Is everything all right between you two?" His question pricks at my ego. I force a half smile. "We're handling it. Thank you, Silas." He steps away to manage the next wave of donors, leaving me with the swirl of tension in my gut. The speculation about my marriage is one problem, but the rift with Eva is more pressing. Something's changed between us. I need to figure out what it is before it rots everything we've worked for. By mid-afternoon, I return to the governor's mansion. The staff scuttles through the foyer, arms full of folders, phones buzzing. I weave past them, stepping into the corridor that leads to Eva's office. The door is ajar, but the room is empty. A half-finished cup of coffee sits on her desk, lipstick smudge on the rim. She must have slipped out recently. A biting sense of disappointment flickers inside me. I was ready to press for an explanation. Instead, I find the silence of her space, her computer still awake on a screensaver of a Rise Up benefit photo. She's beaming in that shot, real hope in her eyes. Lately, that hope has vanished, replaced by a guarded tension whenever we're in the same room. With a quiet sigh, I head upstairs to my private study. The second the door shuts behind me, my phone buzzes. A quick glance reveals a text from a staffer. "Governor, press conference in 30. Don't forget." Right. Another routine statement about the budget. My schedule leaves no breathing room. I'm about to toss the phone onto my desk when it buzzes again. This time, the caller ID shows an unknown number, but my intuition says it's not random. Warily, I answer. "Mason Wright speaking." A female voice with a familiar sharpness responds. "Hello, Mason. Surprised to hear from me." My stomach twists. "Valerie," I say coolly. She lets out a small laugh. "Didn't think I'd call directly, did you? I've been hearing interesting rumors about your marriage. Thought I'd give you a chance to comment before my article goes live next week." I sink into the chair, glancing around my study as if the walls might be listening. "I assume you've already made up your mind. Why pretend you want my input?" She hums lightly. "Call it professional courtesy, or maybe nostalgia for old times. Are you going to confirm your relationship with Eva Duran is legitimate? Because your staff's official line hasn't convinced certain sources of mine." My jaw tightens. "Sources? Who? Wouldn't you like to know?" She taunts. "Let's just say they paint a compelling picture. A hasty marriage to salvage your polling. A year-long contract that benefits both parties. One might call it a fake marriage for political gain. But, hey, if you want to deny it on record, Val," I cut in, a chill settling over me. "I won't be baited. Our marriage is real. That's all you need to know." She's silent for a beat, then sighs. "Well, you always did love your illusions. Don't worry. I'll let your staff handle the official statement once the piece is out. Have a good day, Governor." She hangs up, leaving me simmering with dread. This is the last thing we need. My ex broadcasting a scandal about a staged marriage. The timing couldn't be worse, especially with Ava acting so withdrawn. If she finds out my ex is stirring up trouble, she might assume I orchestrated something behind her back. I push out a heavy breath, pressing my palms against the cool surface of my desk. For a moment, I wish I could talk to Eva, share the burden. We've started, in fits and starts, forging something that felt real. At least until recently. But how can we stand together against these rumors if she won't even look me in the eye? The clock on my phone warns me it's time for the budget press conference. With a muttered curse, I leave my study and hurry downstairs. I have to plaster on my politician's smile once again and pretend everything is under control. The press conference unfolds in the mansion's formal reception area, reporters assembled in neat rows. Photographers snap incessantly. My staff hustles to keep them corralled while I stand at a podium, delivering updates about new spending priorities. I mention Eva's role in championing expansions for re-entry programs, hoping to convey that we remain a united front. Halfway through a Kianda, a journalist calls out a question that pricks my nerves. "Governor, there have been allegations that your marriage to Miss Duran is a calculated stunt. Care to comment?" My jaw tightens. My communications director tries to redirect, but I hold up a hand. "My marriage is private, but I'll say this. Miss Duran and I have accomplished significant progress together, and our partnership is more than a press angle." It's a controlled statement, but my heart slams against my ribcage. I glimpse a few raised eyebrows among the reporters. Tension crackles in the air. They sense there's more beneath the surface. I cut the conda short, ignoring the disappointed huff of several journalists. My staff scurries around me as I leave, cameras still clicking in a frenzied staccato. By the time I return to my office, exhaustion seeps into my bones. Yet my mind won't stop racing. I can't lose everything to scandal, especially not now. The fear of losing Eva's trust weighs more heavily than any political consequence. I sink into my chair, gaze drifting to a framed photo on the shelf. Me and Eva at a youth center event, arms linked, genuine smiles. That day she looked at me like she believed in me. Lately, her gaze feels shuttered. My phone chirps with a text from Silas. We have an urgent donor meeting tonight at 8. Miss Duran's scheduled to attend. Will you be ready? Groaning, I type a quick yes, but the last thing I want is another choreographed event where she and I pretend all is well. The hours drag. I bury myself in paperwork, trying to ignore the hollow sense of waiting. The minute hand crawls on the clock until 7:45, at which point I head to the smaller banquet room. It's set for a dinner with half a dozen major donors. White linens, subdued lighting, servers circulating with wine. My stomach churns at the thought of forced pleasantries. Eva arrives 10 minutes later, wearing a sleek black dress that accentuates her regal posture. But her face is drawn, her eyes cold. She greets the donors with polite warmth, then brushes past me without a single word. My heart drops. We spend 2 excruciating hours making small talk about job creation, infrastructure, and re-election strategies. The donors feast on grilled salmon and asparagus, clinking glasses in polite toasts. Eva offers measured contributions to the conversation, never letting her gaze linger on me. I respond with my own calculated lines, tension building with each course. The donors trickle out, all smiles. The moment they exit, Eva whirls toward me, fury blazing in her expression. She yanks me by the elbow into a side corridor away from prying staff eyes. Is there something I need to know about your ex-fiancé? Her voice is low, but the anger pulses through each syllable. My heart seizes. Where did you hear? Zora told me she's been sniffing around, Eva hisses, asking staff questions about our wedding, looking for proof it's staged. Care to explain? My thoughts tumble in disarray. She's writing a piece. She called me earlier, fishing for details. I told her nothing. Eva's nostrils flare, emotion swirling in her eyes. Anger, betrayal, something else I can't read. So you have an ex out there who might confirm our marriage is a sham? That's convenient, considering the rumor mill is already in overdrive. It's not a sham, I say, voice low, panic gripping me. But the timing is bad. Val wants a scandal. She'll spin anything. We have to stand together and show we're real. Eva gives a cold laugh. Stand together? I'm supposed to back you up again. Pretend we're blissful. I found out you destroyed my neighborhood, Mason. Now I learn your ex is preparing to paint me as some pawn in your PR machine. Don't you see how badly this looks for me? My lungs tighten. So that's why she's been so distant. She discovered my old Jericho files. My worst fear realized. Eva, I had no idea you knew. She shoots me a glare that nearly knocks the breath from me. I know everything, and you lied by omission, letting me believe you were sincere in your mission to rebuild communities when you're the reason mine was crushed in the first place. I rake a hand over my face, consumed by guilt. I didn't know it was your block. I was a junior attorney. That doesn't matter, she snaps, tears glimmering in her eyes. You facilitated the eviction of families like mine. My mother died feeling displaced and abandoned. Her voice quivers on that final word. Eva, I whisper, my chest aching. I'm sorry. If I'd known... You'd have found a different victim? She spits. I can't do this right now! She spins on her heel, but I grab her wrist, desperation fueling my grip. Let me fix it, I plead. I can't undo the past, but I can fight to rectify it. I'll face your community, offer reparations, push for deeper reforms. She wrenches free, eyes blazing with tears that refuse to fall. You want me to help you salvage your conscience? That's not how this works. She shudders, struggling for composure. I regret every moment I let you in, believing you'd changed. This was personal, deeper than any spin, and you kept me in the dark. My voice trembles as I reach for her again. I'm not that man anymore, Eva, please. She recoils, heartbreak etched into her face. I can't even look at you without seeing the rubble of my home. My heart cracks wide open. What do we do about the press? About Val? She releases a choked laugh, tears hovering in her gaze. You're still thinking about damage control? Of course you are. Before I can protest, she wheels around, striding down the corridor. Ava! I call after her. Wait! She doesn't pause. Her shoulders quake, and I realize this is more than righteous anger. It's deep, personal devastation. I watch her vanish around a corner, footsteps echoing until they fade into silence. The emptiness hits me like a punch to the gut. For a moment, I stand there, hands shaking at my sides. A staffer peeks around a distant doorway, eyes wide, but I glare back, sending him scurrying. My entire plan, blending sincerity with politics, feels like it's crumbling. If Ava can't see any redemption in me, then every piece of policy we've built might collapse too. With a ragged sigh, I slump against the ornate wallpaper, mind spinning. My ex is about to publish a bombshell accusing me of staging this marriage. Eva just discovered the worst skeleton in my closet. The illusions that once held everything together are unraveling. And I'm left alone in a gilded hallway, stuck between my old sins and the possibility that the woman I've grown to care for will never forgive me. I let my eyes close, the hush of the mansion pressing in. My chest tightens with longing to run after her, beg for a second chance. But I'm paralyzed by shame, uncertain how to make her believe I'm not the same person who once destroyed lives for a paycheck. All I can do is stand here, listening to the faint echo of her retreating footsteps, haunted by the knowledge that my ex is about to reveal our secrets, and Eva has every right to walk away from me, perhaps for good.
Chapter 13. Eva. I stride into the mansion's foyer, muscles taut from the day's relentless demands. Staff members hurry past with wide eyes, but I barely notice them. My phone keeps buzzing in my hand, notifications popping up from every news outlet imaginable. Headlines proclaim a single story in blaring fonts. Governor Wright's marriage, contract leaked. Ex-fiancé tells all. My heart hammers as I open another article, scanning the text in a haze of disbelief. They have details. A timeline that matches the day Mason's team approached me with this whole arrangement. Some are calling me a sellout activist, others a strategic decoy. The final blow hits when I see a snippet of the alleged contract. It's out there for the world to see. Paragraphs highlighted in red, referencing a 1-year marriage term. They're claiming it's all for show, that I'm nothing more than a prop to save Mason's career. The magnitude of it stuns me breathless. I taste humiliation on my tongue. People are calling me a fraud, a hypocrite. My mind races with memories of every press conference where I defended him, where I declared that we'd discovered common ground. Was I wrong to believe there could be something deeper in all this? Now I look like a gullible fool, or worse, a cunning partner in political theater. My chest constricts with anger as I turn off my phone before I read further. I'm not sure I can handle more. I toss it onto a nearby console table with more force than intended, ignoring the staffer who jolts at the sound. My entire body buzzes with pent-up energy, and I head down the corridor toward the library, where we last had a calm moment, if we ever really had calm. On the way, Zora appears, gaze filled with concern. "Eva," she murmurs, grasping my arm. "I just saw it. Are you—" "No," I say, voice unsteady with fury and embarrassment. "I'm not. This is public humiliation on a scale I never wanted." Her expression softens, but I catch the flicker of her own anger. "You and I both suspected someone might leak details, but I didn't think they had the actual contract. The ex dropped a bomb." I swallow the tremor in my throat. "I want to find Mason. Now." My voice cracks with a note of betrayal. 2 gut punches in short order. Discovering he once facilitated the bulldozing of my childhood block, and now watching as our arranged marriage is exposed to the world. Zora nods. He was heading to his study after his last meeting, probably reeling from the same news. I nod, jaw set, and push past her. I'm done waiting for him to come to me with half-truths and rehearsed lines. My footfalls echo on the polished floors until I reach the heavy double doors that lead to his private study. Without knocking, I shove them open. Mason stands by a window, phone pressed to his ear. He looks up, startled, then sees the storm in my expression and ends the call abruptly. Eva, we need to talk, I say, voice shaking with the effort of controlling my fury. I shut the door behind me, swallowing the thick ache in my throat. Right this second. He sets his phone aside, stepping toward me with caution. I know about the leak. He begins, voice low. I'm trying to... Shut it, I snap, cutting through his attempt at damage control. I'm humiliated on national television, the entire world calling me a staged puppet, and you want me to hear about your spin? His face twists with regret. I'm not spinning, Ava. I'm just blindsided. Val must have obtained that contract from someone on my old staff. I never thought they'd have the gall to leak the actual text. The reality of that betrayal sends a fresh wave of anger through me. So now the public sees the truth. We have a formal agreement. They think I married you for political clout, that everything we've said is a lie. And you know what's worse? My voice trembles. They're not entirely wrong, are they? He stiffens, guilt evident. It started as strategy, yes, but it's grown into something real. You know that. My laugh is hollow. Do I? Because my entire reputation is on the line here. The activist who championed real justice is apparently nothing but your PR wife. He exhales, frustration and remorse mingling in his gaze. We can do a joint statement, show them we're aligned. I raise my palm, seething. A statement? The same way you wanted to fix everything else? With neat words? I found out you destroyed my neighborhood for a paycheck, and then I discover your ex leaked a contract that makes me look like your pet politician. My voice falters with emotion. You realize how personal this is? He grimaces. I know, and I'm sorry. About Jericho. About the contract's leak. I step closer, eyes bright with fury and heartbreak. Sorry doesn't wipe away the cameras camped outside, shouting questions. It doesn't erase that I fell for the possibility of us. I let you in, but everything's unraveling into a circus. His jaw flexes, desperation flickering across his face. Let me fix it. Let me stand in front of those cameras and own the blame. You think one press conference can rescue me from being the woman who sold out her community to marry the man who leveled her home? Or from the humiliating reality that we have a marriage contract with an end date? He scrubs a hand down his tie, voice tight with exasperation. We can show that we've moved beyond the contract, that it's more than a transaction. I'll come clean about Jericho if that's what you want. Say I made a grave mistake. My chest seizes with a sense of betrayal so profound I can barely breathe. You do it only because you're cornered, not because it was the right thing. I can't keep standing behind you like some shining accessory, pretending we're fine. Ava, he says softly, stepping nearer. We're not accessories. We've accomplished real reforms, real progress. Don't let them bury that under a scandal. Tears burn behind my eyes. But maybe they should bury it. I'm so tired, Mason. Tired of defending you in the press while discovering deeper lies. Tired of explaining to donors how our love story is real when it started with bullet points and a ring. He tries to touch my arm, but I jerk away. The hurt in his eyes mirrors my own heartbreak. I never wanted it to be like this, he murmurs. I clench my fists, memories flashing. The bulldozers, the moment I discovered the contract's leak, the swirl of media yelling my name on the news. It's all an illusion, and the world sees it now. Our arrangement is exposed. Silence beats between us, thick with tension. His voice comes out ragged when he finally speaks. I care about you. That's not an illusion. I wish I'd told you about Jericho from the start. I wish we never formalized the marriage in that contract. But I can't change the past, Ava. A sob lodges in my throat. I believed we had something genuine, that behind the cameras, we were building trust. But now I see how fragile it all was. He inhales, anguish etched on his features. We still can be genuine. Let me fight for you. For us. Let me face the press, disclaim the contract as old. Say we... I explode, voice shaking with rage. Stop trying to salvage your image. Think about what you've done to me. My entire life, I fought for justice, for the people you cast aside in Jericho's path. And now, after letting myself care for you, I find out you had a hand in my mother's heartbreak, and I'm the laughingstock of the country as your contract wife. My tears slip free now, unstoppable. It's too much. I can't. He moves as if to hold me, but I back away, breathing unsteadily. The library's silence envelops us, but the weight of the world roars in my ears. Leave me alone, I whisper, voice cracking. I need space. His voice trembles. Ava, wait. I glare at him, tears on my cheeks. You can't fix this with a grand speech. I'm done playing the perfect wife for your campaign. I'm done ignoring the ways you've hurt my world. He bows his head, agony woven in his posture. I never meant to. You keep saying that, I cut in, tears blurring my vision. But that doesn't erase reality. My breathing grows ragged, chest tight with heartbreak and fury. The world is spinning, cameras are outside. My mother's memory haunts me, and the man I let into my heart stands across from me with guilt in his eyes. I can't bear it. I turn on my heel, yanking open the door, ignoring the staffer who lingers in the hall. Mason follows a few steps, but I whirl back to face him, voice shaky. Don't follow me. I can't look at you right now. His expression contorts with despair, but he nods, halting. The staffer quickly scurries away, pretending not to see the tension radiating in the corridor. I walk away, hearing my own ragged breathing, tears streaking my cheeks. The humiliation throbs with each step. Everyone saw the leaked contract. Everyone knows the truth, or some twisted version of it. And the man I once believed might be more than his past is the one who orchestrated it all. Reaching the foyer, I grab my purse and keys. A security guard tries to question me, but I cut him off with a terse, I'm leaving. That's all. No explanation. My mind fixates on escape, on driving somewhere no one can find me. I don't even know how far I'll go, or for how long, but I can't stay here, enveloped by cameras and secrets. Outside, the driveway glitters under harsh camera lights. Reporters swarm, shouting questions about the contract leak. A microphone jabs toward me. Mrs. Wright, is the marriage staged? Did you do it for re-entry program funding? Is it all a hoax? Their accusations burn in my ears, fueling the tears still hot on my cheeks. I lift my chin, refusing to speak, weaving around them in silence. A flash nearly blinds me, and I flinch at the cacophony. My security detail tries to push them back, but the throng is relentless, hungry for a reaction. I slip into my car, slamming the door. My hands tremble as I insert the key, ignoring the shouts outside. The engine roars to life, and I peel away from the mansion gates, cameras reflecting in my rearview mirror until I turn a corner and vanish from their view. Driving aimlessly, I navigate city streets with no real destination. My thoughts swirl, the heartbreak, the betrayal, the humiliating coverage. I recall nights in the mansion library, where we debated policy, thought we'd found common ground. He kissed me there, whispered confessions that made me think we had something real. But how can it be real when our entire foundation was built on exploitation? My phone vibrates on the passenger seat, lighting up with Mason's name. I let it go unanswered. He tries again, but I switch the phone to silent. I can't talk to him, not while this raw anger and heartbreak claw at my insides. Eventually, I pull over at a dimly lit overlook near the outskirts of the city. It's a place I used to visit when I first arrived in Maryland, back when I was forging Rise Up from scratch. The vantage point offers a sweeping view of the downtown skyline, a reminder of the scale of the problems I fought so hard to fix. Now, I'm left questioning whether I undermined everything by trusting Mason, even a little. I kill the engine and rest my forehead against the steering wheel, breathing through a torrent of emotions. My phone dings with a text from Zora. "Where are you? Are you safe? Call me." Her worry tugs at me, but I still can't form coherent words. Another text from an unknown number likely belongs to a reporter. I grimace, letting it pass. Minutes tick by, maybe an hour. The city lights twinkle in the distance, mocking the illusions I once believed in. I think of my mother's face, how she taught me to stand up for the marginalized. If she saw me now, married to the man who literally bulldozed our past, would she understand my initial reasons, or would she see it as betrayal? Tears well up again, but I breathe slowly, letting them subside. Rage churns beneath the sadness. I vowed that this isn't the end of me. Maybe the leak humiliates me now, but I can still fight for my cause. I can still hold Mason accountable for Jericho, for everything. The question is how. Eventually, my phone buzzes once more, and I glance out of habit. It's another text from Zora. "Mansion swarmed by press. Mason searching for you. Press calling you both fake lovers. Need you back soon if we're to do damage control." My anger flares at the phrase, damage control. Are we doomed to spin this fiasco, this catastrophe, like any other political slip? My heart rebels at the idea of returning to that mansion of illusions, but a part of me knows I can't vanish forever. My nonprofit, my staff, the communities depending on our legislation, they're all at stake. With a weary sigh, I start the car again, heading back into the city. I'm not sure if I'm returning to the mansion or to my office at Rise Up, but I know I won't hide in the shadows. Mason may have orchestrated this arrangement, lied by omission about his Jericho past, and broken me open with the cruelty of it all. But I'm still Eva Duran, the woman who fought for the voiceless. As I drive, I replay the last confrontation in my mind, the pain in his eyes as I stormed out, the agony in my chest at realizing my life is splashed across headlines as a joke, the rage that fuels me at his complicity in the place I once called home being reduced to rubble. This is heartbreak at its rawest, and I can't see a path to healing with him. Maybe tomorrow I'll plan my next steps, how to salvage my reputation, how to deliver a statement that reaffirms my cause. Tonight I let the numbness settle. The swirl of city lights pass by my windows, and I drive on autopilot, mind flicking between bitterness and heartbreak. At a traffic light, I glimpse a billboard featuring Mason's face, a campaign slogan beneath it. My stomach twists, then the light changes, and I accelerate into the anonymity of the city's night, searching for a safe harbor. Searching for answers to how a woman who swore she'd never compromise ended up here. Battered by the revelations of a husband who was never honest. I refuse to let this be my downfall, but for now, tears slip unchecked down my cheeks. I press on the gas, weaving through dark streets, determined to outrun the cameras and the echo of his apologies. I might have to face him again soon, but at this moment, I cling to the scant solace of being alone with my grief. The contract is leaked. The developer betrayal is exposed, and I have never felt more devastated or more certain that I need to stand on my own terms, no matter how lonely that stance might be.
Chapter 14. Mason. I leave my study door ajar, pacing in the corridor near the main staircase. A hush settles over the mansion like a stage dimmed after a catastrophic reveal. At each passing moment, I expect Eva to burst in, furious or tearful, but the silence taunts me instead. The staff moves quietly, aware of tension clinging to these walls. Everything's changed since the story broke, and she confronted me. She's been gone for hours. My mind replays her voice, thick with heartbreak. You destroyed my neighborhood. You humiliated me. The condemnation in her eyes burned a deeper scar than any public scandal ever could. I replay every attempt I made to apologize, to fix things, only to watch her walk away. Now the mansion feels cavernous, each empty corridor a reminder that she might never look at me the same way again. I venture toward the foyer, hoping she's returned, but it's deserted except for a single security officer. He stands at attention, apparently expecting some instruction. I murmur a quick question. Has she driven back? He shakes his head. No sign of her. A swirl of worry presses hard on my chest. I swallow it down and move to the library, trying to find any clue she might have left. A single lamp glows next to an armchair, casting shadows on the mahogany shelves. On a side table, a coffee mug sits abandoned. Hers. That small detail sends a twinge through me. She must have set it aside before storming out. The memory of her tears scalds me anew. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Silas appears in the doorway, face solemn. Governor, the press won't leave the gates. They're clamoring for a statement on the leaked contract. The staff's on standby. I nod, attempting to keep the tremor from my voice. We'll handle the press. I want a statement drafted that emphasizes our real partnership, the progress we've made. Keep it firm but concise. He watches me, concern etched in every line of his face. Are you sure you want to do that without Miss Duran? Typically, you two present a united front. My throat constricts. I don't know if she'll stand with me on this, but we can't let rumors keep piling up. I press my fingertips lightly against the spines of old books, searching for any anchor to calm my spinning thoughts. Let the press know we'll respond in the morning. Tonight, I need space to think. Silas hesitates, then nods. Understood, sir. He steps back, leaving me simmering in rising panic. I slump into an armchair, facing the vacant fireplace. My entire body feels weighted. Every misstep races through my memory. The Jericho involvement I hid from Eva, the contract I once believed was just a formality, the moment my ex-fiancée decided to torch my marriage in the press. It's as though every piece of my past has conspired to destroy the fragile sense of hope Eva and I were building. Minutes pass like hours. My phone pings repeatedly. Messages from donors, political allies, probably a dozen staffers with frantic pleas. I silence it, not ready to face the politicking. The only voice I want to hear belongs to Eva, and she's vanished. I stand, drawn to the back corner of the library where the atmosphere grows dimmer. My gaze lands on a framed photograph near the shelves. My brother and me, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Back when life seemed simpler. The memory hits like a punch. He was the golden boy of the Wright dynasty, the one meant to ascend to the governorship, the White House, whatever rung my father demanded. I was the second son. The day my brother died in a car accident, I lost not just a sibling, but the protective shield he provided against my father's ambitions. Everything changed. My father's disappointment channeled to me, forcing me to bury all softness if I wanted to survive in our ruthless political world. I recall the funeral, standing by the coffin while my father's gaze bored into me with a silent command. Succeed where he failed. That was the moment I locked away my grief, determined not to drown in it. I soared in law school, rose fast in the firm, took on big clients like Jericho, never pausing to question the morality. My father praised me for being pragmatic, unstoppable. I told myself it was the price of success. Yet, somewhere along the line, I lost any sense of real empathy. Even after I pivoted into politics, I never slowed down enough to confront how many lives my early choices touched. I closed my eyes, the echo of my brother's laugh mingling with Eva's voice. She stands at the intersection of every mistake I've made. That's why she hates me so ferociously. She sees the harm I caused. And now a leaked contract cements me as a manipulator on a national stage. She has every right to despise me, to want out, to run. A gentle knock pulls me from my thoughts. Silas again. He steps inside, voice hushed. The security cameras picked up Miss Durant's car returning to the grounds, Governor. She parked by the side entrance. My heart stutters. Relief surges, tempered by dread. Where is she? He hesitates. She walked straight upstairs, looked upset. Thank you, I murmur, brushing past him, the need to see her overriding everything else. I hurry to the second floor, ignoring the knots in my stomach. The hallway leading to her suite is empty, silent as ever. I approach her door, feeling the swirl of heartbreak I caused her. A single lamp glows beneath the threshold. My knock is tentative, but there is no answer. I knock again. Still nothing. I turn the knob, finding it locked. Ava, I say quietly, trying not to raise my voice. Please, can we talk? No response. I press my forehead to the cool surface of the door, a hollow ache lodging in my chest. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I whisper, knowing full well she might be standing on the other side and refusing to let me in. Or she might not even be there, having moved on to another corner of the mansion. The silence is punishing. Time drags. At last, I pivot away, forcing myself down the corridor to my own suite. Inside, I flick on the overhead light, flooding the space with a too bright glare that mocks my disquiet. My phone pings again, and this time I read the messages. Donor meltdown, a word I try to avoid, but it's scrawled across the staff update. They fear donors will withdraw support if the marriage scandal grows. Another text from a political ally. Get ahead of this, or face calls to resign. The tension in my neck intensifies. I toss the phone onto a table. Normally such threats would galvanize me into swift damage control. But right now the only reaction I have is numb exhaustion. None of the spin matters if Eva can't stand me anymore, if the partnership we forged, admittedly flawed from the start, has shriveled under the weight of betrayal. Sinking onto the bed, I recall the day she and I first clashed publicly. She called me a polished monster. I had privately admired her fire, even if it was directed at me. Then I convinced her to marry me for a short-term arrangement. We pretended for the cameras, but somewhere along the line, real feelings crept in. We bared vulnerabilities neither of us expected. And now I realize how deeply I valued that closeness, maybe even needed it. I lie back, staring at the ornate ceiling. The faint hum of the air system is my only companion. I imagine tomorrow's headlines. Governor's wife storms out. Exposé confirms fake marriage. My ex-fiancée likely basks in the chaos she unleashed. She was always clever, reading my flaws like pages in a cautionary tale. Letting her run wild with this story could destroy me politically. But that's not what twists my gut. It's the idea that Eva might truly walk away, leaving me more hollow than I've ever been. A memory floods me. Years ago, the day my brother died. I was at the hospital, pressing my palm against his cold hand, numbness blanketing my senses. My father's quiet rage surrounded me. He offered no comfort, just an unspoken command. Move on. Don't show weakness. I became a man who bulldozes obstacles, ironically reflecting Jericho's mindset. The irony now stings like acid. The same approach that fueled my rise has led me here, estranged from the one person who made me feel human again. I shut my eyes, trying to breathe through the ache, but the image of Eva's tear-streaked face refuses to fade. Her words loop in my head. You destroyed my neighborhood? The raw pain in her voice slices deeper than any critique I've faced. I want to see her, beg for a chance to make it right, but logic tells me she's not ready. She might never be. A faint knock sounds on my suite door. My heart leaps, hoping it's her, I leap up, crossing the room in quick strides. When I open it, I find Silas once more, tension drawing his features tight. "Governor," he says, voice strained, "we've got bigger problems. A few staffers might confirm that your marriage was initially a contract, if the press corners them." I scrub a hand over my face, grief mingling with frustration. Of course. Everyone's terrified, throwing each other under the bus to save themselves. He nods gravely. "Any chance Miss Duran will present a unified statement with you tomorrow?" I hesitate, the memory of her locked door fresh. I doubt it. She's hurt on multiple levels. I can't force her to stand beside me. He exhales. Then we brace for fallout, try to contain it. I slump against the doorframe, feeling my composure slip. "Let me know if you hear anything else. That's all I can handle tonight, Silas." He gives a short nod. "Yes, sir." He disappears down the hallway, leaving me alone again, with my unsettled thoughts. I close the door gently, a wave of helplessness washing over me. One half of me wants to bury these troubles with my usual political cunning, hold a press conference, craft a neat explanation. The other half craves the sincerity Eva taught me to value. I don't want to hide behind illusions anymore, but I fear any step forward might drive her further away. Eventually, exhaustion weighs on me like an anchor. I shed my jacket and loosen my tie, pacing aimlessly until I collapse onto the bed. Sleep remains elusive. Instead, fragments of memory swirl. Eva's fiery speeches, the cautious warmth in her gaze when she realized we might share real convictions. The heartbreak etched across her face when she confronted me about Jericho's bulldozers. I recall the moment we first let our guard down enough to consider each other as something more than political adversaries. My father's voice intrudes like a ghost, reminding me that we can't show weakness, can't let emotions cloud strategy. But I don't want to be that version of Mason Wright anymore. Night stretches on, the mansion quiet save for the distant hum of staff cleaning up after the day's events. My mind drifts to the last time I felt such suffocating grief. Standing by my brother's grave, the world expecting me to pick up his political mantle. I swallowed my tears and performed the role demanded of me. And after that, I soared on autopilot, burying vulnerabilities. Meeting Eva threatened to crack that shell. Now the shell is in pieces, the pain of my choices glaring. As the clock nears 2 a.m, I find myself wandering the halls, searching for any sign of her. The second floor is dim, no staff in sight. I pause outside her suite again, pressing my ear to the door. No sound. I debate knocking, but can't summon the nerve. Instead, I whisper, "Eva," my voice tight with longing, knowing there's no answer. A new wave of guilt suffocates me. I came into this marriage for a political fix. I ended up caring about her deeply, only to sabotage everything by hiding my past. The leaked contract is just a final nail in the coffin of our trust. She likely believes I never saw her as more than a pawn, and I don't know how to convince her otherwise. Weary, I return to my suite, shutting the door behind me with a subdued click. The city lights glow faintly through the drawn drapes. I sink into an armchair, elbows braced on my knees. Tears threaten, but I fight them. I want to call my father, demand he answer for the ways he pushed me into Jericho's arms. But I know he'd only say, "This is the price of ambition." Another part wants to call Eva's phone, beg her to pick up, apologize until the words run dry. But I can't steal her forgiveness. She has to come to it on her own, if at all. A whispered prayer escapes my lips, though I'm not sure who I'm praying to. I just want Eva safe. Want a chance to atone. I'll let the rest of the world's judgments come if it means I can keep even a sliver of her trust. Right now, I fear I've lost her, and that cuts deeper than any political downfall. At some point, exhaustion drags my eyelids closed. I drift into a restless slumber filled with disjointed dreams. My brother's casket, Jericho bulldozers, Ava standing on a pile of rubble, watching me with tearful contempt. I lurch awake multiple times, heart racing, the quiet hush of the suite offering no comfort. When morning arrives, pale light filters through the windows, painting the furniture in a muted hues. My phone buzzes with a staff reminder. A press statement is due in an hour. I can't even fathom standing in front of cameras, spouting prepared words while my heart aches. But the world spins on, demanding I attend. I force myself upright, shrugging into a fresh suit with robotic motions. My reflection in the mirror reveals bloodshot eyes and a raw tension that can't be disguised by my usual confidence. Smoothing my tie, I mentally prepare for a barrage of questions about the contract, about Ava's absence. Maybe she'll appear. Or maybe I'll face the press alone, stammering some half-baked explanation. Before I leave, I pause, glancing at the door that leads to the rest of the mansion. Ava's room lies somewhere beyond. I murmur to the empty space. I'm sorry, hoping some cosmic thread carries the words to her. Then I step out, shoulders braced, each footstep echoing as I descend to the foyer. Reporters wait outside. Staffers hover with anxious eyes, anticipating damage control. And in the silent gloom of my heart, I realize I've never felt so uncertain of my path, or so afraid that the one person who matters most might be gone forever.
Chapter 15. Ava. Another sleepless night leads me to this moment, sitting in a half-empty cafe at dawn, cradling a mug of coffee I barely taste. My phone rests on the scarred tabletop, silent for the moment but throbbing with unsent messages and ignored calls. The media storm rages on, with headlines still dissecting my fake marriage, while the memory of Mason's betrayal lingers in every breath I take. I hate that my heart feels torn, that I can't simply walk away without glancing back. I arrived here an hour ago, after driving aimlessly through the quiet streets, searching for a place where no one recognizes me. The barista gave me a curious look. Maybe I seemed too polished for such a rundown spot, but she left me alone. Good. I need solitude to think, to figure out how to salvage my reputation and sanity. A warm breeze flows through the cracked window near my table, stirring the stale air. I replay the events of yesterday. The humiliating leak of our contract, the confrontation with Mason about Jericho's bulldozing of my neighborhood. My cheeks still burn at the memory of the cameras outside the mansion, throwing questions at me. Is it all a sham? Did you marry for politics? They hammered me with accusations, not caring that each blow landed squarely on my pride. My phone rattles again, dancing across the table. I wince at the noise. Reluctantly, my attention snaps to the glowing screen. Congresswoman Adria Vance. She's my old mentor, the woman who taught me how to navigate political waters without losing my soul. Lately, she's been pushing me to distance myself from Mason. She believes he's a lost cause. And now that our marriage scandal is public, she likely thinks I should cut ties. I inhale shakily and answer before my courage fails. Congresswoman, I say, voice hushed. Her tone is brisk. Eva, we need to speak in person. My office, 1 hour. My first instinct is to balk, to resent her commanding tone, but something in me whispers that I need advice, even if it's from someone who might scold me for ever trusting Mason. Fine, I murmur. I'll be there. The line clicks dead. I set my mug aside and gather my bag, ignoring the stale muffin that remains untouched. Time to face another onslaught of pointed questions, this time from the woman who once taught me to stand unflinching in the face of injustice. 45 minutes later, I find myself walking briskly through the corridors of the Capitol building, weaving past staffers who cast curious glances my way. News of my predicament has spread like wildfire. People pretend not to stare, but I sense their pity. I keep my head high, reminding myself that I've faced worse scrutiny and survived. Adria's office feels claustrophobic. Beige walls, tall windows half obscured by thick drapes, her neatly organized desk. She stands behind it with arms folded, dark eyes studying me. She's in her late 50s now, but her posture is as commanding as ever. A wave of nostalgia tugs at me, memories of her teaching me how to spin a press release without twisting my integrity. She gestures for me to sit in a worn leather chair. I comply, smoothing my blouse as calmly as I can manage. "You look tired," she says, not unkindly. I meet her gaze. "I've been under siege, Congresswoman." She nods. "I saw the coverage, and I heard about the contract. People are calling you a cunning opportunist or a naive pawn, depending on which paper they read." My stomach knots. "I didn't come here for a summary of the gossip. You said you had something to discuss." Her lips curve in what might be sympathy or disapproval. "I have a proposal. My team secured a federal funding package for reentry programs, a robust sum that could transform your nonprofit on a national level. But I can't funnel it to you while you remain tied to Mason. The optics would be impossible, especially with the marriage scandal, and frankly, I'm worried you'll sink with him." Anger flares. "So you're saying I can have the resources to expand Rise Up nationwide, but only if I publicly distance myself from him? Possibly denounce him?" She sighs. "It's not personal, Eva. It's politics. If you align with him now, your credibility among certain lawmakers is zero. This scandal paints you as complicit. But if you step away, clarify you were deceived or coerced." My chest clenches. "I wasn't coerced. I agreed, initially for strategic reasons. Then I let it become something else." The admission wrenches at my heart. I half expect Adria to pounce on my weakness. She rounds the desk, settling in the chair opposite me. Her voice softens. "I know you cared for him. But what about your mission, your community? This federal funding could ensure your programs thrive for years. Are you going to sacrifice that for a man who helped bulldoze your neighborhood and then humiliated you with a contract fias?" She stops abruptly, as if catching a word she shouldn't say, and corrects herself. "Contract fias. Event, sorry. Let's just call it a fias for now. Or scandal, if you prefer." I exhale, fury and heartbreak warring inside me. "You're telling me to feed the flames of media speculation that Mason manipulated me?" She meets my glare squarely. "If that's what it takes to reclaim your moral high ground, you have bigger responsibilities than nursing a broken heart." Broken heart. The phrase stings. I swallow the painful lump in my throat. She's not wrong that I owe it to the people I've fought for. But the idea of throwing Mason under the bus, publicly eviscerating him, makes my stomach churn. Despite everything, a part of me can't deny that I saw glimpses of a better man behind his polished facade. Adria sees my hesitation and presses on. "He's likely going down, Eva. Between the Jericho revelations and the contract leak, his poll numbers are tanking. Save yourself before you're dragged into the mire. This federal funding is real. I can have the relevant committees sign off if you do a press statement denouncing him." I close my eyes, remembering the vow I made to never compromise my soul for political convenience. Is throwing Mason under the spotlight of condemnation the price for my cause? My heart roils with indecision. "I need time to think," I murmur. She straightens, shoulders stiff. "Of course. But I can't promise this offer will stay on the table if you wait too long. Others are circling, eager to champion reentry reform if you won't step up." I nod curtly, forcing myself to stand. My knees feel unsteady, but I maintain composure. "Thanks for the offer, Congresswoman. I'll let you know." She regards me for a second, then gestures toward the door. "Don't lose yourself in his downfall. You're meant for bigger things, Eva." I exit without another word, the hall's fluorescent lights glaring down. Each step away from her office feels heavier. I can't deny the temptation. Sever ties with Mason, protect my integrity, and secure unstoppable funding for Rise Up. Yet the thought of betraying him, especially when he's already reeling, makes me wince. Am I clinging to foolish loyalty, or am I refusing to replicate the betrayal that shattered me? I drive to Rise Up's main facility, the place that's always felt like home. The city traffic crawls, but I don't mind. My mind churns with Adria's words. The building is a modest brick structure, still half under renovation since we regained partial funding. The sight of our sign, chipped paint still awaiting a fresh coat. Both comforts and pains me. I slip inside, greeting a volunteer who waves enthusiastically. I find Lola in the rec room, guiding a small group of recently released women through job application steps. She spots me, eyes brightening. "Eva, you're back." I force a smile, hugging her. Lola is a testament to why I started this nonprofit. She was once caught in a cycle of petty crime and incarceration, but with Rise Up's help, she's found stable footing. Now she's a leader, offering hope to others. When the women disperse for a break, Lola ushers me to a corner. "I heard the news." She glances at me warily, as if unsure how to approach the subject. "Are you okay?" My shoulders sag. "Not really. The press has a field day with me, calling me a sellout, and I just got an offer that could save Rise Up from all the negative fallout if I denounce Mason publicly." Lola's gaze sharpens. "Denounce him as in, say he coerced you or something?" "Essentially," I murmur, voice rough. "They want me to wash my hands of him and paint him as the villain." She leans against the wall, crossing her arms. "Didn't he do that on his own, though? He gutted your funding, was part of that Jericho Fias, and kept it secret. The contract leak, that's humiliating. You have every right to be furious." My throat tightens. I am. But everything we did after that contract was real, at least for me. I can't pretend I felt nothing. We got programs expanded. We changed laws. I let out a shaky breath. And I saw glimpses of a man who wasn't always that polished monster. She eyes me carefully. "So you don't want to crush him, even though he hurt you?" I close my eyes, frustration simmering. Crushing him might help the nonprofit on paper, but it feels dirty, like I'd be stooping to a cynicism I've always fought against. Lola hesitates, then places a hand on my shoulder. "You told me once that no one is disposable. You believed in giving people a second chance if they show they're willing to atone. Maybe that includes Mason." My jaw tenses. He'd have to do more than apologize. He'd have to face his past publicly, not just bury it. She nods, eyes solemn. "And if he does, would you forgive him?" Silence stretches between us. Forgiveness is a weighty concept. The image of my demolished neighborhood haunts me, along with the sting of recent humiliations. Yet a tiny voice inside wonders if burying him for political gain truly aligns with my moral code. Finally, Lola squeezes my shoulder. "You taught me that real change means not becoming the corruption we oppose. If you betray him for convenience, are you still you?" Her question settles in my mind like a lifeline. I recall Adria's ultimatum: accept the funds and publicly denounce Mason. It might catapult Rise Up onto a national platform, but the cost would be me turning into the very type of manipulative politician I despise. I sigh, shoulders heavy. "Thank you, Lola." I needed that reminder. She smiles, but concern still shadows her features. "I just don't want to see you lose your soul in a moral compromise. You can be furious at him and still refuse to join the dogs tearing him to pieces." My throat tightens with a swirl of gratitude and sadness. You're right. I won't betray him like that. I'll find another way to secure the funding, even if it's harder. Relief flickers across her face. "I'm proud of you." After spending another hour at Rise Up, checking in on staff and quietly explaining I'm working to protect our future, I slip out the back door. My phone pings with a text from Adria. Have you decided? Clock's ticking. I exhale a measured breath. My answer is clear. I won't tarnish my conscience for a political upper hand, no matter how tempting. The cost is too great. I text her back. Thank you for the offer, but I won't denounce him for funding. I can't do that. She doesn't reply immediately. I suspect she'll be disappointed, possibly furious. But I feel a strange calm settle over me, albeit tinged with heartbreak. I drive away from the building, weaving through midday traffic. The memory of Mason's devastated expression haunts me, but my anger remains raw. I can't waltz back to the mansion with a cheerful grin, but at least I know I won't join the feeding frenzy. I'll let the media tear me apart before I stoop to that. On impulse, I take a winding route that passes by my childhood block, or what's left of it. Jericho's fancy condos loom where my old apartment once stood. I park on the opposite curb, staring at glossy windows and the gated entrance. A swirl of sadness and defiance courses through me. This place stands as a monument to the heartbreak that shaped my life, and Mason helped build it. My chest aches, wishing I could show my mother that her memory is why I keep fighting. A short time later, I find myself back at the governor's mansion, parked in front of the gates. The press still clusters outside, cameras ready for a glimpse of me. I steel myself, stepping out of my car with squared shoulders. Reporters shout my name, asking if I'm still living here, if I plan to divorce him. I ignore them, cutting a path through the chaos until security ushers me into the foyer. Inside, the staff parts like the Red Sea, each person wearing a polite mask. I catch Silas's eye and he gives a quick nod, relief on his face. He doesn't approach, likely sensing I'm not in the mood for conversation. I continue through the corridor, heading for my office. I want to gather my thoughts. Maybe finalize a statement of my own, one that refuses to hide the truth, but also doesn't condemn Mason to the wolves. When I open my office door, I notice an envelope on my desk, bearing Adria's official letterhead. She must have couriered it here the moment I turned down her offer. My stomach twists. Opening it, I read a brief note. Regret your choice. The funding is off the table. Good luck. The final line feels like a dagger. A wave of disappointment hits me, but I straighten. If I've learned anything, it's that chasing illusions of easy power only leads to heartbreak. I set the letter aside, refusing to let my tears fall again. I can't betray my convictions. As for Mason, I can't pretend his betrayal doesn't burn, but I also won't jump on Adria's bandwagon of condemnation. Sighing, I sink into my office chair, boots aching from a day spent trudging around. My phone vibrates with a new text. Expecting more fallout, I brace myself, only to see it's from Mason's number. Press wants a statement from both of us together. Staff suggests tomorrow. Will you stand with me? My chest tightens. The staff likely wants a show of solidarity to quell rumors, but I'm not ready to forgive. My fingers hover over the keyboard, torn between refusing outright and ignoring him. Lola's words echo in my mind. You can be furious at him and still refuse to join the dogs tearing him to pieces. At last, I text back. Not sure. Need time. Then I power off my phone, letting the silence cradle me. My gaze drifts to the window, where sunlight streams in, illuminating dust motes. For a moment, I recall the hush of my old block in early morning, neighbors greeting each other, children playing. My heart clenches at the memory, weighed by the knowledge that Mason's legal documents helped destroy that life. Yet I also remember how he championed reforms later, how he privately confided regrets, how I glimpsed something broken in him. I close my eyes, letting out a long breath. The truth is, I still care, even though logic screams that I shouldn't. That doesn't mean I'll betray my moral compass for him, nor does it mean I'll let him become my scapegoat. As for the rest, whether our marriage can survive this conflagration, I have no answers. After a few minutes, I stand, deciding to gather the staff for an update on our next steps. If I can't find clarity in my personal life, at least I'll keep forging progress for the women who depend on me. My mission remains steadfast, no matter what the tabloids say about me. I step into the hallway, the envelope from Adria crumpled in my hand. The sound of my heels echo as I make my way to the staff lounge, forging a determined smile. They need to see I'm not giving up, even if everything feels precarious. As I walk, my mind replays her ultimatum, the path I rejected. I might have turned down an easy road to national prominence, but I can still find ways to secure funds. And maybe, in doing so, I'll prove I never needed to sacrifice my integrity or bury Mason for political gain. Deep down, I wonder if I'll ever muster the strength to face him head-on about Jericho, to see if he's willing to atone in a way that respects my pain. For now, though, it's enough that I refuse the corruption I've always despised. My fury at Mason still simmers, but it doesn't extinguish the memory of how we once stood, side by side, forging real policy changes. I open the staff lounge door, breathing in the faint smell of coffee and disinfectant. Maybe tomorrow I'll decide whether to stand beside him at that press conference or let him face the wolves alone. One way or another, I'll remain true to my beliefs, even if it leaves me more lonely than before. Inside, the staff hushes, their anxious eyes turning to me. A wave of calm determination steadies me. We have a lot of work to do, I say, voice surprisingly firm, and no scandal changes that. The words echo in the hush, giving me a fleeting sense of purpose. I might be furious at Mason. I might carry heartbreak beneath this composure, but I refuse to become the cynic Adria wants me to be. In my heart, I know the fight for justice is bigger than any scandal, and if I continue on that path, perhaps I'll figure out how to handle the man who once destroyed my world and then dared to share my bed.
Chapter 16. Mason. I wake before sunrise, blinking at the dim outlines of furniture in my suite. My body feels weighted as though I never truly slept. The past days have been a spiral of dreadful press coverage and hurried meetings, all overshadowed by the uneasy hush in the mansion whenever Eva and I cross paths. We've scarcely exchanged words. When we do, her voice sounds detached, her eyes distant, and every time I feel the reminder of how deeply I've wounded her. I force myself upright, sliding from the rumpled sheets. There's an event on today's schedule, a community outreach fair in a small town an hour's drive away. Ava has championed it from the start, long before our marriage drama exploded. Despite everything, we both agreed to attend, or so my staff told me. They seem desperate to present a united front, as if parading us in public can extinguish rumors about our contract and hush the critics. I suspect Ava's presence has more to do with her fierce dedication to re-entry programs than any interest in saving my reputation. An hour later, I'm in the back seat of a car, rolling along a winding rural highway. My staff in the front seat types frantically on phones, rattling off the day's talking points. I barely listen, my mind locked on whether Ava will even speak to me. The last time we shared more than 2 sentences, she parted with tears in her eyes and fury in every trembling breath. I ache to fix it, but my usual strategies, carefully scripted apologies and grand gestures, feel hollow. The sun climbs higher as we arrive at an open field dotted with small tents. A crisp banner reads, "Reentry Resource Fair. Hope for a new start." Volunteers bustle about, setting up tables laden with flyers and sign-up sheets. A local official rushes over to greet me, bright-eyed and hopeful. I plaster on a polite smile, stepping out of the car. Cameras swirl from a modest press pool, but I keep my expression impassive. I'm used to performing. My gaze scans the tents until it settles on Eva. She stands near a group of formerly incarcerated women, her posture regal yet subdued. She's dressed simply. Jeans, a fitted jacket, hair braided neatly. and exudes an aura of genuine warmth as she listens to their concerns. For a moment my chest tightens at the memory of how that warmth once extended to me in stolen moments behind closed doors. She catches sight of me and her face hardens. She lifts her chin, finishes her conversation, then turns away, refusing to acknowledge my presence. A pang shoots through me, but I swallow it, trudging on to greet more volunteers. We circle each other like satellites in the same orbit, never colliding. Hours later, the fair is in full swing. People mill about, collecting brochures on transitional housing, counseling, and job placement. The skies have darkened, thick with rolling clouds. Thunder rumbles faintly in the distance. I overhear staff muttering about an incoming storm. Some volunteers scramble to secure the tents against strong gusts. I weave through the event, shaking hands, exchanging quick pleasantries, my mind half elsewhere. A swirl of guilt and longing simmers inside me. I want to speak to Eva, to check if she's all right, but each time I muster courage, she's busy, or I catch a sight of that shuttered expression that warns me away. So I keep a dignified distance, bracing for the storm, literal and figurative. Lightning flashes, bright enough to make a few people gasp. The wind picks up, swirling dust across the field. Rain plops in heavy droplets, quickly transforming into a downpour. Volunteers shout instructions, guiding participants to shelter in the main building behind the field. My staff waves at me frantically, pointing to a narrow path leading to that building. I spot Eva being ushered by a cluster of women, but in the scramble she seems to lose them. She glances around, uncertain. The chaotic swirl of wind-blown tents forces some volunteers to sprint after tumbling tarps. Rain pelts my face as I hurry toward her. Our eyes meet for a heartbeat. She looks torn, as if deciding whether to let me help or push me away. Then a gust whips a collapsed tent in our direction. She ducks and I react on instinct, stepping in front, arms blocking a twisting pole before it can strike her. She nods, face tense, and I grab her hand. Neither of us speaks, but she doesn't yank away. We dash across the muddy field, rain soaking us. The air crackles with thunder and the drenched grass clings to our shoes. My staff calls my name, but I ignore them, fixated on getting Eva to safety. The main building is jammed with volunteers, so I spot a smaller structure, a disused barn near the far edge of the property. It's closer, a wide, sturdy building that might provide refuge. She doesn't protest when I steer her toward it. The door creaks under my push, yielding to reveal a dim interior that smells of old hay and cobwebs. The roof at least appears intact. We slip inside, letting the heavy door slam shut behind us. Rain hammers the roof, echoing in hollow beats. Darkness envelops us except for slivers of daylight through warped wooden slats. Eva stands there, soaked from head to toe, water trickling down her face, her breath ragged from sprinting. I'm in no better shape, my suit drenched, shoes caked with mud. For a moment we just stare at each other, the roar of the storm blocking out everything else. Tension coils in the air. She's so close that I can sense the faint tremble in her stance, the rise and fall of her chest. Thunder booms overhead, and she flinches slightly. My chest constricts at the sight of her vulnerability. I open my mouth to speak, but words fail me under her guarded glare. She takes a step back, jaw clenched. We're trapped, apparently, she mutters, voice tight. Lovely. I nod, heart pounding. The building's safe enough until the storm eases, I manage, flicking away a raindrop trailing down my brow. Are you hurt? She shakes her head, annoyance flickering. I'm fine. Thank you for... earlier. She exhales sharply, crossing her arms. We can wait it out here. Silence settles, punctuated only by the violent drumming of rain. My chest aches with a longing to fix everything. Instead, I stand there, sopping wet, searching for any sign she might let me in. Another thunderclap shakes the barn, and the overhead lights flicker, some emergency power or old wiring still connected. The dim glow now reveals her face more clearly, eyes wide, lips pressed in a taut line. Lightning flashes again, illuminating her expression. The swirl of anguish in her gaze nearly undoes me. Without thinking, I murmur her name, stepping closer. She stiffens but doesn't move away. My heart hammers with the memory of our last confrontation, her tears, her fury, how I caused it all. Rain intensifies, rattling the barn's tin roof until we can barely hear our own breathing. Water drips from our clothes, forming tiny puddles on the dusty floor. Thunder booms, vibrating the walls, and she draws in a quick breath, eyes darting to the door. She's unsettled. Maybe by the storm, maybe by me. "Ava," I say again softly, fighting to be heard over the storm's roar. "I'm sorry. I wish I could undo everything that's hurt you." She closes her eyes, a tear sliding unnoticed down her cheek, blending with the rainwater on her skin. "It's too late for that," she whispers. I swallow a lump in my throat. "I know, but if we can find a way forward..." Her voice quivers, brimming with pain. "Do you realize what you cost me? My neighborhood, my mother's last sense of home, my dignity when our contract leaked?" She trembles, and I resist the urge to reach for her. "I can't just pretend it's all behind us." A stab of remorse radiates through me. "I never meant to bring you more pain. I regret Jericho, the contract, everything. I came to care for you so deeply that I can't stand seeing you this hurt." A faint scoff leaves her lips, though it's devoid of real scorn. "Caring doesn't erase the damage, or the humiliation, or the fact that half the country thinks I'm a token wife." Thunder crashes and lightning reveals the shimmer of tears in her eyes again. My chest tightens as I notice her jaw clench, struggling to remain composed. In a surge of unthinking impulse, I step forward, ignoring how she might recoil. She doesn't step back this time, though. We're inches apart, the tension thrumming between us. The relentless storm outside seems to mirror our inner turmoil, raging and unstoppable. I lift a hand, hesitating near her cheek. She exhales, tears mingling with raindrops on her face. My palm settles lightly at the curve of her jaw, and for a heartbeat, I expect her to shove me aside. She stands rigid, eyes flashing a mixture of longing and anger. The thrum of thunder echoes overhead, and in that flicker of lightning I glimpse the depth of her conflict. We shouldn't do this. We're far from forgiveness. Yet a pull of magnetic need tugs at us both, perhaps the only shred of warmth left in this torrent of heartbreak. "Ava," I murmur, voice quavering. She presses her fingers against my lips, stifling whatever half-baked apology I might utter. Her own breath turns shallow. Silence envelops us except for the sky's fury. My heart pounds and I see a reflection of that frantic beat in her wide eyes. We're soaked, chilled, yet a heat sparks in that sliver of space between our bodies. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Eventually, the thunder recedes to a distant rumble, and the drumming rain softens. We lie there in a haze, catching our breath. The barn's gloom lifts slightly as the storm's clouds begin to pass. She stirs, shifting off me, her face still streaked with tears. Our clothes lie in soggy piles around us, a testament to how we've lost control. She sits up, arms hugging her knees, eyes distant. I reach for her shoulder, hesitating. She doesn't flinch, but she offers no comfort either. We remain silent, each grappling with the weight of what just happened. She sniffles, wiping her cheeks, avoiding my gaze. A swirl of regret coils in my gut. "Ava," I murmur, voice thick. She shuts her eyes, shaking her head. "Don't," she whispers, raw emotion cracking through. "It won't fix anything. This was just the storm, the tension." My throat tightens. Part of me wants to protest, to say it meant more, that there's a thread of genuine love in the mix. But I see her guarded expression, the heartbreak layering every breath. She's not ready to hear grand declarations. We've barely scratched the surface of our issues. Rain continues in a light drizzle now, tapping gently against the barn's roof. She reaches for her soaked shirt, pulling it over trembling arms. I search for words, but everything sounds hollow. My body still buzzes with the aftershock of our desperate union, yet I can't cling to that as a solution. We redress in silence, the tension more subdued but heartbreakingly tangible. I stand first, offering a hand to help her up. She stares at my hand for a beat, then takes it with shaky resolve. Our eyes meet, and I sense a flicker of mutual pain, something that acknowledges we're both wounded, both uncertain. Yet she still draws her hand free the instant she's upright. A distant shout from outside signals staff looking for us. She moves to the barn door, pushing it ajar to reveal gray skies and scattered puddles. The air smells of wet earth and something raw that reminds me of the tears we just shed. She pauses, looking back at me with an expression that blends lingering desire and fierce sorrow. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Don't mistake this for forgiveness. I'm still angry. We still have a lot unresolved. I nod, a tightness in my chest. I know. I swallow the urge to proclaim that I love her. It feels too fragile, too soon. But thank you for not walking away out there. I nod toward the exit, referencing the moment I offered my hand in the storm. She presses her lips together, eyes brimming with conflicting emotions, then steps outside. I follow, letting the drizzle mist my face, ignoring the mud that clings to my shoes. Staff members rush over, relieved to see us safe, but politely averting their eyes from our disheveled appearance. Eva strides ahead without a word, arms wrapped protectively around herself. I trail behind, mind reeling, heart twisted in knots. A volunteer calls out, "We're packing up soon. Weather's clearing, but the field is soaked." I nod in acknowledgement, scanning for a private ride back to the mansion. Eva disappears into a cluster of staff, giving instructions in a firm, steady voice. She's already reclaiming her role, refusing to let the rawness of our moment paralyze her. I watch with a mixture of admiration and despair. She glances my way once, expression unreadable, before turning back to direct volunteers. My chest aches with the knowledge that whatever happened in that barn might be the last scrap of closeness we share for a while, or perhaps the first step to a more honest reckoning. I can't tell. I hurry after a staffer who signals me toward a waiting SUV. The storm fizzles into a gentle patter as we drive off. Silence fills the car, my mind returning to the barn's dim interior, the taste of rain on Eva's lips, the way her tears mingled with the thunder. Another wave of regret surges. Our second collision was just as explosive as the first, but laced with deeper heartbreak. As we reach the mansion, the press still hovers, though in smaller numbers. My staff quickly shields me, guiding me through side entrances. I catch no glimpse of Eva. She must have taken her own path, maybe refusing to ride with me. Inside, I drift through the corridors. Staff attempts to corner me with updates, but I wave them off, heading directly to my suite. Behind closed doors, I collapse in an armchair, clothes still damp. My phone pings repeatedly. Donors demanding answers, pollsters emailing grim statistics. The world outside demands a performance, yet my mind is stuck on the barn's hush, on the moment I felt Eva's heartbeat against my chest. That memory tears me in half, offering hope that we can connect, simultaneously reminding me how far we are from true reconciliation. I close my eyes, replaying each second. The thunder, her trembling voice, the desperation in our kisses, her post-storm heartbreak. She said it wasn't forgiveness, and I believe her. But for a fleeting moment, we tore down the walls separating us, shared a raw intimacy that no contract or deception could replicate. I cling to that as a testament that maybe Just maybe the bond between us isn't fully severed. Still, I can't ignore the damage. Jericho, the contract leak, her public humiliation. This second storm only underscores how precarious we remain. I breathe out a ragged sigh, running a hand over my damp hair, determined to find a path forward. If I must fight every day to show her I'm more than the polished monster, I will. But for now, all I have is the memory of our bodies clashing like lightning in that barn, a moment of desperate union in a sea of heartbreak. And as the sun edges westward, painting the mansion windows in subdued gold, I sense the storm outside might have passed, but the one raging between me and Eva is far from over.
Chapter 17. Ava. I wake to gray light stretching across my suite, an early dawn that fails to warm these walls or soothe the knot in my stomach. Another morning in the governor's mansion, but it feels as if each day chips away at my resolve. The staff tiptoes along the corridors, probably wary of running into me in a mood that's one part heartbreak, one part seething resentment. It's been 2 days since that storm at the community fair. 2 days since Mason and I were caught in that barn, letting raw hunger strip us of excuses. I still don't understand how we reached for each other in the midst of so much pain, how we clung to stolen moments of warmth, even while the rest of our lives spiral. Every time I replay it, my chest tightens with shame and longing, because it doesn't solve anything. It changes nothing about Jericho, the contract leak, or how the world sees me now. I swing my legs over the edge of the bed, staring at the faint scuffs on the floor. My phone buzzes from the nightstand. I'm half afraid it's another press alert or a scathing headline, but the screen shows a text from Zora. "We've got a situation. Adria's people want to talk. Urgent." My stomach dips. I recall that conversation with Congresswoman Adria Vance, how she offered me the keys to a federal funding empire if I'd just walk away from Mason publicly. At the time, I refused, determined not to stoop to betrayals that echo everything I despise about politics. But I also feel cornered. My reputation is in tatters, and the nonprofit expansions I want so desperately keep slipping out of reach. Heaving a slow breath, I leave my bed unmade and head for the shower. Hot water cascades down, but it can't wash away the sting of press coverage calling me a con artist bride, or the activist who sold out. The day after the barn incident, I stood in my office for hours, debating whether to face the cameras again, but ultimately I let Mason handle the press alone. I couldn't bear to stand next to him, not with the echoes of Jericho still between us, not with the memory of his body over mine still scorched into my senses. Once dressed in a simple blouse and slacks, something that doesn't scream politics or contrition, I answer Zora's text, telling her to meet me at a small lounge on the far side of the mansion. I slip out, ignoring staff who murmur polite greetings. My mind stays fixed on the possibility that Adria might be doubling down, offering me an even bigger slice of power if I dethrone Mason in public. The thought curdles in my stomach, but I can't deny the resources would transform Rise Up into a national force. Zora finds me in the lounge, flipping through a stack of old policy briefs. She looks tense, phone clutched in her hand. "Adria's people called me about an hour ago," she says, voice low. "They have a new pitch. They want to set up a national foundation, under your leadership, focusing on re-entry programs, big money, high visibility." I swallow, and the catch is obviously that I publicly cut ties with him. She nods. "They want you to do it at a press event next week. Something dramatic. They'd parade you as the real moral leader stepping away from the so-called monster who bulldozed your old block and faked a marriage." Zora's expression is a mix of anger and worry. It's basically the same ultimatum but on steroids. More money, more attention, but it requires you to bury him for good. I push aside a surge of revulsion. So they're dangling a golden carrot, hoping I'll tear Mason apart in front of the entire nation. Zora exhales, crossing her arms. The question is, do you want that? Adria insists it's the only way to salvage your image. If you keep defending him, you risk losing donors and political allies. She hesitates, voice softening. You said no before, but you've also been exhausted, Ava. It's okay if you change your mind. I stare at a painting on the wall. Some grand old portrayal of a previous governor, shaking hands with a business magnate. My reflection flickers in the glass frame, reminding me that I'm trapped in a system I once vowed to challenge. If I do it, I murmur, trying the words on for size, I can catapult Rise Up onto a nationwide platform, provide real jobs, real shelters, therapy programs in every major city, and so much suffering. She nods solemnly. It would be huge, but you'd have to denounce him, effectively endorsing the narrative that he manipulated you from day one, that everything was a lie. Are you ready for that? A knot forms in my throat. I think of the moment in the barn, how we clung to each other in that swirl of heartbreak and desire. I still hate him for Jericho, for keeping me in the dark, but there's a piece of me that can't deny something real has flickered between us, even if it's twisted by betrayal. I'm not sure, I whisper. I'm furious at him, but I'm not a liar. I can't claim it was all staged if I know we shared something genuine. Zora's gaze softens. Then what will you do? I rub my temples, tension pounding behind my eyes. I'll meet with Adria's people, hear them out. But I won't sabotage him for the sake of climbing. That's not who I am. If they need me to slander him, I can't do it. Zora nods, relief flickering. I suspected as much. Just be careful. They'll try to sweeten the deal until it's almost impossible to refuse. I stand, sliding my phone into my pocket. Fine. Let's set up a meeting. I want to be transparent with them. I pause, voice dropping. And I'll let Mason know, eventually. He deserves to see I'm not caving, even if we can't fix what's broken between us. She squeezes my arm. You do what's right for you. That's all that matters. By noon, I'm in a sleek downtown office tower, stepping off an elevator onto the 30th floor, where polished corridors reflect overhead lights. Zora walks beside me, posture stiff. We enter a glass-walled conference room, greeted by two of Adria's top aides. They smile politely, offering coffee. The windows showcase a panoramic view of the city, a vivid reminder of the scale of power we're dealing with. We exchange pleasantries, and they launch into a PowerPoint presentation, bullet points about national expansion, legislative endorsements, philanthropic backers. My heart quickens at the potential for real change. Programs scaled to entire states, maybe the entire country. They mention numbers that boggle my mind. Millions in guaranteed annual funding for reentry initiatives, specialized grants for job training, housing expansions, mental health support. It's everything I've dreamed for Rise Up, times 1,000. Then their tone shifts. Of course, one aide says, adjusting his tie. This arrangement requires clear distance from the current scandal. We need you to clarify you no longer support Governor Wright's administration or his policies. In fact, we'd prefer a statement that you regret the arrangement altogether and are forging a new path. Let the public see you as the moral compass. My pulse thunders. You're essentially saying you want me to stand in front of cameras and call him a fraud, confirm the contract was only politics, and that I was coerced? They exchange quick glances. The second aide, a woman with sharp eyes, speaks gently. We wouldn't phrase it so harshly, but yes. You'd insinuate you discovered how unethical he truly is, and you're taking a stand. People love a redemption arc, especially if it means you broke free from a manipulative figure. I stare at them, throat constricting. But that's not entirely true. He didn't hold a gun to my head. I made choices. Bad ones, maybe, but they were mine. The man nods briskly. Perception is everything. If you want the National Foundation and the trust of these donors, you have to look squeaky clean. That means painting him as the root of the scandal. People want a scapegoat. My stomach churns. I glimpse Zora's gaze flicking between me and the aides, her expression tense. This is the polished side of politics I despise, the one that turns nuance into black and white narratives. The aides resume their pitch, describing how the foundation could catapult me as a leading national figure in criminal justice reform. They talk about potential book deals, speaking tours, a seat at the table with top lawmakers. It's the ultimate dream for an activist turned policy leader. I close my eyes, recalling the heartbreak and fury at Mason for burying the truth about Jericho. Part of me still rages at him. Yet something recoils from the idea of publicly skewering him for my own gain. We may be estranged. We may be broken. But I won't lie about the complexities or the glimpses of sincerity I witnessed. When the aides pause, awaiting my reaction, I exhale slowly. I appreciate the opportunities, but I can't stand on a podium and peddle a story that he's a monster who manipulated me from day one. That's not the full truth. They stiffen, disappointment rippling. You want to reject the entire proposal? This foundation could transform countless lives. I meet their eyes, voice cracking with emotion. I know. But I won't replicate the corruption I fight. Lying about him, painting him as the sole villain, that's just politics at its ugliest. I fought so long for authenticity. I can't throw that away, even for all this. They exchange grim glances, clearly dissatisfied. One final attempt. Think carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime platform. Don't let personal feelings overshadow the greater good. I bristle at the word overshadow, my anger flaring. Maybe the greater good includes not stooping to manipulative theatrics. I can't sign on to this, no matter the benefits. If you want someone else to champion your foundation, so be it. But I won't be your weapon. Their expressions darken. The meeting ends abruptly, with clipped goodbyes. Zora and I hurry back to the elevator. In the hush of descending floors, she reaches for my hand, eyes bright with admiration. You did the right thing, even if it's painful. My throat aches with unshed tears. I keep telling myself that. But it feels like I'm missing out on a huge chance to help thousands. She squeezes my hand. You'll find another path. You always do. Back at the mansion, I slip inside, ignoring cameras that linger at the gates. The staff flutters about, but I brush them off and head straight to my office. My mind whirls with the weight of turning down that foundation. I recall the barn, the quiet despair in Mason's eyes when he admitted he never intended to hurt me. If I'd accepted Adria's offer, I'd have proven that the only thing between us was a transaction. That's not entirely true, no matter how badly he messed up. Inside my office, I slump at my desk, shoulders heavy. The phone rings, press inquiries, donors. I don't care. I mute it. My eyes drift to a photograph pinned to the wall, me standing with Lola and 2 other women who overcame incarceration. They're beaming in that shot. I think about how many more I could help if I'd just thrown Mason to the wolves. A soft knock interrupts my brooding. I glance up to see him in the doorway. Mason, tie loosened, exhaustion etched in every feature. My heart jolts, remembering how we parted last time. Can I come in? He asks quietly, voice thick with regret. I hesitate, then nod, posture tense. He closes the door behind him, stepping toward my desk. I heard about Adria's new offer. Silas told me her team reached out. My eyes narrow. You have ears everywhere, I see. He grimaces. Not by design, but yes. I know she dangled a national foundation. His gaze flicks to me, searching. I also know you refused. I clench my jaw. So? You think I did it for you? His face twists with pain, I'm not that arrogant, but I'm grateful that you didn't sell yourself short, even though I deserve your anger. Emotion churns beneath my ribs. I didn't do it to save you. I did it because I won't become what I despise, someone who twists truth for political gain. He nods, swallowing hard. I understand. I also know you turned down a monumental opportunity. That can't be easy. Silence hums between us. I sense him struggling for words. Finally, he steps closer, voice low. I want to help. Let me talk to donors, find other ways to expand your programs. I can't match Adria's scale, but I can try. I bristle. I don't need you to swoop in and fix it. That's how we ended up here. You forging deals in the shadows. I want authenticity. He sighs, raking a hand over his tie. All right. I just hate seeing you bear the burden alone. You stand for so much more than I ever realized. He stops, eyes raw with longing. I admire you, Ava, even if it's too late for us. My breath catches. The memory of that barn encounter flashes through my mind. The desperation, the tears, the moment we let go of anger for a fleeting rush of connection. I won't pretend everything is fixed because we share some twisted attraction. Jericho still haunts me. The contract leak humiliated me. You lied, even if you claim you didn't know. He steps closer, voice hushed. I'll spend every day proving I regret Jericho, the secrecy, all of it, if you let me. A pang strikes my chest. Regret doesn't rebuild my old block, doesn't bring back those who lost everything. He nods, eyes flicking away. I know. But I can push for reparations, land buybacks, public acknowledgement of wrongdoing. It won't erase your heartbreak, but it's a start. My gaze drops to my desk, heart pounding. Part of me is desperate to believe he'll do it, but I can't let hope cloud my judgment. Words are cheap, Mason. Show me action. He breathes out shakily, stepping back as if giving me space. I will, I promise. Even if you never forgive me, I want to do right by your community. My throat tightens, tears threatening. I hate that I still ache for him. He's the one who shattered my faith, yet a stubborn piece of me yearns to believe in his redemption. I swallow hard, fighting for composure. I turn down Adria because I won't build my legacy on a lie, not because I forgive you. We're still complicated. He dips his head. Complicated is better than impossible, maybe? I huff a humorless laugh. We'll see. He studies me, eyes reflecting a turbulent mix of gratitude and sorrow. Then his phone buzzes in his pocket, a shrill reminder of the world outside. Our moment of raw honesty cracks under reality's intrusion. He glances at the screen, frustration lining his brow. I have a press briefing in a few minutes. They want me to reassure donors I still have a plan. I arch an eyebrow. Go do your job. That's what you're best at, right? A shadow of hurt passes over his face, but he dips his head. Yes, I'm sorry. He turns to leave, pausing at the threshold. He looks back, voice catching. Thank you for not destroying me when you had the chance, even if I deserve it. I hold his gaze, torn. Stop thanking me. Start following through on your regrets. He nods once, then slips out, shutting the door quietly behind him. For a few seconds, I remain frozen, the echo of his footsteps fading down the corridor. Emotions churn in my chest. I feel battered, stuck between heartbreak and the spark of an uncertain path forward. At last, I slump into my chair, pressing shaky fingers to my temples. I recall the barn, our watery clothes, the silent tears we shared. A wave of conflicting emotions surges. Anger, longing, sorrow. We might be forging a fragile truce, but the wounds remain raw. A beep signals a new text from Zora. How'd it go with the aides? Everything okay? I type back a brief summary. Turn them down. No going back. We'll figure something else out. She responds with a thumbs up and a heart, which offers a faint glimmer of solidarity in this lonely battle. I stare at the phone, contemplating calling Lola or the women at Rise Up to update them. They'll worry about funding, but they also trust my integrity. Maybe that's enough to keep me afloat. My mind drifts to Mason, how he offered to push for reparations, how he seemed genuinely contrite. Dare I trust him again? Exhaling, I push to my feet, crossing to the window. The midday sun bathes the manicured lawn, but it feels hollow. I sense the staff bustling outside my door, waiting for me to signal the next step in our official schedule. This mansion used to feel like a gilded prison. Lately, it's become an emotional battleground. Yet, as broken as I feel, I cling to the knowledge that I refuse to sell my soul for a shiny new platform. I might not have the glitzy foundation that would fix all problems overnight, but I can look myself in the mirror, knowing I didn't feed the narrative that everything with Mason was a sham from the start. We may have started on a hollow contract, but something real took root. Even if it's battered by betrayal, it deserves some honesty. Gathering a steady breath, I open the door. Staffers straighten, eager to fill me in on the next press event. My voice feels steadier than I expect as I say, "Let's finalize the reentry form details. We'll need an official statement too." They lead me toward a briefing room. I stride through the corridor, shoulders squared, deciding that if I stand before cameras soon, I'll speak plainly about my mission. I won't cower behind spin, nor will I condemn Mason to boost my profile. There's a slow burn in my chest that's equal parts heartbreak and steel resolve, a sign I'm not done fighting for what's right. As we round a corner, I catch a glimpse of him, standing with Silas, scanning documents. He looks up, meets my eyes for a fraction of a second. I don't smile, but I don't look away either. Something flickers in his gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the sacrifice we both know I made by refusing Adria's offer. It doesn't fix our wounds, but perhaps it's a step toward forging a fragile alliance on more honest ground. I continue on, staffers trailing behind with phones and clipboards, mindset on the future. The path forward is murky, the heartbreak real, but I cling to a faint hope that refusing to crush him might open a door to genuine atonement. And if we can't fix this rift, at least I'll have chosen integrity over ruthless ambition. Whatever the outcome, I won't let the system define me as some cunning opportunist. I refuse to devour Mason's career for the sake of a better seat at the table, even if the heartbreak lingers. My cause remains bigger than either of us, and if one day he proves his remorse with action, perhaps our story can find redemption. If not, at least I can say I stayed true to the fierce moral compass that first drew me to activism in the chaos of Jericho's destruction. As I enter the briefing room, staffers hush, turning expectant eyes on me. I stand at the head of the table, pressing my palms flat to the wood. My voice comes out calm. We have a reentry forum next week. Let's ensure we highlight the personal testimonies, the real faces behind these reforms. They nod, taking notes, and I continue, forging a plan to expand our messaging in more honest ways. Lurking beneath the surface of my mind, Mason's face lingers, contrite, hopeful, wounded. But I push it aside, focusing on the path I've chosen. I can hold on to my anger, hold on to the memory of that barn, hold on to my fight for justice, all at once. That's who I am, unwavering, even when it hurts. The staff meeting drones on, and I answer questions, propose solutions, strategize about community outreach. By the time we finish, the day's sun has shifted, painting the windows with an orange glow. My phone vibrates one last time before I step out. I glance at the screen. A simple text from Mason. "Thank you for not giving up." A tightness forms in my chest, tears prickling at the edges of my vision. I slip the phone away, not ready to reply, but not deleting his message either. I walk through the hallway, determined to keep forging my own path. Maybe love requires sacrifice, but it also requires honesty. For now, I cling to the knowledge that I refuse to become a pawn in Adria's game. If Mason wants to meet me on equal ground, he'll have to show more than regret. Until then, I'll keep fighting for the women who need me. The ones who trust me to champion them without losing my soul in the labyrinth of politics. And if that means a lonely stretch of heartbreak, then so be it. My convictions remain unshaken, a steel spine beneath the bruises of betrayal and longing.
Chapter 18. Mason. I arrive at my office suite to find Silas standing rigid beside the door, his expression grim. He waits until the staffers in the hallway drift out of earshot before speaking in a subdued tone. We need to talk. It's urgent. The tension in his voice puts me on edge. My mind churns through possibilities. Perhaps the polls have dipped even lower, or another damning leak has surfaced. But nothing in my recent experience prepares me for the words that come next. He ushers me inside, closing the door gently behind us. I've had a call from the National Party Committee, he begins, clearing his throat. They're floating the idea of you as a vice presidential pick, not next cycle, this cycle. They see your youth, your track record, as an asset to the ticket. I stare at him, shock prickling my nerves. VP pick? Right now? My pulse lurches. Despite the swirling scandal, they're still considering me for higher office. A part of me, the one that's grown up with the Wright dynasty's ambitions hammered into every fiber, surges with excitement. But a gnawing dread undermines the thrill. Silas nods. They believe you have the strategy, the drive, but they have conditions. His posture stiffens. They want you to announce a separation from Eva. They think the marriage scandal is too much baggage. My chest squeezes, breath momentarily stalling. They're demanding I drop her. He doesn't answer immediately, letting the question hang in the hush of the office. Finally, he sets a file on my desk. They want you to confirm your focus remains on unifying the party. Their advisors say Eva's activism, combined with the contract leak, damages your national appeal. They believe the public still doubts your marriage's authenticity. If you want a shot at the vice presidential slot, they need a decisive move. I sink into my chair, mind reeling. Over the past weeks, everything has crumbled. My poll numbers, Eva's trust, the illusions that once sustained me. Now, ironically, a new door to unimaginable power cracks open, but only if I let go of the one person who's become more precious to me than I ever expected. Silas waits, eyes scanning my face. If you want to salvage this chance, you'd have to do it soon. They want an announcement within days, likely a quiet statement that you and Eva plan to part ways amicably, that you remain focused on the bigger picture. I breathe slowly, recollections flashing. Eva's tears, her heartbreak over Jericho, the fleeting closeness we shared in the barn's hush. She might still be furious, might never forgive me, but the idea of discarding her publicly to climb the ladder churns my stomach. I promised I'd atone, that I'd prove she's more than a step to re-election. Silas shifts on his feet. I can't advise you here. This is your choice. The party sees you as a rising star, but they clearly want the marriage out of the picture. I rub a hand over the top of the desk, feeling the subtle grooves in the wood. Old me, the polished climber who'd do anything for power, might have seized this without hesitation. But the cost is too high now. I can't bury Eva again. I've done enough harm. I exhale, voice tight. Set up a meeting with them. I'll listen to their pitch, but I won't commit. He nods, relief and worry mingling in his eyes. Understood. He leaves quietly, closing the door. For a moment, I remain there, the file glaring at me from the desk. Vice President. The dream my father always pushed on me, the dream my brother was meant to fulfill until he died. The right name has always carried the weight of that ambition. Yet all I can picture is how Eva's face would twist if she heard me even considering it, and how hollow it would feel to reach that pinnacle by erasing the one real connection I formed. 2 days pass, each hour thick with press coverage and speculation. I meet with party officials under discreet circumstances at a private club downtown. They confirm everything Silas said. They want me on the ticket as the fresh face, the moderate voice bridging divides. Their pollsters claim it might salvage my image, but they're blunt. Eva's scandal has to go. A quiet, mutual separation that clarifies she's no longer associated with my campaign. That's the only route. I leave the meeting with the city's lights glinting through tinted windows, my mind a turbulent storm. Silas waits silently in the back seat of the car, possibly hoping I'll announce my choice. But I can't. All I know is that my heart stings each time I imagine severing the fragile bond I still share with Eva. By the next morning, the National Party leaks rumors of my potential nomination to the press. Reporters hound me everywhere, pestering me about a new path to D.C., or rumored break from your spouse. My phone explodes with calls from donors, old friends, family. My mother sends a message. Don't squander this. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. She, too, implies that letting go of Eva might be the political sacrifice demanded. Meanwhile, Eva keeps her distance. She's polite in staff meetings, curt in the mansion's corridors, but never lingers. I sense her protectiveness, her wariness. Our barn encounter remains an unspoken memory that neither of us addresses. Part of me yearns to tell her about the vice presidential offer, to lay it all out in a raw confession, but fear chains me. We're hardly on stable ground. She might interpret my revelation as another betrayal, the final proof that I only care about power. A staffer hands me an invitation, a primetime TV interview, live national coverage, a chance to address the rumors. The party strongly recommends I use it as the launch pad for my quiet separation from Eva, announcing that we're going our own ways. They hint this is the final step before they confirm me as the running mate. That evening, I pace my study, ignoring repeated calls from party leaders. My father's presence looms in my mind, a specter of disapproval. I recall him telling me as a child that real leaders do whatever it takes. But I remember Eva's tears more vividly. I recall her conviction, how she refused Adria's bribe to publicly bury me. Her sense of justice stands in stark contrast to the manipulation swirling around me. I realize this is my crossroads. A final chance to show the world that I'm not the unscrupulous man who bulldozes entire neighborhoods, who forges marriage contracts to salvage poll numbers. If I choose the vice presidency at the cost of discarding Eva, I become that man all over again. The day of the interview arrives. The set is awash with bright lights, cameras pointed toward a small stage. The host, a well-known journalist with a reputation for tough questions, stands waiting. My staff tries to coach me beforehand, urging me to keep the focus on policy and the future. But a heaviness settles in my chest, a certainty that I have to speak the truth, no matter the consequences. We go live. The host greets me, diving straight into the swirling rumors. My poll numbers, the leaked contract, the Jericho scandal, the National Party's interest in me as a VP candidate. Each question slices into me, reminding me how precarious my position remains. My responses remain measured, acknowledging mistakes, speaking about the policies I've championed. But I sense the tension building, the big question lingering in the host's gaze. Will you drop your wife to gain the ticket? Eventually, the host zeroes in. Governor, can you confirm your rumored break from Eva Duran? Sources say the National Party wants you separated to secure a vice presidential spot. Is that happening? My heart thuds. This is the moment. I see the cameras zoom in, sense the hush among the studio crew. Millions watch, including, I suspect, Eva somewhere in the mansion. I swallow, preparing for the possible avalanche of condemnation if I reject the party's directive. I breathe out. The rumors about a vice presidential offer are true, I begin, voice reverberating in the silent set. But the condition that I abandon Eva is also true. A flicker of shock passes over the host's expression. Possibly the party didn't expect me to be so blunt. I continue, clearing my throat. Let me be absolutely clear, I will not betray her. She is more than a bullet point in my life, more than a scapegoat for my mistakes. If the only path to national office is to discard the woman who challenged me to become better, who taught me the meaning of true advocacy, then I would rather lose power than lose her. A hush floods the studio. The host's eyes widen, as if uncertain how to respond. I feel the tremble in my hands, but I hold my posture. My chest thumps with adrenaline. This is it, my grand gesture, the final break from the ways my father taught me. I sense the whispers behind the camera, staffers from the party in meltdown, but I press on. Eva and I are far from perfect, but I won't stand here and pretend she's dispensable. I made mistakes that harmed her community, but she didn't walk away when she could have. She holds me accountable. If that costs me a seat at a bigger table, so be it. History can remember that I walked away from power and ran toward love. My voice catches on that last word. Love. I haven't said it to her face, but I'll declare it here, in front of the nation, because it's the only truth that matters now. The host stares, stunned, microphone lowered. The hush extends for a pregnant moment, camera still rolling. My staff off stage appears frantic, but I don't waver. A sense of raw relief and terror grips me. Possibly I've just torched my entire career. My phone will explode with calls from the party after this. But the weight that lifts from my chest is indescribable. The host eventually recovers, stammering. Governor, that's quite a statement. Are you confirming you won't accept a vice presidential nomination if it requires distancing yourself from Miss Duran? I nod, unwavering. Yes, absolutely. I respect the people who considered me for higher office, but I won't buy my future at the cost of discarding my wife. She might despise me for other reasons, but that choice will be hers, not forced by my ambition. A flicker of empathy crosses the host's face. She shifts to a milder tone, asking about next steps, about whether Eva supports me now. I respond candidly. We have a complicated history. I hope we can rebuild. But either way, she's not a bargaining chip. The interview wraps with stunned applause from the small live audience. Or maybe that's the sound of the staff's confusion. I stand, mic unhooked, and exit the stage, every nerve alive with the magnitude of what I've done. The party will likely disown me. My father will be livid. Donors may flee, but I can't regret it. Eva was right about integrity being more valuable than power. As soon as I step backstage, Silas rushes me, eyes wide. Governor, the phone lines are blowing up. The party officials... He hesitates, lowers his voice. They're furious. I manage a shaky smile. Let them be. I made my choice. His posture slumps in resignation. This might sink your entire re-election campaign. I nod, exhaling. Then so be it. I won't crush her for a shot at higher office. He looks as if he wants to protest, but ultimately mutters, "Understood," before stepping away to handle the fallout. I wander to a quieter corner, staffers swirling around me. My phone sits heavy in my pocket, beckoning me to see if Eva tried to contact me. Summoning courage, I check messages, mostly outraged party leaders. Nothing from her. My chest aches. Possibly she's watching from the mansion or reading the headlines. Possibly she doesn't care. I gather my coat, ducking out a side entrance to avoid the swarm of cameras that's likely multiplied. The overcast sky churns above, threatening more rain, but I welcome the cool breeze on my overheated face. A black SUV waits, and I slip into the back seat, letting Silas climb in after me. The driver pulls away from the studio, city lights blurring across tinted windows. Inside the hush, I reflect on the words I said, how I declared them on live television. A surge of fear pulses, but overshadowed by an odd sense of relief. For once, I didn't let ambition smother authenticity. Eva might still want nothing to do with me, but I refused to bury her under my father's brand of politics. Back at the mansion, the gates swarm with more reporters than usual, clamoring for a statement. Security hustles me inside. The hush in the foyer is profound, staff watching me with shock and something like cautious respect. I glance around, searching for a sign of Eva, but see only a swirl of staffers hurrying away when they notice me. I head for her suite, uncertain if she's there or even open to seeing me. My heart thumps, each footstep echoing on the polished floor. At her door, I knock softly, voice trembling. "Eva, it's me." Silence. I stand there, pulse hammering, mind racing with how she might react to my public declaration. She might see it as another grandstanding gesture, or maybe it stirs something in her battered trust. I knock again, pressing my ear to the door. A staffer's passing footsteps fade, leaving me alone with the quiet. Finally, the handle turns, and the door cracks open. She stands there in a plain t-shirt, hair loosely gathered, eyes red as if she's been crying or sleepless. My heart lurches at the sight. She meets my gaze, voice hushed. "I saw the interview." My chest twists. I meant every word. She exhales, crossing her arms, tension coursing through her posture. "You torched your shot at the VP, possibly your entire career." I nod, stepping closer but not daring to enter her suite uninvited. I'd rather lose all that than betray you. Her eyes flicker with conflicting emotions. Why? Tears threaten to form behind my lids. Because you're worth more than a title. More than any power. I see that now. Painfully late. She stays silent, chewing her lip. The hush stretches so taut I can barely breathe. At last she steps aside, letting me enter. The door closes with a soft click. My heartbeat pounds like a drum as I stand in her familiar space, reminded of how near yet far we've been. She paces by the window, arms wrapped around herself. "I don't know if I can trust you, even now." But her voice wavers. "Thank you for proving I wasn't just a pawn." A fragile sense of relief stirs. I wish I'd done it sooner. Spared you the heartbreak. Tears glisten in her eyes. "It doesn't erase Jericho, the contract leak, but you refuse to discard me publicly. That matters." She lowers her gaze, tears slipping free. I swallow thickly, resisting the urge to close the distance. "I'm ready to face the consequences, as long as I can show you I'm sorry, that I'm not the man who destroyed your home or treated you like a tool." Her breath shudders. "I fought so hard not to believe you could truly care. I told myself you were all spin. But seeing you blow up your political future on live TV, that's either real love or utter madness." I dare a half smile, tears in my own eyes, maybe both. She wipes her cheek, turning away, struggling with an onslaught of emotion. Outside, the mansion corridors remain hushed, oblivious to the quiet storm in here. I wait, a trembling thread of hope blossoming. She might not forgive me fully, but she's letting me into her space, letting me stand here and speak. That's more than I deserve. At last, she turns, stepping closer, eyes bright with raw tenderness. "If we try to fix this, it'll be messy. People still call me a sellout, you a manipulator. Jericho's scars remain." I nod, eyes never leaving hers. "I know, but I'll fight with everything I have for you and for the people displaced. I'm done with illusions. And if you let me stand beside you, I won't run from the damage I caused." She chokes back a sob, crossing the small distance between us, letting me tentatively cradle her face. "I can't promise it'll be easy," she whispers. "I'm still angry. We might need time." I hold her gaze, voice trembling. "I'll give you time, the rest of my life if that's what it takes." A teary laugh escapes her. Then her arms slip around my waist, and she rests her forehead against my shoulder, tears dampening my shirt. I exhale a shaky breath, wrapping her in a careful embrace. The weight of tension and heartbreak coexists with the fragile sense of relief. We haven't undone the past, but this might be the start of a different path. One built on painful honesty and the promise that neither of us will sacrifice each other for power again. In the hush of her suite, with the world outside clamoring for the next headline, I close my eyes and hold her. I've just relinquished everything my family taught me to chase. But for the first time, I feel like I've chosen something real. Someone real. And the warmth of her presence in my arms, even amid her tears, makes me believe it might be worth losing everything else.
Chapter 19. Ava. A year has slipped by since that day Mason stood on live television and declared he'd rather lose power than lose me. I remember watching him from a quiet corner of the mansion, tears caught in my throat as he renounced the vice presidency. That moment cracked something open in both of us. An admission that behind every political maneuver lay emotions too powerful to ignore. Rebuilding trust required careful steps, countless arguments, and a steady commitment to real change. But somehow, we found a path forward. Now, on a bright afternoon, I step out onto a grassy lawn behind a small historic chapel. The sky arches overhead in a perfect stretch of blue, warm sunlight touching my cheeks. There are no reporters, no cameras. Just people we love, friends, staff members who stood by us when the headlines turned vicious, and a handful of my Rise Up graduates. We kept it small, with strict instructions that no photos appear in any tabloids. This day isn't about spectacle. It's about truth and promise. I look down, smoothing the simple white dress that I chose last week, a knee-length piece with subtle lace at the sleeves, neither extravagant nor flashy. My heart pounds. I told myself I wouldn't be nervous, that after everything we faced, this ceremony is just a formality. Yet butterflies swirl in my stomach, a gentle reminder that I'm about to vow my life to the man who once shattered my illusions and then painstakingly helped me mend them. Lola approaches, wearing a pastel gown that complements her beaming smile. She twirls a small basket of petals, practically vibrating with excitement. She used to be so shy, terrified of a future that felt predetermined by her record. Now she's brimming with hope and jokes that she's thrilled to be a flower girl after never having the chance as a child. I can't help but laugh softly when she does a little spin, the edges of her braids swinging around her shoulders. "You look gorgeous," she says, voice laced with tenderness. "I love the hair. Very you." I brush a hand over my braids, styled in a low, elegant twist. "Thanks. I didn't want anything too formal." She winks. "Still, you look like a queen, and believe me, Mason's eyes might pop out of his head." We share a conspiratorial grin. Despite the year's trials, my heart swells. This isn't a lavish wedding plastered across magazine covers. It's personal, intimate, exactly what I need. We move toward the chapel's small courtyard. Rows of white chairs fill the lawn, though only a few are occupied by dear ones. Zora, Silas, some of my longtime staff, and a couple of Masons. I spot the governor's mother, posture regal as ever, but something in her expression is gentler these days. Mason stands at the makeshift altar, under a simple arch woven with fresh green vines. He wears a fitted suit that accentuates his lean build, the jacket a shade of charcoal. When he sees me, his jaw tightens, and an emotion flickers in his gaze, an unspoken ache that reminds me how far we've come. Zora cues a faint guitar melody from a small speaker, and Lola paces forward, scattering rose petals. Each step feels surreal, my heart thudding in my chest. Everyone stands, smiling in that quiet, encouraging way. I cling to my small bouquet of wildflowers, inhaling the fresh scent to ground myself. For a moment, I recall the day I first confronted Mason publicly, calling him a polished monster. The memory nearly draws a laugh, tempered by the knowledge that back then, I never imagined we'd reach this moment. I chose to walk myself down the aisle, a symbolic gesture that resonates with my entire life story. My mother died without a chance to see me thrive, and my father was never around. I built my path with my own hands. So I hold my head high, gaze fixed on the arch where Mason waits, every nerve humming. The hush of the audience amplifies the breeze that rustles the grass. My heart thrums with each measured step. When I reach Mason, I notice a slight tremor in his hand as he extends it to me. The officiant, a retired judge who runs a local mentorship program, stands nearby, beaming with genuine warmth. Zora sets a palm on my shoulder, then steps back to join the crowd. Mason and I face each other, the hush weighted with unspoken truths, regrets, and a year of quiet healing. The officiant clears his throat softly, welcoming everyone. He speaks about new beginnings, about forging commitment after trials. My chest tightens, recalling the storms, the humiliations, the illusions we destroyed. Yet here we are, choosing each other again, with no cameras, no contract. He invites us to exchange vows. Mason goes first. His voice carries a subtle quiver, though he tries to maintain composure. Ava, he begins, eyes locked on mine. I once thought power was everything, that ambition justified any sacrifice. Then I met you, and everything changed. You showed me the cost of my choices, how they scarred real people, real homes. Your home. He swallows, eyes shining. I can't erase that pain, but I vow to spend my life working to rectify it, to stand by your side as we build something better. I vow to never put ambition above your dignity and trust. My lips tremble, tears threatening. The sincerity in his tone cracks open a well of emotion I've held tight. The officiant gestures for me to speak, and I draw a slow, steadying breath. Mason, I say, voice thick. When we began, I never planned to trust you. I thought you symbolized everything I fought against. But behind the political veneer, I discovered a man capable of real regret and genuine love. My vision blurs briefly as tears gather. You broke my heart, more than once. But you also mended it with every step toward accountability, every time you stood up for me and my community. Today, I'm not marrying the governor. I'm marrying the man who walked away from power on live TV because he refused to discard me. I promise to hold you accountable, to challenge you, and to stand with you as we strive for something true. A shaky exhale leaves me. Mason's tears slip free, unhidden in this small gathering. Around us, I hear gentle sniffles, an echo of shared emotion. The officiant nods, voice quiet but radiant with approval, asking for our rings. Lola steps forward, cheeks damp, holding 2 simple gold bands. We each slide the ring onto the other's finger, a slow, deliberate gesture. It's not a grand diamond or a symbol of flashy politics, just a circle of gold representing the second chance we fought for. The officiant pronounces us husband and wife. There's no bombastic applause or confetti, just a rousing wave of relieved smiles and watery eyes from the people who know our story. Mason leans in, pressing his mouth to mine in a kiss laced with unspoken promises. It's tender, not the desperate hunger we've known before, but a soft, steady vow of closeness. A subdued cheer ripples through the chairs. Lola steps in, hugging us both, tears streaming down her face. Zora appears with a laugh, pulling me into a fierce embrace. She whispers, "You did it your way. No cameras, no illusions." My throat knots with gratitude. We linger in the courtyard, a small reception forming under a white canopy strung with lights. The staff from Rise Up chat amiably with a handful of Mason's aides who overcame their skepticism. We nibble on fresh fruit tarts and sip sparkling cider from plastic flutes. The entire vibe is low-key, an intimate celebration of hearts changed by confrontation and eventual growth. At one point, I drift toward the garden's edge, scanning the horizon tinted pink by the sinking sun. My mother's memory slips into my thoughts. I sense she might have forgiven me for forging an alliance with a man once responsible for so much loss, if she could see how he spent the past year righting old wrongs. Mason approaches. Footsteps hushed on the grass. He stands beside me, letting the hush speak for itself. Eventually, I glance over, noticing how the fading light bathes his features in soft gold. We made it, I say quietly. He meets my eyes, voice raw. You believed in me when you had every reason not to. I won't squander that faith. A small smile curls my lips. Don't praise me too much. I nearly walked away a dozen times. My voice catches. But you kept showing up, actually fighting to atone. Maybe that's what real love is, facing the ugliest truths and still choosing each other. He brushes my cheek gently, the warmth of his palm steady. I choose you, every day. My chest tightens with emotion, recalling how close we came to losing this chance. I inhale the scent of fresh grass, grateful for the hush around us. In the distance, Zora beckons, probably wanting us to cut a small cake she snuck in. We exchange a knowing grin, returning to the cluster of well-wishers. An hour later, with the sun below the horizon, we thank everyone and quietly slip away. Our staff respects that we want no big send-off, no paparazzi capturing our exit. Instead, we gather the last of the wildflowers Lola scattered, share quick hugs, and step into a private car that whisks us to a cozy bed and breakfast outside the city. It's a far cry from the opulence of the governor's mansion, but perfect for the second wedding night that belongs to us alone. When we arrive, the elderly owner greets us with a cheerful wave, pointing to a suite at the far end of the lodge. The interior is rustic, with creaky wooden floors and a faint smell of lavender from dried sprigs hanging in the corner. I run my fingers over the handcrafted quilts on the bed, heart fluttering at the simplicity. No cameras, no staff breathing down our necks. Just me and Mason, free to be ourselves. We exchange shy smiles, as if we're brand new lovers on a first honeymoon, even though we've known each other's bodies intimately for months. But everything feels different now. Every boundary we once erected lies open, replaced by genuine trust we carved out of the rubble of scandal and heartbreak. I step into the small bathroom to freshen up, removing my simple dress and braids carefully. When I reemerge, wearing a cotton robe, I find Mason standing by the window in a casual white tee and loose pajama pants. The faint amber glow from a bedside lamp outlines his silhouette, catching the flicker of nerves in his eyes. He turns, lips parting. You look. He exhales, unable to find the words. Beautiful. He finally settles on, voice husky with reverence. My cheeks warm, a current of anticipation thrumming under my skin. I cross the room, each step measured. We've come a long way from the frantic, guilt-laced encounters of our earliest nights. This moment pulses with tenderness, built on the knowledge that we've chosen each other despite everything. He lifts a hand, brushing my cheek with a feather-light touch. My breath catches. I want to make this night about us, he murmurs. No pretense, no transaction, just love. Emotion wells in my chest. I've waited a long time for that. He tilts his head, guiding my mouth to his in a soft kiss. The hunger is there, but it's tempered by gentleness, as if we're reacquainting ourselves at a new depth. I sink into the sensation, lips parting with a sigh of relief. Our arms slide around each other, and the subtle shift of fabric resonates with my pounding heartbeat. We move to the bed, the wooden floor creaking beneath us. The quilt is rough under my palms, but I barely register it. My focus rests on the sweep of his hands along my spine, the softness in his gaze as he drinks in every nuance of my face. The hush envelops us, interrupted only by our unsteady breathing. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. We lie there, limbs entwined, drifting in the mellow warmth of true intimacy. My thoughts wander to the future, the challenges that remain, Jericho's restitution, the re-entry programs we'll keep championing. But right now, none of those weigh me down. Instead, I savor the sense of peace that's eluded me for so long. Outside, the night hushes. This bed and breakfast is as far from the marble halls of the governor's mansion as we could get, yet I feel more at home here than anywhere else. We survived the storms, scandal, heartbreak, old sins that nearly destroyed us. And in the end, we chose each other without cameras, contracts, or political strategy. Mason, I whispered drowsily, letting my eyelids drift shut. Thank you for fighting your demons, for fighting for me. He tightens his hold, voice a gentle rumble in the darkness. I'd do it again, 1,000 times if it means sleeping here beside you. My heart swells, a tear slipping free, though I make no move to brush it away. I drift into sleep, lulled by the warmth of his body and the quiet conviction that this time we've built a marriage on something real. Our vow stands unshakable, reaffirmed by every tear and promise. I cling to that promise, certain that the dawn will bring new battles, but we'll face them together. No illusions, no scripts, just us, forging the future we deserve.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 20. Eva. 4 years have slipped away since our private wedding ceremony, in that hidden garden, far from cameras and headlines. I still remember the gentle music drifting through the summer air, the hush of only our closest friends and my rise-up family. I recall the way Mason's hands trembled when he slid the plain gold band onto my finger, the vow in his eyes that he wouldn't take my trust for granted again. On that day, we left behind the illusions of power play and contracts, choosing each other without spectacle. In the time since, we've carved a life built on quiet determination and open honesty. People still call us a power couple, but I prefer to think of us as partners who've battled the ugliest truths and decided to stay. Mason ran a tough primary for the Senate 2 years ago, an underdog campaign that forced him to face every accusation, every ghost from Jericho, and that leaked contract FIAS scenario. Yet he refused to spin or bury the past. He took every question head on, acknowledging how badly he'd once erred. I stood beside him at modest town halls, not as a glamorous figurehead, but as someone who believed in second chances. When he won the seat, it felt less like a victory lap and more like a promise. We'd use his platform to push for real re-entry reforms, for actual restitution for families displaced by predatory developments. So far, he's making good on that promise. Meanwhile, I transformed Rise Up into a national foundation that spans multiple states. We partner with local organizations, building community centers, championing job programs, lobbying for sentencing reforms. I travel often, never for photo ops, always for real change. I once worried that turning our mission national would risk losing that personal touch, but I found ways to keep it grounded. Small listening circles, direct engagement with local activists, making sure each city we enter gets a voice in shaping policy. Of course, I'm not alone in forging this new path. Mason and I share the load of hectic schedules and countless obligations. But we also share something more profound, our son Kai. He turned 2 last month, with big brown eyes that sparkle with curiosity. When he laughs, that high-pitched squeal of pure glee, it's as if the entire world grows brighter. Both of us have learned to juggle midnight feedings, ear infections, campaign speeches, and foundation board meetings. It isn't perfect. We argue about who forgot to restock diapers and who missed bedtime because of a last-minute press interview. But the foundation of trust we painstakingly built over the last 4 years keeps us steady. Tonight, the marble corridors of the Capitol building gleam under a canopy of fairy lights. A formal reception is in progress, celebrating the passage of a comprehensive re-entry bill that Mason championed in the Senate. It marks a major milestone, funneling unprecedented funds into job training, mental health resources, and transitional housing. I see many who walk through Rise Up's door here wearing elegant outfits, beaming with pride to be recognized as experts rather than survivors. The media calls us an unstoppable force. Some tabloids still love to highlight our past scandals, but we learn to navigate that noise. I stand at the edge of the bustling atrium, wearing a sleek floor-length evening gown in a deep burgundy hue. It's a classic design, hugging my figure, but modest in a way that feels both powerful and comfortable. My hair is styled in intricate twists that cascade down my shoulders, accented by small gold clips. I spot Mason across the room, locked in conversation with a cluster of senators. He's wearing a tailored navy suit that complements his lean frame, exuding calm authority. A soft smile curves my lips as I catch his eye. He nods in subtle acknowledgement, finishing his conversation before making his way toward me. On the periphery of my vision, I noticed the swirl of reporters snapping photos. A year or two ago, that might have tightened my gut, reminded me of humiliations from the past, but now I've learned to accept that public scrutiny follows us everywhere. I hold my head high, remembering all the nights we spent drafting real policies, combining Mason's political savvy with my grassroots knowledge. Let them take pictures. We stand here, forging a tangible difference. Mason nears, and my chest flutters, the same traitorous skip it's done ever since we let go of our facades. He offers a discreet grin, voice hushed to keep our moment private. You look breathtaking. My heart warms at the earnestness in his tone. And you look unstoppable. How many colleagues have you charmed tonight? He chuckles, scanning the opulent hall. I lost count after the 10th handshake, but I'd trade them all for a quiet evening at home, reading The Very Hungry Caterpillar to Kai. I laugh softly. He's obsessed with that book. Sometimes I catch him flipping the pages by himself, babbling in toddler speak about the caterpillar. Mason's face softens at the mention of our son, pride lighting his features. The swirl of dignitaries and donors continues around us, but in that moment, we stand in a bubble of shared contentment. He reaches out, gently clasping my hand. We rarely do overt displays of affection at these events, old habits from our earlier political performance days. But tonight we let ourselves enjoy a small moment of closeness. Shall we step outside for a minute? He murmurs. Nodding, I let him guide me through the crowd. A few staffers glance curiously, but nobody stops us. We slip out a side door onto a grand balcony overlooking the Capitol's gardens. The sky stretches above, spangled with stars. Soft lighting from the decorative lamps casts warm golden patches on the marbled floor. The hush outside envelops us, a welcome contrast to the chatter inside. Mason releases a slow exhale, leaning on the balcony's railing. His tie is loosened slightly, giving him a relaxed look that reminds me of how he is at home, chasing Kai around the living room. I stand beside him, inhaling the night air, laced with the scent of distant roses. For a time, we just listen to the muffled hum of the reception, drifting through the doors. 4 years, I murmur, my voice quiet. Sometimes I forget how we started. The contract, Jericho's shadow, the humiliations that nearly broke me. His eyes flick to me, tinged with regret. I think about it often, but also about the day I turned down the VP offer on national television. He draws closer, voice subdued. I meant every word that day, and I still do. I swallow a surge of emotion. I know. That was the turning point for me, the moment I realized you truly choose me over everything. He brushes a fingertip along my jaw, gentle as ever. Your moral compass pushed me to become someone worthy. I can't thank you enough. We share a brief, tender kiss, the echoes of camera shutters too far away to matter. I sink into his warmth, recalling how it once startled me to discover genuine feeling under his polished exterior. Now it feels like home. Mason pulls back, a sparkle in his eye. We should check on Kai soon. Silas said he's with Zora, probably running circles around her in the cloakroom. I stifle a giggle. We definitely should. I can't leave my child in a stuffy cloakroom for too long without risking a meltdown. The word meltdown is one we must avoid, so I'll say a tantrum. He might have a tantrum if he can't roam. Mason's laugh rumbles softly. Let's rescue them both. Then maybe we can do a quick toast to celebrate the bill passing, slip away early, and get a quiet night at home. We retreat inside, weaving through the throng of well-dressed guests. People greet us with congratulatory remarks about the re-entry reforms and our public synergy. I reply with measured politeness, but my heart remains fixated on seeing Kai. Eventually, I spot Zora across the hall, standing near a corner, looking exasperated yet amused. At her feet, our 2-year-old son kneels, rummaging through someone's abandoned briefcase with wide-eyed curiosity. Kai, I call softly, approaching. He lifts his big brown eyes, and a grin erupts on his tiny face. He abandons the briefcase, waddling over and lifting chubby arms in a silent demand to be picked up. My chest melts as I scoop him against me, pressing a playful kiss to his cheek. Sorry, Zora says, half laughing. He insisted on exploring. He's unstoppable. Mason joins us, ruffling Kai's curls. The toddler squeals, patting Mason's cheeks. My heart throbs with love at the sight of them together. This child we never planned, but now can't imagine life without. I press my lips to Kai's forehead, inhaling the sweet, warm scent of baby shampoo. He babbles something about book and house, and I guess he's reminding me of the bedtime story we promised him. Zora nods toward the main hall. They'll be announcing the final poll numbers for public approval of the new bill soon. You two want to be there? Mason and I share a look, each reading the other's exhaustion. We'll pass, he says. We've done enough interviews tonight. He glances at me for confirmation. I grin. Kai's bedtime is calling. That's more important than any poll. Zora smiles knowingly. Go? I'll handle any final questions. Congrats again, you unstoppable couple. She adds a playful wink, then drifts away into the crowd, clipboard in hand. Balancing Kai on my hip, I slip toward the exit with Mason beside me. A few cameras flash, but we keep walking. This is our normal now. Half lullabies, half political negotiations, and the unwavering knowledge that we overcame so much to stand as a family. Outside, a black SUV waits. Mason thanks the driver who opens the door for us, and we settle in, Kai perched snugly between us, babbling about the pretty lights from the building. The ride to our townhouse, yes, we moved out of the governor's mansion after Mason took the Senate seat, passes in a blur of twinkling city lights. Mason's phone buzzes a few times, but he ignores it. My phone does the same, probably donors or staffers wanting sound bites. We exchange a tired smile, focusing on Kai, who presses his palm to the window, pointing out shapes in the darkness. Our townhouse is modest, compared to the old mansion's grandeur, but cozy and full of personal touches. We step inside, removing shoes in the narrow foyer. A wave of relief hits me. No official staffers trailing behind, no reporters snapping pictures. Mason flips on a lamp, casting a warm glow on the living room's soft rugs and shelves crammed with children's books. Kai squirms from my arms, toddling over to a small pile of wooden blocks. He's determined to start building something despite his obvious sleepiness. Mason crouches beside him, playing along for a moment, guiding tiny hands to stack the blocks carefully. My chest expands with love at the sight. Mason in a rumpled suit, tie askew, helping our child build a wobbly tower. Eventually, we coax Kai upstairs, exchanging amused looks as the toddler fusses about bedtime. Mason offers him a short story, some silly cartoon book, and I watch from the doorway, heart tight with gratitude. After the final page, Kai yawns and leans against Mason's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Mason tucks him into the small bed with gentle care, pressing a kiss to his temple. My eyes sting with tears, remembering how I once stood in a worn-down office, cursing Mason's signature that destroyed my nonprofit. Now I see him softly soothing our son. Life twists unexpectedly sometimes, forging bonds out of broken beginnings. We tiptoe out, leaving Kai's nightlight glowing. Descending the stairs, hand in hand, we collapse on the couch in our modest living room. The tension from the evening loosens, replaced by an intimate calm. I let out a sigh, leaning my head on Mason's shoulder. "How do you feel?" he asks quietly, brushing his knuckles along my wrist. I pause, reflecting on the day. Proud, I admit, voice hushed. We passed meaningful legislation. It's not perfect, but it's a huge step. And seeing all those graduates from rise up as keynote speakers, knowing their voices shaped policy, it fills me with hope. Mason's arm slips around my waist, drawing me closer. You amaze me every day. Watching you hold them up, let them speak their truths. That's leadership. Not the political brand, but real, life-changing guidance. Heat warms my cheeks. That's what we promised each other. No illusions, just tangible progress. He kisses my temple gently. And we'll keep that promise, no matter how many times DC tries to seduce us with backdoor deals. A tender chuckle escapes me. We sit there, the house steeped in quiet. Eventually, the soft glow of a single lamp highlights the curve of his jaw. I trace a delicate line over his shoulder, recalling the ways we once tore each other down with accusations and hidden agendas. Now, we've found a balance that feels real. My eyes drift around the living room, taking in the framed photos on the mantle. One of us at a grassroots rally, Kai's newborn picture, a shot from the day we opened a new community center in our old neighborhood. My gaze lands on a final photo, the two of us in that hidden garden, wearing simple wedding clothes, eyes bright with teary conviction. I smile softly, the memory of those raw vows flooding back. The hush after the officiant declared us husband and wife. No cameras, no applause beyond the gentle cheers of close friends. Mason follows my gaze. 4 years, he muses, voice thick with reverence. Feels like a lifetime, but also like we're just getting started. I brush a light kiss to his jaw, letting my lips linger. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Even the heartbreak taught us to be stronger. He turns, meeting my eyes with a quiet intensity. We'll keep building, one step at a time. And Kai will grow up seeing that real leadership isn't about chasing poles, but serving people. And that love can heal even the deepest wounds. A tear slips free, which I brush away with the back of my hand. I lean in, pressing my mouth to his, a slow, heartfelt kiss that merges gratitude and promise. The hush of the house enfolds us, the ring of the city just outside our window, but we're wrapped in a cocoon of contentment. Each day might bring new struggles, amendments to pass, expansions for my foundation, but we'll face them together. No illusions, no spin, just the truth that two flawed people can stand side by side, forging a future that outshines any contract. When we finally break the kiss, I lace my fingers with his, resting our entwined hands against my thigh. Let's head to bed, I say, a teasing lilt in my voice. We have an early meeting with that New York senator, and Kai will probably wake us at 6 demanding pancakes. Mason chuckles, standing and pulling me up gently. Pancakes at dawn, it's a new family tradition. We ascend the stairs once more, softly peeking into Kai's room, verifying that he's still fast asleep. Then we retreat to our own room, switching off lamps as we go. Tomorrow, life returns to its swirl of politics and activism, interviews and toddler giggles. But tonight, we curl up under warm covers, limbs woven together. I close my eyes, letting the gentle rise of his breathing lull me into a peaceful haze. Somewhere in the darkness, I recall the echoes of that vow. I'm not marrying the governor, I'm marrying the man. And I realize, with a swell of contentment, that after all these years, those words hold even truer now. He's no longer just a man in a suit brandishing power. He's my partner in parenting, in reform, in love. And for all our stumbles and heartbreaks, I wouldn't trade a second of this journey. As I drift off, I imagine the future. A bigger foundation office, opening in Chicago next year. Mason spearheading new justice bills in the Senate. Kai growing taller, bounding through halls with unstoppable energy. Our old ghosts remain, but we've learned how to face them head on. The scandal that once defined us becomes a footnote in a larger story of redemption and courage. And I cling to the certainty that, in this quiet nighttime hush, we're a real family, sealed by trust, ready for whatever tomorrow brings.